Deadly women being interrogated. First up, the haunting case of Susan Lorenz. A tragic tale of when a neighborly dispute meets vile hatred, ending in orphaned children and national headlines.
All right. Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up!
She said there's an old white lady.
Right here? Do you have your trauma bag?
There is still someone with a gun.
She's inside.
Okay.
Where?
Bro.
Where?
Ex-military. She's in that house, bro. That apartment. Right here. This first apartment. I need like a 20, not a 20.
Baby, wake up!
It happened time after time after time yet again. The confrontations between neighbors Susan Lorenz and Ajika A.J. Owens were well documented and numerous. Their turbulent interactions would come to a head just before 9 p.m. on June 2nd, 2023, when a caller to 911 stated that they had shot someone. That caller was Susan Lorenz, and that someone was Ajika Owens. Welcome back, everyone. I am your host, Johnny, and this is Morbid Curiosity. In this episode, we'll be doing a deeper dive on a case that has made national headlines, and that is the case of Susan Lorenz. Chances are that you've probably heard something about this case, maybe on the news or something like that, but today we'll be going over all the information on the case, as well as the newly released interrogation that was just made public. Now, there's a good amount of information that went into making this video, so if there's a specific part that you'd like to jump to, if you just don't want to hear me talk or look at my face, here's some timestamps for some critical parts of the video. And a last note before we jump in, I just want to thank all of you for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing. Thank you all for this amazing journey. If you want to support the channel a little bit more, feel free to become a channel member or a patron. Get early access to videos, crime scene images, all that good stuff. But otherwise, thank you for watching, thank you for being here, and thank you for letting me be a part of your life. Now back to our story. So police get there and AJ is lying down in the field that was basically between her and Susan's house. Now this field is really important to the story, but first emergency personnel arrive and they tend to AJ and they rush her to the hospital. Now AJ, real name Ajika, she was a mother to 4 kids. Now these 4 kids, they love to play. And these 4 kids, they love to play in fields. Now Susan, I can confirm that she's divorced, but I don't have any information as far as if she has kids. But if she did have kids, she at least hated the little ones, or she's just a racist. But anyway, we're basically looking at an older woman without kids and a younger woman with 4 kids. Now, AJ's kids, like I said, they like to play in the field. This is a June summer night at this point. It was 84 degrees during the day. By the time night rolled around, it was 72 degrees. But Susan, she didn't like that. Susan didn't like the sound of kids laughing or playing or screaming. And I'm not gonna say that the kids weren't obnoxious. Let's be real here. Kids can be kids and kids can be loud and obnoxious. But Susan didn't care. She'd had words with AJ about her kids before and neither side felt like they needed to budge. Susan even put up like a no trespassing sign and AJ went over there and ripped it up and threw it at her. And this ended up becoming a police interaction. But that's only one of the 6 police interactions that happened between them over the last 2 years until that night. Now the timeline of events for the night in question are a little bit muddy to say the least. I mean, there's differing information between articles and interviews and whatnot, but everything that we're going to cover here is directly from the court documents that are currently publicly available. And this will be the version of events that'll play out in court. So on this June 2nd and likely every day for the previous 2 years prior to this, Susan and AJ's kids get into some sort of argument. But on this night, there's a group of about 10 kids and they're playing in the field next to Susan's house. This is the biggest field in the neighborhood, and all the kids regularly decide to go play there so everybody can play together. So when night comes, most of these kids disperse and they go home, except for AJ's youngest son. He goes home and realizes that he forgot his tablet. So he goes back to retrieve his tablet, and he had left it kinda sorta near Susan's apartment. So he walks back across the street and he sees right away that Susan's got his tablet. And Susan was already not happy. Earlier in that night, while they were all playing, Susan was out there with her phone recording them and then flipping them the bird the entire time. Like to a bunch of kids, what the hell? But AJ's son goes up to Susan and asks her to put the tablet down, and she responds by throwing this thing to the ground. Now that's already pretty extreme, but on top of that, she took a roller skate that was also left somewhat near her apartment in the field and threw it at the little boy, ultimately hitting him in the toe. And this whole time, Susan's screaming at this 10-year-old boy to go get his mom. Well, okay, so anyway, this kid goes, and instead of doing that, he goes to his 12-year-old older brother. This 12-year-old brother was actually playing with him in the field, but at this point, he was now playing basketball down the street. So the 10-year-old brother goes up to the 12-year-old brother and says, hey, this is what's happening with the lady across the street. Can you help me? So older brother, of course, as older brothers do, decide to come to the rescue of his little brother. So he goes over and decides to talk to Susan. But at the same time, he tells little brother to go tell mom, to go tell AJ what's going on. Older bro gets to Susan's apartment and he's yelling at her and he's saying, if you want to throw something, throw it at me. So Susan responds by coming out and swinging an umbrella and saying you're trespassing, and ultimately screaming at him, and he goes away too. I should mention that while Susan was swinging this umbrella, she actually didn't make contact with the boy, but still, she actually swung it at him. Now, it's roughly around this time that Susan calls 911. It's like 8:54 p.m. at this point, and she says that there's some juveniles outside of her apartment. Juveniles, these are AJ's sons, by the way, but they're outside of her apartment, they're trespassing, and they're saying that they're gonna come beat her up. And her demeanor is just overall calm and collected. But the older brother goes and talks to Susan, and when he's done, he's walking back and he sees AJ coming out of the house. He tells her what happened with the crazy lady across the street, and AJ starts storming over to Susan's apartment. Now, AJ is fired up. She's mad as hell. Somebody's been messing with her kids, destroying their property, throwing stuff at them, hurting them. And this lady, by all reports for the last 2 years, has been a hellraiser. So AJ's over there banging on the door and she's screaming at her, don't touch my son, throw something at me, open this door, you heard me? And not that much time had transpired between AJ getting there at this point. This is where her sons were located. Hey y'all, Editing John here. I was actually editing this video at 3 a.m. or 3:12 a.m. And I realized I wanted to show you a little bit more than I had originally recorded. So this is the neighborhood where everything happened. This is 108th Lane in Ocala, Florida. Right over here, you can see the field. This is actually the field where everything happened. Let's scoot it a little bit. This is the field. If you look right over here, where this white box is, this is Susan's apartment. Right over here is that no trespassing sign that I had mentioned. But if you look across the street, this is Ajika's house right over here. In the body cam video at the very beginning of the video that you're watching, you can actually see Ajika against the back of this vehicle right over here. But if I look over here, I can show you, this is roughly the spot where Ajika had collapsed after being shot. You can't see behind this tree right here, but there's a metal number 3 hidden behind this tree. That's where Ajika's 12-year-old son was standing. And right over here, this gray Titan, I believe that's a Titan. This is roughly where Ajika's 10-year-old son was standing. I believe the truck was actually in this spot, if I'm not mistaken. But that is the neighborhood. That's a layout of the neighborhood. And that's where Ajika's sons were on the night of June 2nd, 2023. AJ's still standing by Susan's door when a deafening bang rings out. Susan had just fired her gun at the door, right where AJ was standing. The bullet pierces right through the steel door, and then AJ makes a sound indicative of being hit. She stumbles back and cries out, call 911, continues into the field before she collapses, where neighbors immediately start CPR on her. Between hanging up that first 911 call and making the second, a total of 2 minutes had passed. This is that second 911 call. Now, it can be a little bit difficult to decipher, so if you want to skip ahead, you can skip to this time down here, but otherwise, this is what Susan Lorenz had to say after shooting AJ Owens.
911 was the address of the emergency.
Oh my God, this lady just tried to break down my door. I shot through the door. Oh my God.
Okay, repeat that address for me to make sure I have it correct. Okay, what is your name?
They were trying to come in my house.
Okay, take a deep breath for me, calm down.
Oh my God.
You said someone tried to break down your door, is that correct?
Yes, the woman was screaming and yelling and she was trying to break down my door.
Okay, it was a female?
Yes. I didn't know what to do. I grabbed my gun and I shot at the door. And I thought she was going to get me. Oh my God.
Okay, you said you shot at the door, is that correct?
Yes, I shot at the door because she wouldn't stop. I told her to get away and she wouldn't. She just begging to stay.
Okay, where's your gun now?
It's in my bedroom. I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. This is the woman who attacked me.
Okay, do you still see the subject?
I don't know where she is. I'm still in my house. I didn't open my door to her.
Is it just only you in the home?
Yes, it's just me.
Okay, I just need you to lock all your doors and windows, okay?
I have.
Okay, I'm going to stay on the line until the deputies get there.
Okay. My son said they were going to come and kill me.
And did you know her?
Yes, she's come after me several times because of her children. Her children keep trespassing over here. They're bothering me and bothering me. They won't stop.
Is she a neighbor?
Yes.
Near the end of this 911 call, AJ's 12-year-old son is dialing 911 too, saying that his mother had just been shot. By 9:07 p.m., deputies had arrived and found AJ in the grass, suffering from a gunshot wound to the upper right portion of her chest, near her armpit. Officers began rendering aid immediately while taking their suspect Susan into custody, bringing us back to where our body cam from earlier had left off.
We need to do CPR real quick.
Baby, wake up!
CPR.
Baby, wake up!
Let me see. Do we have any pulse?
Signal 35.
Do we have any pulse? We got a pulse! We got a pulse!
I'm in front. All right. Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! This is the Marion County Sheriff's Office, come outside with your hands up! Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Turn around! Turn around! Where's your gun at?
You got hands? You got hands?
You're going to be detained for
Is there anybody else in the house?
There's somebody else in the house. Can I just get my
No,
daughter?
no, not right now.
All right.
You're not under arrest, you're being detained.
Okay, I understand.
Come over here.
Oh, wait, please don't lose the door. I have two cats inside.
Hold
I don't
on.
want the cats to run out.
AJ was transported as a trauma alert to HCA Florida Ocala Hospital. Sadly, she would succumb to her injuries, being declared dead at 9:36 p.m. Initial reports on the case lambasted law enforcement for not immediately placing Susan under arrest, but she was adamantly claiming that she fired the gun in self-defense, stating that she was in fear for her life and was in mortal danger. But something wasn't sitting right. To detectives and to the sheriff himself, it seemed like she was just parroting information to justify the shooting under the stand your ground law. Susan was released pending the results of the investigation, but during that time, the police uncovered a few more widely corroborated details that Susan had omitted. This is the interrogation of Susan Lorenz.
Yep, perfect. It's just as cold in here, I promise. All right, give us just a couple minutes here.
Susan, I'm Detective Pender. Can I get you a water? We're getting our paperwork, okay? Would you like to have a water?
I have a little water.
You already got one? Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Susan?
Okie dokie.
Sorry, I'm freezing.
Susan, I appreciate you coming back in and talking, meeting with us. You already have a water? Is there anything else we can get for you right now?
That's fine.
You're doing okay? All right, very good. Again, if you remember, Detective Steve. This is Detective Pender.
I'm Detective Pender. I haven't got a chance to meet you yet, but I'm looking forward to being able to speak with you. I work with Detective Stiff. We work together. I was learning different things. So, anyways, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and let him cover what he needs to, and then I'll get a chance to meet you then, okay?
Okay.
So, Susan, obviously when we spoke the other night, it was kind of a lot of things going on still. A lot of the pieces of what happened were still trying to be put together. Since then, we've obviously talked to a lot more witnesses who were there. We've gained access to some video from around the area of where your complex is located. So during those interviews, during that process of obtaining new stuff, obviously it brings new questions that we wanted to kind of cover with you and try to verify some of the stuff you said, as well as clarify things that we don't quite understand. So I was hoping that we could do that today.
Okay.
Obviously, just like last time, I want to make sure that you understand your rights and everything. So before we get started, I just have to read you the same thing I did last time. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer with him, have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions, or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you? Okay. And having those rights in mind, you willing to talk to us now?
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said, we've talked to a bunch of other people since then. Has there been anything that you've thought of since you and I had last talked, in person at least, that you can remember that maybe at the time, because there was a lot of emotions and,
I don't know what else I could tell you, honestly.
Okay. So nothing that happened that night that you didn't remember at the time, or you just, like I said, there was a lot going on that you maybe didn't think to say.
I don't know what to tell you because I thought I told you everything.
Okay. All right. So some of the things, like I said, we were just trying to clarify because we were in the room together for a while talking, and we went over a lot of different things. So one of the things I wanted to clarify with you is, and try to understand better, is when Ajika was at the door, when she approached the door, when was it that you realized that it was her coming to the door?
Because I said, "Who's there?"
Okay. How did you know someone was there initially? Was it because
it was a huge banging?
Okay.
Just pounding at that door.
Okay. So initially there was no words. It was just the pounding.
Yeah.
That's what started the interaction there.
Yes.
And where was the pounding at initially? Where it first began?
The front door.
At the front door. Okay.
Yes.
How many times did she? Was it just like
it was,
like one or
no,
was
no,
it
no,
several?
It was just bang, bang, bang.
Okay.
Bang.
All right. And then you said you asked her who's there. Okay. And what was said then?
I think she said, "Why do you speak to my children this way?" And I said, "Listen, I'm not going to speak to you. Go away." If she had a problem, she should have called you guys. Honestly. I mean, if she really thought there was something seriously wrong, I don't understand why she just came over and just started pounding on my door and, screaming and yelling. So.
And then what happened after you said to go away?
Go away, and then it got quiet for a bit, and then she started really banging, just pounding on that door. And she was relentless.
How long is a bit, would you say?
I don't know,
like
because
5-10 seconds or 2 minutes?
It was an extended period of time, probably 20 to 30 seconds, easily.
But during that time, you didn't hear anything else? Did you think she went away?
No, well, I obviously knew she didn't go away because she was screaming while she was pounding.
Describe that. When you say screaming, describe what does that mean?
She just, "You're not supposed to speak to my children this way. Why did you, and then she was saying, "I'm going to kill you." And I'm like, holy shit, and that's when
Well, you said there was like the initial barrage of the pounding, and you said, "Who's there?" And she said, what you said about not talking to her children that way.
Yeah.
And then you said it got quiet. So there was no banging, there was no words being said.
Because I thought she went away.
That's what I was asking. Basically, I'm sorry if I.
No, it's okay. I thought, all right, she's just going to do whatever she wants to do.
And you said that was like 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then did she start yelling again first, or was there more banging?
It was banging. It was yelling. I thought she was just going to break down the door.
Okay.
So I mean, my heart was pounding, and I was like, she's really going to kill me.
Okay,
that's
so
all I felt.
When she first came up and where were you when she started the beating?
I was
the
in the
very
bathroom.
first time. You were in the bathroom when she started beating.
Yeah.
And did you come to the door?
Well, I was approaching the door, and then she started screaming, and I knew who it was.
Okay.
And I said, "That's it. I'm not opening this door."
Okay.
And because I figured if she came in, she would just absolutely, pound me into the ground.
All right. And then when it became silent, after that first round of beating on your door, where were you at then? Did you go?
I went to wash my hands, honestly.
Okay.
Because I didn't know who was at the door, and I wanted to know, and then I was like,
Okay.
You know, so I went back and washed my hands.
Okay.
So,
So that's during the time where it was kind of quiet and you
Yes.
thought that maybe she went away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when the banging and the yelling started again, where were you at then?
I think I was in the kitchen.
Okay. All right. And then what happened?
And then she just kept banging and yelling. I'm like, you need to leave. You're trespassing. Get off my porch. You know, get out of here. You know, I'm not talking to you. Leave.
Okay. Who else was outside the door besides
I have
Adrica?
no idea.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
Where were the other kids? Because I know the kids had been over there prior to her coming over.
Yeah,
or?
they were right by the, you know, where the fence is, and then there's a sidewalk. They were right beyond that sidewalk, inside where it's supposed to be no trespassing.
Okay, so they were outside of the fence while she was banging on the door?
I have no idea.
Oh, you're not sure?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
You asked me when the kids were there earlier.
Right.
So, and the kids finally, you know, I went inside. I figured they left.
So you didn't know who else was out there at that
No
time?
idea.
Okay. So you went to the kitchen and she was still pounding on the door and
Pounding on the door.
yelling. And I know we've kind of gone over this a lot, but I want to make sure now we're getting more like in order of things, because the first time we talked, it was kind of just like it all came out all at once. And now that you've had a little bit of time to kind of think about things that happened again and try to get it in a good order that things happen, because it's very important to be able to say, okay, this happened first, this is what happened next, so that we don't get them confused or anything.
Okay.
So after that initial silence where, well, I wouldn't say silence, but it got quiet, you were washing your hands in the bathroom, and then the pounding and the yelling started again, and you went to the kitchen. What were you doing in the kitchen?
I was looking for my phone.
Okay.
So I put my phone down somewhere and I started panicking. I started searching for the phone. And then she just kept banging and banging and banging. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You know, get out of here. You know, and I'm like, I have nowhere to go. I mean, I was in the kitchen. There's the sliders, and the sliders are always locked. And just that one door, so there's no escape.
Okay.
I couldn't leave. I couldn't get out of there. I was like, Jesus Christ. And she was pounding so hard. The mirror on my wall was shaking.
Okay. So that first, I'm sorry to go back, but that first time that she pounds on the door, how long do you think that lasted before there was kind of the silence? I know you said she hit the door, you said, who's there? And that what was it said?
Probably 5-10 seconds she was pounding the first time.
Okay. And then when it started again, how long, and I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit, but we'll kind of come back. When she started pounding on the door again and saying all that stuff to the point where you fired the gun, how long do you think that lasted?
2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Just everything's kind of. It was a while. I mean, it was a while. I kept thinking, okay, you guys are going to show up, you know, because I had called earlier, and no one was coming. No one was coming. I'm like, shit, couldn't find my phone, and she was just banging and banging, screaming at me, telling me, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm like, she's really going to kill me this time. That's all I kept thinking. She's literally going to come in this house and kill me.
Okay. When did you find your phone? At what point?
After I shot her. I just started searching the house frantically until I found it, and I wanted to make sure that I called and said, you know, I shot, because I heard her go, ugh. You know,
Where was your phone?
I think it was in my computer room.
In the computer room? Okay.
So, let me just understand this a little better, because I'm not really sure. So, the woman that got shot, what is her name?
AJ.
AJ. Right, it's AJ.
Yeah,
okay, and how long have you known her?
I really didn't know her. I just, you know, she was a neighbor across the street.
Okay, so how long has she been a neighbor across the street from you? Help me understand that.
A year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, year and a half and 2 years. And in that year and a half and 2 years, how many times have you guys been able to talk?
We've never talked. It's more like screaming.
No, okay, all right. So maybe better would be communicate. How many times have you guys been able to communicate in that year and a half or 2 years?
2-3 times.
2 or 3 times. And in those 2 or 3 times over a year and a half and 2 years, what were you guys screaming about? What were you guys communicating about?
She would take her dog and walk it on my sidewalk to make sure it's shit on the sidewalk. And
Yeah.
like, oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You know, of all the places you can walk and take your animal, you're going to come here. And
Sure.
She said, it's the only place my dog will go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So no, I don't think so.
Okay. So you guys would have a disagreement regarding that, some screaming regarding the dog pooping where it shouldn't. What else would you guys communicate about in that 2 or 3 times?
Then one time she was talking to the neighbors and she said, oh, that bitch over there is crazy. And I went, no, I'm not going to, you know, sorry. I walked over, I said, what is your problem? And she just went on a tirade. I have never heard someone scream like this woman. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, she exploded. And I'm like, oh shit.
How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
2 months.
3 months ago. And then she was saying I called her kids all kinds of names, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And the more I said no, the more irate she got. Finally, I'm like, you know what, let me just back off, say yes, I'll apologize, and scurry away.
What kind of things was she saying that you called her kids?
That I called them racial slurs, that I called them slaves, and that's never happened. I mean, when she said, I'm like, what are you, stop already, stop lying, you know? And I was like, enough, what? I did call them retards once, because they just kept coming and coming. I said, are you retarded? You can't read the sign.
Okay.
You know, how many times do we have to tell you you're trespassing, you know?
Now, all these kids nowadays, they have tablets and phones and stuff. Are you, I mean, you can tell us the truth. I mean, it's just us in here. I think we were looking at different videos, and people were telling us about, we spoke to everyone in the neighborhood separately.
Mm-hmm.
Was there other times when you got frustrated or something with these kids and you said something else that we're not talking about? I mean, have you said other words to them or something about middle fingers or something? Tell me about that.
It wasn't at the kids, it was at the gentleman.
Who's the gentleman?
I only know him by his name, Sapito.
So, okay.
So he's a guy, he gets all the kids together, so they're screaming and yelling and they're doing all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, stop already. And I asked him, I said, please stop. I don't like the yelling. I just, you know, I'm sorry, going to break down.
No, take your time. What is the crazy stuff that Sapito has these kids doing? Tell me about that.
He used to ride a four-wheeler.
Uh-huh.
And he would come around the house. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Then you have the kids on the back, no helmets, no nothing. And I'm like, stop already. The one time I went out there, he almost hit me.
Uh-huh.
He's like, missed you. Jesus Christ, really? And I'm like, I just can't deal with it. I have an injury right now. I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery.
Mm-hmm.
If he hit me, he'd kill me.
So was it on last Friday that you were kind of giving him the middle finger then? Is that what I was understanding?
I may have given him the middle finger because we're just out there and I took a picture and he's like, oh, go take more pictures. I'm like, you know, because...
What other kind of crazy things is he having these kids do? Is it something where
he would have them exercise and scream and yell, and the kids are like, we're tired, stop, we're tired.
Is he like a coach, or do they play sports
I don't
or
know.
something?
I have no idea. And he's like, come on, you weenies, you know, get moving. And the kids are like, no, we want to stop. He's like, you can't stop.
Is he the father of one of those kids that live?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
I don't know who he is. I just know that. And I asked him, I said, please. I said, you know, one of my friends was murdered when I was very young. And she screamed. She was bound and gagged, and the guy thought he killed her, and she screamed. And so every time those little kids scream, I keep thinking of my friend Elizabeth.
Tell me about that. Whoa.
So, and I asked him, I said, Sapito, please, these kids screaming like this, it's triggering me. I don't want to hear this, you know? And he's like, you're full of shit, you're a liar, you're this, you're that. I'm like, really? I'm like, why would I tell this story and it's not true?
I know this is kind of not really related to what we're talking about, but what happened with your friend? Is that when you were very young? Or
14.
Oh my gosh.
So that guy came and he raped her and he beat her and he thought he killed her. And he bound her up. She was at Shulton factory, the Old Spice factory in Jersey.
Oh, wow.
And next to it was a children's playground. And he buried her there in a shallow grave. And she wasn't dead. So when the coroner said that there was all dirt in her lungs because she kept screaming. So every time those little girls screamed, it just kind of, you know, made me think of Elizabeth.
Have you ever been a victim of any violence?
Oh, yeah.
Describe that to me.
I was beaten.
Did that happen here or in New Jersey?
In Jersey.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
Started when I was 4. It didn't stop until I was like 20.
Okay. And was New Jersey police or whatever able to help you out with that, give you justice or anything?
No.
Was that ever reported to law enforcement?
No, because I was starting to be killed.
Okay. So that was something that wasn't reported. And was this from a known family member or something? I worked Special Victims Unit for years. Okay. So this was from a known family member. Have you ever been a victim of some kind of violence from a random person or something like that?
Yes.
Describe that to me.
I was dating a gentleman, a doctor up in Michigan.
Uh-huh.
And we were going to, move forward with the relationship and everything. And he got super drunk one night and he started beating me.
Uh-huh. So that sounds like domestic violence. Someone else that you were associated with, and they did something bad to you. Was that, were you able to report that to New Jersey or whatever it may be? Were they able to arrest that man?
Up in Michigan.
Michigan. Were they able to arrest him for anything?
I never said anything. I was so embarrassed.
Sure. Sure,
You
that's
know,
common.
I'm an adult, you know,
Yeah.
I should know. I mean, as soon as he finished and he passed out, I left.
Okay.
You know, and just got out of the situation, never spoke to him again.
Have you ever been a victim of anything like robbery or anything like that before?
In Jersey, yes.
Okay. Were you like robbed like at a store, a gas station, or describe that to me?
We were selling tools out of the back of my car for some company, and we stopped at a stop sign. It was myself and two other girls who were doing it with me, and they entered the car and just took everything.
Who's they? Who did that to you?
I can't remember. It was a bunch of guys.
Okay.
That were in the neighborhood.
Did you able to get them reported, and they were?
We reported it, but they never found them.
Okay. Did those guys ever harass you ever again or anything like that?
No, because it wasn't where I lived.
Okay. Have you ever been a victim of violence at your home that wasn't someone you knew, a random person coming and hurting you or something like that?
No.
Okay. Anyone's ever broken into your house before in New Jersey or in Michigan or in Florida or anything like that?
They broke into the house when we lived in Pompton Plains.
Where's that? Is that in New Jersey?
Yeah, this is up in Jersey.
And when you said they broke into, describe that to me. What happened?
It was a bunch of young kids that my brother knew. And he had a dirt bike and everything, so they stole his dirt bike and they sold some other stuff.
Sure. And were you home when that happened?
I believe so.
Okay. When you say you believe so, did they like sneak in the night and they went in the garage?
It was in the night and they went out into the shed.
They went out into the shed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Scott, I'm trying to understand. I know what happened to you this time. We just talked about that. I'm saying, has anything like this ever happened to you before where someone was trying to break into the house and hurt you or something?
No, not like this.
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that's ever happened to you before. I just wanted to see if there was a similar experience. We talked about unreported sexual abuse. We talked about domestic violence. We talked about whenever you were robbed once of something by some men. And then there was something stolen out of a shed. Is that right, in New Jersey? Yes. Okay. But then we're talking about what happened there today. And this woman that she passed away, you said that you guys had yelled at each other 3 or 4 times in about a year and a half to 2 years. Is that right?
Yes.
And the last time she yelled at you a lot. Did you ever, I worked as a patrol deputy for years before becoming a detective. Did you guys ever get in like a fight in the street or anything like that? No, nothing like that.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm
sorry.
I gotta ask. I guess I don't know you that well.
No.
Did she ever brandish a weapon or anything like that, or something?
The only thing she ever did is she picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at me and hit me.
Okay. And I know that the police came out a lot of times. Did the police ever come out for that time when she threw the sign?
Yeah, and then everybody in the neighborhood said, "Oh, we didn't see anything."
Okay.
So it was a he said, she said. So they said they couldn't charge anything.
Sure.
I'm like, all right.
And obviously you have a firearm. I haven't had a chance to ask you about this. Now, is that a gun that you've had for years? Or you just had it for a couple of weeks? Help me understand that.
No, over a year.
Okay, over a year. And where do you normally keep that secured in the house?
That's usually next. It was in a garbage can next to my bed.
Okay. And is it like?
Now that was the Remington that you're talking about that you got over a year ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we were at the house, there was the other one, the 22 was a Ruger. Mm-hmm. How long have you had that firearm?
A few months.
Just a few months?
Yeah, not very long. And the only reason I did it is because it was so expensive to shoot the Remington.
Oh, the 380 rounds are expensive,
way more expensive. So I got the little plinker, just target practice and stuff like that.
Are you experienced with firearms? You got 2 guns, and it sounds like you have the little plinker, and you know about the price of ammo. Are you well versed with them?
I used to be terrified of firearms. And then a friend said, you really can't defend yourself. He said you should think about getting a gun.
Okay.
So,
when did you first get a gun? Was it just, or did you have other guns historically?
No, I never did.
Okay.
I first bought a 9mm, but it was just way too much gun for me, so I sold it. And then I got the little 380.
Okay. And did you go to any kind of training for those using guns, like going to the range, or tell me about that?
Went to the range, watched videos, all the other stuff, just self-educating, and I was going to go take a permit to carry course.
Sure.
And I didn't get around to it.
Yeah. Okay. So you were self-training yourself. You had plans to do that in the future, but it didn't come to that. So thank you for helping me understand that. And describe to me, AJ. You've only had these arguments with her a few times, but what I'm confused about is that we're talking about her banging on it 3 times, and then there's the pause, and there's everything else you just described in Detective Stipp. And you said that this was the time that she was going to come and kill you. That's confusing to me because it sounds like you guys really didn't have any other times that she was going to come and kill you?
No, she was saying she's going to kill me. I mean, she was verbalizing it. She was saying, I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
That's how, it's not like this is the time she's going to come and kill me. I mean,
So I'm trying to get into your mind, and I'm trying to be brought to that moment to why you believe that. And we were talking, you were in the bathroom, then you were in the kitchen. I mean, I know that she's saying something, and you're inside your house, and she's on the other side of that wall and that door. Were you able to ever see her to see if she had anything in her hands?
There's no peephole or anything.
There's no peephole, thanks. Okay. Were you able to look through a window or anything to see if she had anything in her hands or anything?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if what's going on, but you can hear her voice.
Yes.
And you said that she's hitting the wall hard enough that, was it the door?
The mirror.
That the mirror is moving.
Yes.
And she's hitting the door.
She's hitting the door.
Okay. There's no peephole or anything like that. You don't know who all's out there, but you can hear her voice.
Yes.
Okay. What made you shoot that spot on the door? It sounds like you had some experience with the gun, so bring me to that moment where what happened?
I grabbed the gun, I was shaking like a leaf, and the more she pounded, the more she screamed. I was like, stop, 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 go away, move away. She wouldn't move away. Finally, I'm going to kill you, and that was the last time, and I just fired the weapon.
Okay. Was there a spot you picked or something like that?
I just kind of, there was the door, I knew she was at the door. Shot the door.
So since the last time you and I talked, I went in the house. We, did the stuff inside the house as far as photographing, looking at where everything is at related to where the door is. And you said you had shot from the kitchen. So when you come in, it's
kitchen
like a
table.
kitchen table.
The table that's there, the two seats with the table.
Okay.
That's where I shot from.
That's where you shot from. Okay. Like right next to it,
Yes.
or like further back?
It was. I remember the table being there.
Okay. How were you holding the gun when you fired it?
Like
With
that.
2 hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were initially in the kitchen when, you went to the restroom and then you were in the kitchen looking for your phone while she was pounding on the door. And you said that you believe it was between 2 and 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Was that total time from when the first pounding started to the time that you fired the shot, 2 to 5 minutes? Or do you think it was shorter time than that or longer?
To me, it seemed like 2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes
More,
total.
Well, by the time I shot the weapon, at least 5 minutes.
Okay.
So-
Did she ever try to open that glass sliding door or open the door handle or anything like that? Or was it just the pounding?
I just remember her pounding and pounding and pounding.
Okay. So you said that you kept the firearm in the trash can in the bedroom. So at some point, did you go?
Yes,
So you thought about it and said, I might need this, or?
absolutely. I mean, I got terrified. I mean, I was so terrified she was going to come in and kill me.
Okay. So you left the kitchen area?
Yes.
And that's when you went to your bedroom?
Yes,
Okay. Where was the other gun at that time? Do you know?
I thought it was right there.
The Ruger?
I thought the Ruger was right there.
I mean, we found, yeah, it was, but you said that you used the 380, right?
Yeah.
When you fired the gun? Okay. Is there any reason why you chose that gun aside the other one? They were both loaded, right?
They were both loaded. I was just the one I picked up.
Okay. Did you handle the other gun at all?
I don't remember. Honest to God, don't remember.
Okay. Because the reason I asked is when we went in there, the 22 was actually on top of the 380. So, I'm just trying to figure out how it is that you went in there, took the 380, fired the 380, went back, and you would have put it back in there, but then the other gun was on top of it. So I'm just trying to figure out if maybe, you're just moving stuff around after things happened or something fell. I'm just trying to understand.
It may have fallen off the bed. I don't know. I just remember looking for my phone, and I just remember I put the gun back in. So, there's all kinds of papers in there, so it could have flip-flopped.
Is that an actual, do you use it for trash or those important papers that were in there?
Those are papers that I keep.
Okay. All right. So you said it was about, let me ask you this, and maybe this can kind of help us get a better time frame. From the time that you called 911, these kids are on my property again, they're yelling, what happened that first 911 call? That time that you hung up with 911, how long before she showed up and she was pounding on the door after you hung up?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So about 10 minutes after you disconnected and they said, hey, we have deputies on the way. 10 minutes after that is when she started pounding on your door. Okay. And you say anywhere, you believe from 2 to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there And I just want to be clear, 2 to 5 minutes from the first time she pounded to the time where you felt in danger enough to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times, I know this is, how many times do you think she was hitting your door during that time frame that you believe is about 2 to 5 minutes?
She just kept pounding it. Just kept pounding it and pounding it.
Just more
screaming.
than 5, more than 50? Like,
God, it had to be, I don't know. I can't even speculate. I just remember her pounding and pounding and screaming and yelling.
okay. And did you call 911 immediately after?
As soon as I found my phone.
Okay. How much time do you think after you fired the shot?
A few seconds.
So within a
I'd say
minute?
within a minute,
And you
yes.
immediately called 911?
Yes.
Did you call anyone else before?
No.
Did you call anyone else after?
No, I don't think so because you guys were here. I mean, you guys came right away.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
What's with the racial statements that everyone's saying that you made? I mean, have you ever used the N-word and they're using it against you? Have you said it in passing or something?
I have no idea. But it could have been I was speaking Hungarian and instead of English.
So you're native Hungarian? Is there?
My father was Hungarian, my mother was Polish, so we spoke mainly Hungarian in the household.
Okay. And is there, have you ever spoke Hungarian to these kids or anything like that?
Yeah, and they looked at me and said, "Stop making up your language." I said, okay.
So let me ask you real quick. You know that we had your phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a judge actually signed an order to allow us to go into the phone and look over certain things that would assist in trying to identify the time frames of things that happened. And during the interviews where we were out there talking to other people who live in the neighborhood, they told us that there's been times where you go out and either create video, like record with videos or take photographs of what the kids are doing in your area out there.
Yes.
So you know how anybody can have a phone or a device that's recording. So you would imagine, I'm sure the kids have phones out in the neighborhood. A lot of them have tablets that record video. So when we talk to these people and we talk to them, they tell us something, but we have to kind of verify that. So we ask them the same questions. Do you have any video, audio, anything that would document as what you're saying is true? So when he's asking you questions like that, sometimes we have to ask questions that we already know the answers to. And it's not to try to trick someone. It's just to try to see how credible they are and how reliable their statements are. So when we ask them something that we already know the answer to, and if they answer us and it matches up, then some of the stuff that we're still trying to learn and put the pieces together to, we have more credibility and believe in that. Again, he was referring to some of the racial statements that have been alleged. Where does that come from? And like, is there something more? Like, did something happen in the past, or is that how you were raised, or is it just something because these kids are just always like
when I was 12 years
antagonizing
old,
you?
they're forever antagonizing me. When I was 12 years old, some girl in middle school thought I was some other girl. And it came down to where I was stuck in a phone booth and at least 35 other people were around, all blacks. And so they ended up calling the police and he had to disperse the crowd. Okay.
And what ended up happening then? I mean, anything?
I had to leave school early every day. I couldn't be around. I couldn't do any extracurricular activities. I just had to be very careful at school.
Oh, wow.
And so it's just, it was craziness.
So I'm sorry, how did that, I mean, you're kind of describing it, I could take a guess, but I mean, how did that make you feel towards your classmates? Did you have friends at that school?
Yes.
Okay. So you had people that you could confide to and be friends with. But you said that you had to be escorted to the bus or something like that?
No, I left 5 minutes early every day.
You had to leave early every day. Okay. And how old were you when that happened?
12.
12. And I mean, it sounds like there's been some issues is that something that's caused problems with you for the rest of your life?
No.
No, that doesn't. Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So we're just trying to figure out where some of these, we heard that you said the F word and the B word. These are what the kids are saying.
I definitely dropped F-bombs.
Okay. And what are you saying the F word to?
Pick your fucking shit up.
referring to stuff on the ground or something. And when we say the B word, what are you referring to that? Who are you talking to? What are you saying when you use that language?
B word.
Yeah, which I'm assuming is bitch, but I don't really know. Have you said that word to them?
Remember.
Or is it bastard? Possibly bastard?
I don't know. Could have been either one.
Yeah.
Are those words that you've used when you're outside or around the kids or something like that?
I guess if they were really annoying me, I may have let one slip.
Okay. And how would they really annoy you? Like just
screaming. They
okay.
would scream.
The screaming, and that would maybe let one slip. Okay.
But the girls would do something so stupid. I've never seen anything like this before. They would go face to face with one another and see who could scream louder.
Yeah.
5 feet outside my door. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, why? I want to see who screams louder. I'm like, take it over to your house.
Sure. Okay. So Detective Stith has been talking to you about the timeline, okay? And some of the work we've done. Now, this is a picture that I draw. I'm not an artist at all, but when I tell you some of the work we've done, we spoke to all the people over. This is your house, by the way. Okay, this is. We'll put an S for you. We spoke to everybody in these buildings. We spoke to them all in these buildings, and we talked to anybody that had cameras that would see different areas. These cameras, they hear things. We're able to hear audio. We're able to hear things like that. And everyone we interviewed, I pretty much got the same, Detective Stith, I think we all got the same statement from every single person we interviewed. We lined up, well, we didn't line them up. These people were interviewed in different locations. Some of them were interviewed in different buildings, in different places. I interviewed them at different houses, and all these people provided me similar statements, okay? No one that provided these, now these people could hear her talking. Okay, because she was talking loudly. You said that you could hear it through the wall, and I can agree with that. Okay. She made a statement, something to the effect of, why'd you take my kid's iPad? Okay, somebody heard her say that.
I never touched an iPad. I never saw the iPad. I don't know what this iPad is about.
A tablet or something like that?
Again, no tablet, no iPad, no electronics at all. It was never there, or at least I never saw it.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
Maybe she's wrong, but was she asking you about a tablet or accusing you of something with a tablet or an iPad? I don't know if it's an iPad or a tablet. She could have? She could have. Okay. You seem unsure of some of the stuff she's saying through the door. Did she say you're not really sure if she said that?
She could have said it during her rants.
Okay. Yeah. She's saying these things. The thing is everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah.
That's not reasonable.
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not. I'm sorry.
Come
That's
out.
not what.
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean, you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so you can,
Well, I know.
Seriously.
What she's learned, what I'm learning, what these people have said is that she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside. Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet. No one that we've interviewed so far has made any statements about her saying that she wanted to kill you.
That's what I heard.
Okay. You said you were so in fear and you're shaking. Is your memory affected regarding this incident in some way?
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming, and I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Her son, earlier in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know. I remember. It was one of her sons, but he was there. He's like, "I'm going to make sure you get killed. I'm going to make sure that, And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Has this person ever shown you a weapon or anything like that?
No, but I mean, the little kid said it, and then all of a sudden his mom's coming over and she's banging and screaming. And
now I asked you this earlier. You said you can't see out there, but you've only seen her a few times. Mm-hmm. What means does she have to harm you through the wall?
Like I said, she was banging so much, everything was shaking and moving.
Now that house,
which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
That was my next question. So it's a cement block house, and the door, the deadbolt was activated, right?
The deadbolt was activated, right? You just didn't have the chain lock?
I don't I was going to say, I remember I didn't have the chain. I'm not quite sure if I had the deadbolt on or not.
Okay. I believe the last time we talked, you said you had the deadbolt, but you didn't want to get back close to the door to do the chain, is from what I recall. And you said you had the extra long deadbolt just installed. Recently?
Charles did it.
Okay, Charles.
So that's what the deadbolt's activated, the door's closed, it's a block house. I'm just trying to understand what made you so in fear of this woman if you have these things between you.
When we had spoken previously on the other time she screamed at me and I finally acquiesced. I said, whatever you want, I'm so sorry. She followed me a foot behind me up until I went into the house. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
What happened during that incident where she followed you? What was the conversation?
She said, oh, you called my kids, I can't remember, I think and a slave or something stupid like that. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. And I finally said, I'm going to leave this alone. I don't need, to get killed in the street.
Did she tell you if she had recordings of you saying that?
I have no idea.
One of the kids?
I have no idea.
But you apologized and she continued to follow you anyway?
Yeah, she followed me anyway.
How far did she follow you?
Like right up to where I go in by the wood.
By the fence?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
She finally just went away.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
That was like a month or two ago.
Okay. And was that an incident dealing with she had the dog and the kids were over there? No, that was something different. Okay. And I think that was, I want to say, was it April? Does that sound right? With the you had called because again the kids were over there, the dog was over there. Does that sound about right? Okay, but that was a different incident than what you're talking about. Okay.
Yes.
And where were you at when you had that conversation where she started following you? Where were you?
I was in the street.
Okay. Like by the mailboxes or?
No. I was close to her driveway.
Close to her driveway. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did she make any threats of physical violence to you then?
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
She was following you and that made you feel creepy, right? Or creeped you out, I think is the word you said?
Yeah.
Okay, but there wasn't any threats of physical violence then. And you said...
why would you, if the conversation is over, why would you still pursue someone? I mean, to me...
Was she still saying things? Was she still...
No,
talking?
She just followed me. And I just felt like, at any point in time, she could knock me down and do something. And I was like, oh my God. And I didn't want to tangle with her anymore.
Mm-hmm. And was it only her kid that you called a slave, or was there other kids in the neighborhood?
I never called anyone a slave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said sorry for it.
I said I'm sorry for it because I didn't know how else to diffuse the situation.
Okay, so you told her that you did say that, but you're saying that you were saying it to diffuse the situation?
Yes, absolutely.
So have you ever called any of those kids?
Never called them a slave. Never.
You never said anything about this not being an underground railroad?
An Underground Railroad comment or something like that was mentioned?
No.
We did so many interviews.
Jesus Christ, no.
There was a statement like that made.
All right, that's new to me. I mean, it's completely new to me. I don't know where the hell that came from.
So, Susan, I'm looking at this from the outside here, and this really is not adding up to me. You used the word reasonable and prudent earlier. That's an interesting series of words to use. That's like a series of words that we use as law enforcement officers when we try to look at things. And there's a big jump here that you're making logically I can't seem to make the jump. I'm having a really hard time getting there. You've known this woman for 1.5 to 2 years. Your only communications were 2 to 3 times. The dog's pooping, and then there was another time where you called her. You said, "I'm sorry" about calling your kids some names, and she followed behind you. You thought that was creepy. She's never threatened you. She's never displayed a firearm towards you. She starts yelling on your patio area, banging hard on your door, which your door is locked, and then you're scared. Now you're saying that you're scared, which, okay, I can get to that. I can get to that point that you're scared. There's someone knocking on your door.
No, it wasn't knocking. It was pounding.
Pounding. There's someone pounding on your door. Right. There's someone pounding on your door. They're pounding on your door, and I can't get to the point where pounding on the door leads to you being hurt or killed. I can't get that.
Because I thought she was going to break the door down. The door, you could see that it was all repaired and re-repaired and all that crap like that. So I never felt that door was secure.
You have an extended deadbolt, and you've never been in any kind of violent situation where someone's kicked in your door or like Kool-Aid Man through your entire wall. There has not been that situation. So I'm trying to do the reasonable and prudent. I'm trying to come into your shoes there, and I'm having a hard jump there because describe to me, AJ, what does she look like?
Tall black woman, heavy set,
Okay. Does she have a very muscular? You've only known her for a year and a half. You only had so many communications. I mean, is she like a muscular person that's able to, like, I don't know, do extreme feats of strength? Does she weight train in her front yard? Help me understand this.
No, I don't.
That's what I'm trying. I'm having a hard time with
he's
this.
Not being facetious. He's just trying to understand how we got from the point of someone
creepy.
But
She's gonna get through the wall is where I can't get there. I don't understand. What if, and I was thinking about this earlier, what if the police officer had already arrived and she is loud and she's still yelling, and now the officer's standing in front of the door and he does some knocks, but she's still on that darn patio yelling, and you're shooting, you can't see, there's no peephole, there's no window, there's nothing, and then you shoot, and what if the darn officer was on the other side of the door? You see what I mean? And obviously she's still running her mouth, she's still going, but you don't know what's on the other side of that door.
Hopefully he would have introduced himself.
I sure hope so. I mean, and that's what some of the issues are, that I can't get there, and I don't understand entirely what was going on in your mind, and I don't see how that is entire. Were you on alcohol or anything like? I gotta ask these questions. Were there anything in your mind that would impair yourself in your judgments?
I took Belbuca earlier in the day.
What is that?
It was for my back.
Okay, is that a narcotic?
Yes.
I'm not a muscle relax. I'm guessing here.
No, it's a pain reliever.
Okay, it's a pain reliever.
Mm-hmm.
And does that have like something on the bottle that it would?
It's a film.
Okay. Does that like don't use motor vehicles or something like that? What does it do to you? How does it make you feel?
It just makes me sleepy.
It's called, what is it called?
Belbuca.
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 Okay.
Does that have to do with your artery issue in your kidney?
No, I had a car wreck. So I had a fusion on my lower back. Fusion in my neck, and then laminectomy in my lower back.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got this thing that goes backwards. So I have some issues.
Okay.
And I have a torn rotator cuff.
Okay. And do you have issues with any kind of previous, from the car accident, I have to ask, a head injury which would impair your memory or affect your memory or anything like that?
I don't remember. I think I hit my head on the steering wheel from the accident.
Okay. Do you suffer time and spatial memory issues where you can't remember a certain amount of time and things like that? And the reason that I asked that is you have indicated that this was somewhere between like 5 to 10 minutes or something. Am I getting that right, Detective Stiff? Okay. From the cameras that we've looked at in the area here, this incident did not last for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, from the people that we spoke to, there's aspects of this that I can agree about. She's talking loud. She's banging on that door. We're going to agree with that. But the actual number of knocks, you did 3 knocks, and then you said there was a pause.
I never said 3.
Well, you said bang, 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 and then she stopped, which I counted 3. Now, okay. If there was something different, you can tell me. I was remembering earlier. You said bang, bang, bang. There was 3. Then she stopped, and then she continued to, and then what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing has led me to believe as an investigator that it was like 5 to 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Maybe it just seemed like it was longer.
Okay.
Probably because, the adrenaline rush and just getting so upset.
Sure. Whenever adrenaline comes in, it can make things seem like they stretch out. From some of the other statements, we've got some of the things that we've learned. It sounds more like there was 3 knocks and then there was 3 more and then she was shot. It sounds like this was very quick. It sounds like this was like within a span of less than 20 seconds is what I would say. Is it possible that your time is off on this?
It could be.
Okay.
Because to me, it felt like forever.
Okay.
So
if this is like what's being described as a 20-second, this is a brief encounter. It's a brief encounter with loud banging, with loud yelling. The statements that some of the statements that you're saying occurred, like I'm going to kill you and those kind of threats. No one else has heard you. No one else has heard her make those statements. Okay. I'm worried that some of the prior experiences you've had in your life that we've talked about today, they are traumatic experience, violence against you. When you were a kid, all those people coming and trying to get you, that there's something going on in your head. Are you not sure about some of the things we've talked about today regarding some of the things you're saying that you heard? Is it possible she never threatened you at all?
No, I swear to God, I thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's why I just panicked. As soon as those words came out of her mouth, I was like, Jesus Christ, she's going to kill me.
Okay. And how did you imagine yourself being killed? Remembering that there's that block wall, that door, how was she going to be able to do that? What makes you think that she was able to do that?
She was still pounding, but that she could have come right through that glass wall. The glass door.
Well, we talked about pounding on the door. Did she ever pound on the glass wall? Is it a window or wall? Help me.
It's doors. It's sliders.
Glass sliding door.
Yeah.
She pound on that?
She may have. I don't know. All I kept thinking is she's going to gain entrance. She's going to kill me.
And that's why I asked you earlier if you recalled if she tried to. Was that door locked? The sliding glass door?
Yeah.
Was that safe? Do you have like anything?
I had I think there was a wood piece in there.
The slider.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't recall if she tried that door?
I just remember lots of pounding.
Lots of pounding.
Just to me, it was just an enormous amount of pounding, screaming, yelling, and I felt like she was going to come through that door.
And I think Detective Pender touched on it. Like in your head, what during the panic, during all these thoughts, what did you feel that was going to happen?
And she's going to come in there and beat the shit out of me until I was dead.
Okay.
That's what I felt. I don't understand why she came over my house. If there was all these issues and problems, why didn't she just call somebody? That's, to me, that's what you would do if you're normal. That's a normal thing to do. If something happens to me, I call the police. The kids are being run or she's banging it, But when I couldn't find my phone and everything, I was just like, shit. I honestly felt she was going to kill me.
Okay, so during that time, you had hung up with 911. You still estimate approximately 10 minutes before the banging started.
Yes.
And then you saying anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes or longer that the banging and the yelling lasted. However, as Detective Pender mentioned, we've reviewed video.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked to multiple people out there who all kind of give the similar. Everybody's perspective is different,
mm-hmm.
and that's why I asked you this same question a couple of times, because people's perspectives, we could be both looking at the same thing,
mm-hmm.
and later on you asked us the same question. We have different reactions, different answers, mm-hmm. because we focus on different things, we remember different things. That's why everybody's unique, and that's just the way it is. But to be that similar in some of the specifics of what we're really looking
mm-hmm.
at, we're talking about a very tight, a much more tighter time frame of this incident that happened at your front door before that shot was fired. So is that possible? Is that feasible that it was a shorter time frame?
To me, it felt. I'm giving you what I felt and what I thought it was.
Okay.
All right. Now that you're out of the moment,
mm-hmm.
Do you think that she could somehow get through that wall now that you're out, now that you're not in the house anymore, and that
I still feel that fear. I just still feel she was coming at me. I'm sorry. It's what I feel.
Okay.
I've just, it's been playing in my head over and over again, and I just kept thinking of that and how terrified I was.
Was your goal to shoot and kill her?
No.
What was your goal?
To shoot and hopefully, she'd hear the shot and dissipate.
But you took aim at the door, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the goal was to strike the door and to dissipate it. I'm having a really hard time making this jump here that this unarmed person on the other side of the wall is somehow gonna get into your house and kill you. I'm just really having a hard time getting there. I've been doing this job as a homicide investigator for several years, and I've seen houses that are made out of like pretty much be paper mache. Okay, doors that are so thin, like balls of wood you could just push through. And this is a block house with a solid door. I've seen cases before where there is an angry spouse and let me back in the house. You can't throw me out. And they'll kick the wall as hard as they can. And they're not getting in some of these doors open inwards, outwards. I don't know which way your door opens. Which way does it open? It opens outward?
think it opens out.
Okay. So
It
it
opens inwards.
opens inwards. Okay. So, they work on these doors and they're not even able to make entry, and they just give up. And I'm really having a hard time understanding, like, how if you could go back in time, would you not do what you did? Would you take it back and I don't know, wait another however long it took for the police to get there? I'm trying to understand that. Do you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honest to God thought she was going to kill me. I mean, that's all I felt. I just felt that terror. I mean, it was sheer terror.
So I went out to the house that morning, when I met you out there, and I tested the door. First of all, I looked at the door. We processed the door just to see what areas might have been touched by AJ. I looked at the door frame where it had been repaired. It looked like there was a type of putty or something used where the wood frame had been separated. I examined the deadbolt lock. The strike plates were in there pretty fastened, pretty securely. The bottom lock, just the doorknob lock. And even with the door closed, I stood on the outside. There were no indentations, no dents in the door anywhere that I could see. And I pounded on the door pretty hard, and that was with the door unlocked completely. There was no lock secured, and that door was very sturdy. I'm not trying to take away the fears of being scared and everything, because I think that is a legitimate, scary situation to be put in. But to justify to go from being scared to a point where you're taking deadly force on someone who's standing on the other side of the door and you don't even know where you're shooting at, that's a big jump. And I think that's where Detective Pender is.
It could have been one of the kids standing there or something.
But it was her standing there. I mean, I heard her voice.
Sure, but some people don't talk. They're more quiet.
Regardless of that fact, as I was saying, to go from that, and I didn't even have any locks, and I'm pounding on it. And yes, there were our forensic technicians were inside looking, and yes, things were vibrating, but they also stated that the door didn't seem like it was going to move, and it barely budged, even with the door unlocked. So, and that's why it's important for us to go through these things to try to determine, to try to put ourselves in your position, in your mind at that time as much as possible. But to get that, help us try to understand that a little bit more, to get to that point from a fairly secure door. Because like he said, it's true. We've gone to some of these trailers where you can pretty much push the door open and
that's not your house. Your house is pretty secure. That landlord did a good job, I guess, keeping everything secure. It looked like everything was good. So you've never had a break-in there before, right? Okay, no break-ins there. There's the rod in the track. Did you have? I know that you spoke to this woman 2 or 3 times before. Did you speak to her earlier that day on Friday?
No.
Okay, so you didn't talk to her earlier that day, Friday. There wasn't. Did you have any conflicts with anybody in particular on Friday at all?
Just the kids when it wasn't a conflict. I just told them, come on, stop trespassing, move along, take it. The kids kept putting things out. They had marbles by my truck. They put their skates out. I tripped over the skate one morning that I had to leave very early, and I'm like, crap. And I'm like, stop leaving your freaking toys here. I'm not the most stable person, with my knees and stuff like that. So when I'm walking, if I fall again, who the hell knows what's going to happen between my back and my knees and, the other injury. And I don't understand why they just keep leaving their crap there. And I'm like, it
sounds frustrating.
It's extraordinarily frustrating.
You said there was a skate. Was there something that happened with the skate on Friday?
When the kids were there, they keep leaving the skates really close to the house. I'm like, stop already, because when you go around and you do stuff and you're bringing packages in, sometimes I bring the truck up. I'm like, I don't want to walk over your skates and shit. I'm like, pick your damn shit up. So
where were those skates when you picked them up?
I want to say they were maybe 5-6 feet of the sidewalk.
On the grass?
Yes.
Okay. And you took a photograph of that with your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a video at some point. It looked like you were taking a picture or a video through the screen From you being inside
Yes.
to them outside?
Mhm.
Is that around the time frame that you shot him the bird or something along those lines? Maybe not right. Okay.
Probably.
Okay. Because it looked like there was a bunch of them kind of further out in the field, but there was a lot of kids playing out there, and I guess
the screaming. You heard how much
yeah.
they were screaming over the TV.
Okay, so when you went out there, and one of AJ's kids was out there, and this is around the time frame where you threw the skates out into the yard or something like that. But this is also that was what was reported to us from a few people.
Yes.
But also during that time frame was where that tablet situation came up. So is there any reason?
I don't know what this tablet thing is.
It's like an Amazon tablet, electronic tablet.
I never saw the tablet. Never. He kept saying, "Where's my tablet? Where's my tablet?" I had
so he did ask you about it, but you didn't have it.
Of course not.
So you never.
I never saw it. Never picked it. Never touched it up. Nothing.
Why would he make that part up? If
I have no idea.
Because he said, and it really doesn't change.
Doesn't change.
It doesn't change anything. I'm just trying to understand. He said that he was going to the basketball courts after they played in the field. And he's like, I forgot my tablet. And he comes over and he sees you holding it. And he says, put it down.
No.
And you kind of tossed it down. And then that's when you threw the skates and one of them hit him in the toe or the foot or something like that.
No, because they were standing here and I threw it with my left hand.
Okay.
I made sure that I didn't. I just threw him over to the other side. Never
and that's
touched
when you
each
told
other.
him to fetch or something?
Yes.
You told him to
I
fetch
said, you
it?
can go fetch it over there now.
Okay.
Because he said, give me my skates.
Mm-hmm.
Get your skates. I'm like, here, go get them.
You already had them in your hand at that point? Or
I
he said,
think
give them
so.
to you? Okay. What were you going to do with them?
Just throw them on the other side. Just get them away.
But you don't remember the tablet or anything like that?
It was never a tablet. I never saw a tablet, never touched a tablet. I don't know where the hell the tablet came from. So I have no idea.
And then the situation with the umbrella. I know we had talked about it a little bit before, but do you remember who that was out there when? Was that when? Excuse me. Was that when the older AJ's older came over? What was he saying to you?
That's when he has said, I said, you guys need to leave. He said, I don't need to leave. I can be anywhere I want. I have, I forget what the hell he said. Just something to the effect that I have no limits where I can go. I'm like, okay.
Okay, but he wasn't the one that was there when you tossed the roller skates into the yard. It was the other child?
It should have been both boys.
Were they both there with the roller skate thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you came out, the umbrella that was behind your door, was that the one?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly happened with that? Because that's another one of those things where we were talking to people who were right there. Kind of, they already heard some yelling and back and forth, so they're kind of watching. And
I may have been talking with my hands. So
swinging the umbrella.
Yeah, just come on, guys, leave. Gesturing. So
how far away were they when you were doing this?
Oh
and where do you think you were at?
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then they were at least 5-7 feet away from me.
Okay.
They weren't even close.
What did they do when you were swinging it around?
Nothing.
They didn't do anything?
No, there was no reaction.
They didn't say anything?
No.
They didn't back away?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay.
It didn't rain on Friday. Why did you have an umbrella?
I thought it was raining. We had precip, and I thought when the kids got quiet that it rained finally, and they went home.
So that's why you had the umbrella out?
Yes.
So it sounds like there's a lot of things going on with the kids that day. It sounds like you're taking videos, and then there was a middle finger towards this guy. It sounds like the skates are in the way. You had to throw those because she says, "Give me the skates." You throw the skates, and then you're swinging the umbrella because they're not getting away. There's a lot going on with the kids. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are the kids yelling that day?
Oh, they were screaming and yelling.
Screaming and yelling. Okay. It sounds like there was things going on with them, and then one of the kids' moms comes up to your house and knocks on the door. Is that right? Did she say what she was knocking on the door about? I don't remember if we covered that.
AJ? Yes.
Yes, AJ. Was it about the umbrella or the skates or something different? Because I
want to speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons.
Okay, so she bangs on the door and she wants to, because we've talked about all the things that happened that day. She's banging on the door and she wants to address you regarding how you're talking to her sons.
Yes.
And there's already been that prior incident in the 2 or 3 times that you guys met, and one of those times it was you're talking to her sons and you're saying like racial things like that, racial slurs.
I didn't say racial slurs.
She said that you did.
She said that I did.
Okay. So it sounds like she has a reason that she wants to talk to you, and she's banging on your door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But she's enraged, she's screaming, she's not acting to me what would be like a normal, average, everyday, reasonable person. I mean, to me, that was someone who was really angry.
You're for certain that when you went to retrieve your gun, that's where you keep it in that trash can? That's where it was at? I'm sorry, did you remember what you were thinking about?
Susan, real quick here. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues, depression, bipolar disorder?
No.
Have you ever had to go to a mental health facility?
No.
Have you ever sought therapy for anything?
Yes.
What have you sought therapy for? For the okay. And is that something you attended as a child or something you attended later on in your life or something like that?
I was like 20 years old.
Okay. And when you were seeking therapy, what were you trying to heal? What were you trying to fix? Aside from the sexual abuse, was there something psychologically that happened to you?
I just shut down.
You just shut down?
Yeah, I wasn't feeling any emotions or anything like that. I just had no emotion whatsoever. It was just flat effect.
Okay. Did therapy help you with that?
Yes.
And then later on in life, you had a friend that was buried and the breathing in the dirt and then the screaming.
That
and then
happened before the therapy.
And then I remember one of the words you heard was that causes you to be triggered whenever you hear screaming.
And the reason why I say triggered is I worked at the guest house where they do therapy and stuff. So just picked up some of the words as I was working there.
Sure. So when you say triggered, how does that make you feel? What does that do to you?
It just makes me feel horrible.
Horrible. What is that like? What is that feeling? Is it a feeling inside your body? Describe that to me more.
Just absolutely horrible. Like I'm sick.
The screaming makes you feel sick. Okay. Does this sick feeling, does this triggered feeling ever make you do things that you wouldn't normally do? Say things you wouldn't normally say, act in ways you wouldn't normally act because of some trauma that you had?
I was going to say, I don't know.
You're not sure? Do you ever sometimes feel as if you get so upset about something, crying, angry, or something like that, that it overwhelms you? That you get overcome with emotion? Does anything like that ever happen to you?
The only time was with death, but I figured that was normal emotions.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes whenever people get picked on and they get yelled at and they hear yelling and things like that with you, they say things and they do things they don't mean. They see red. That's what some people say. They see red. And I wasn't myself, detective, and they say things like that to me. And I'm trying to understand if some of these kids have triggered you and made you do things and say things that isn't you, is not Susan, is not the person that's sitting in front of me. Do you ever feel like anything like that ever happens to you?
The kids definitely just make me feel, sick. I mean, they just, they call me grandma. They call me Karen. I'm trying to think. They said horrible things. The other thing was, I'm trying to think of some kind of stupid infection. I can't remember what the hell it was.
Do you say horrible things back that you wouldn't normally, that you're not proud of?
Absolutely. So I just, stop. It's like, stop.
I didn't ask you this before, but I saw inside you have it's almost a home office set up. Mm-hmm. Do you work from home?
Yes.
You do? So you're pretty much, you're always there and you're always having to be susceptible to whatever they do. And now it's summertime.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. But I'm very pragmatic. I'm like, if you see the stuff up here and this is my front door, why do you keep coming by my front door screaming and yelling? And they're like, doesn't matter. You don't matter. I had a little black kid come up to me and said, you're white, you're old, you have no one in your life, you're not worth anything. So I'm like, great.
What did you tell that person?
I told them we're always alone. Guess what? You come in the world alone and, you leave the world alone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when you say that, it sounds like you handled that well. When you say that you've said things before that you're not proud of, describe that to me.
I shouldn't have called them names. I shouldn't have said bitch or fucker. I should have reined it in a little.
Okay. And then when we talk about racial slurs, have you made those not to anyone in particular? You've just spoken to the air. You've spoken to other people because there's been multiple different ways that we've kind of been learning about you saying these things. Describe that to me and specifically.
In regards to?
Words like the N-word that you've said. Describe that to me specifically when you've said that.
I can't remember if I said it or if I didn't say it.
You sound unsure.
Whether it's out of anger or,
yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
someone's calling you names and you can become kind of overwhelmed with, you're having to hear this kind of thing all the time. And like you said, you might say something that you normally wouldn't say.
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
So I've noticed there's been some gaps in your memory, and that's why I've asked you about your memory, because some of the specific things that I asked, specifically this, you say, I'm not sure, I don't remember. And that's happened a couple times while we've been talking today. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to better understand that is why you don't remember some of these things specifically of what's going on. I don't know if it's something you feel shameful or embarrassed about. I don't want you to feel that way while we're talking. I'd rather you just be honest with me. Mm-hmm. But that's why I've been asking you some of those things. Is there any reason why anybody would have any video or anything like that of you saying like the N-word? Is there any reason why someone would have that?
I have no idea. And if I did let it go, I'm sorry. I could have slipped out.
Being honest with, what context would it slip out, do you think? I mean, what would happen for you to say something like that?
If they were being extraordinarily rude, or if they were just, I was always taught the N-word meant that you were just being unlawful, dirty, just, I don't know, generally not being pleasant.
Okay.
And that's only because, again, Dad was Hungarian, Mom was Polish, and it came up in the conversation, so they asked me to go to my friend Sheila and ask her, what does the N-word mean? And her mom said, no, it just means that someone who doesn't work, someone who is not productive, someone who is not, acting normally, lawfully.
Sure. So. Okay. And in the times that you...
I'm sorry. There's just a lot of other words that are, I believe, out there to describe those things as well. I mean, what is it in particular about that word, or slave boy?
I never said slave boy. I never said the word slave. Never.
Okay.
So I don't know why you keep coming back to this.
Well, that's just
someone had mentioned, and like I said,
no, never. Never uttered the word
that you used the word slave or
absolutely not.
Something like that. Is there any reason why anybody would have a video like that? Is there any reason why that would exist?
No, there shouldn't be. Shouldn't be anything like that.
Okay. Yeah,
the Underground Railroad comment again. Remember, there's people out there.
I never made an Underground Railroad comment.
Okay.
So I don't know where the hell that came from.
Okay, I kind of want to go through my notes real quick, make sure that we covered everything. We covered a lot of things. Can I get you another water or anything while I go through this? Okay. Yeah, let me go through the notes and make sure we didn't miss anything here. And we'll be right back in.
Okay. Is there anything else that you need right now? Use the restroom or anything? Yeah. Use the restroom? Okay, give me just 1 second. Make sure the restroom's clear.
Restroom, please, thank you.
Absolutely. Okie dokie.
Were you able to go to the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. So while we were in there going over everything, and my supervisor came in, he's actually kind of been listening a little. And something that caught my ear, like when we were talking earlier, you had mentioned the words, and I asked you to repeat it because I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You had mentioned terminology like reasonable and prudent in reference to how AJ was acting at your door while she was trespassing and everything. Where did that come from, that terminology? Is that
watching TV?
Watching TV? Okay. Like documentary stuff, or like what?
Probably just crime shows and stuff.
Crime shows, okay. And I have to ask you this: have you done any research on like the laws as far as like in Florida, as far as self-defense and things like that?
I looked at it today.
You looked at it today?
When I was on Facebook. Just some things that, they had it up on Facebook.
So describe that. What did you, specifically, what you were reading about and learning about?
They said self-defense, and I'm trying to think what the hell else I looked at today. Such crap. Mostly emails. But I just remember saying self-defense, and there was a bunch of lawyers and stuff like that.
So prior to today, even the last time that you and I spoke on very early Saturday morning, you had used some of that same kind of terminology in describing the situation that occurred at your front door. Prior to today, had you ever done any kind of research like that? And before I ask, let me just say, if we were to look through everything in your phone or your home desktop computer, is there anything kind of research on your internet history that would show that you've done research on like self-defense? Or have you ever heard of the term stand your ground?
Yes.
Have you ever done any kind of research on that?
Yes, when it was mentioned on some guy shot someone at a convenience store, and they said stand your ground laws.
Was that like a Florida situation? Because I know every state has kind of different laws.
I think it was Florida. It was Florida.
Okay. And when was that?
God, years ago.
It was years ago?
Yeah, that was a years ago thing.
So nothing recent that would be on like your internet browser history?
I just looked it up today.
Right, but I mean other than basically before this incident occurred at your door, but we're not talking like a couple years ago. We're talking about within the last few months. Would there be, because your internet browser, even if you delete it or you go on private browser, if we take a look at those things, because we did go through your phone, the judge signed an order for us to be able to do that. He agreed that there was reasonable enough evidence to be able to do that. So if that were the case, if we were just to look through that, would there show anything that you were looking up, stand your ground or self-defense laws in Florida on the internet?
I don't know. I look up tons of stuff.
Is it a possibility that you looked that up?
Could have been. I don't know.
Okay.
I look up. I just,
and the reason I ask is
I just go and see why the laws were. So I want to know why. Like if they have an article, what happened in the situation? What?
Well, Susan, I think you know the reason why I'm asking that question. You're smart, okay, and the reason is.
Oh hell no, no. Absolutely. I know what you're thinking. Did I look up the laws so I could do something? No, absolutely
this is not a situation where you set something up because you were tired of this person. You were tired of the situation that they put you in.
No.
Okay.
Sorry. No.
Okay. So while I was out there going through the notes and everything, I went through so when someone calls 911, as soon as that call goes to our communication center, it logs it, gives us a timestamp, hour, minute, second from the very first time that call was received to the time that it's disconnected, okay? And that's for every single time someone calls. So the first time when you called 911 talking about the boys out there trespassing and things of that. So that call started at 8:54 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes. I really wasn't looking at the clock or anything. I just remember calling.
That's what time it says on our call center. And that call lasted for 5 minutes and it disconnected. At 8:59, deputies are on the way. Okay. Now, you estimated that it was approximately 10 minutes after you disconnected until the AJ started pounding on your door. Is that correct? Is that what? Okay. So the second 911 call where you called, lady was banging on my door, I shot her through the door. That call came into our call center. It was received at 9:01, which is 2 minutes after you hung up with the communication center the first time. So that's 2 minutes that all these things that you say occurred happened at your front door. From pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding, I'm going to kill you, all these things. Within 2 minutes, she showed up at your front door and did all these things to the time that you pulled the trigger, went and found your phone, and then called 911. So, and that's why I'm trying to get.
To me, it seemed like that amount of time. That's why I thought it was that amount of time.
Well, so clearly we've established that was not true, that's not the case, but that's what you felt it was.
Yes,
so you also told me that you That's what you heard, that she was
Yes.
going to kill you. Is it possible that she did not say that, and that's what you heard or you believed, just like you believed it was 10 minutes between those calls?
I just thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's what I heard. That's why I was so in fear of my life. I was like, Jesus Christ, and she's pounding on my door. She's going to break in. She's going to kill me.
But is it a possibility, if you believe that there was 10 minutes to 15 minutes, adding in 10 minutes before it started, and then approximately another 5 minutes on top of that, that you believe that 2 minutes was 15 minutes, was it a possibility that maybe you thought you heard that, but it wasn't that what she actually said?
I have no idea. That's what I heard.
Okay.
I'm telling you what I heard.
So, Susan, we've talked enough that I've come to a conclusion here. Everything that I've learned, okay, and I see this on a scale here. Detective Stiff had brought up, you are Susan. Are you the Susan that has done research on Stand Your Ground and has planned for this to happen? Was planning for this to happen? There's a spectrum here. Is this the Susan over here, and then there's also could be a Susan over here that was, I have a gun in the house. I'm scared. Someone is knocking on the door. I'd like them to go away. I'm just gonna, I picked up the gun and I accidentally shot the gun. There's a Susan somewhere in the world like that. You've somehow found a spot in the middle where you're trying to explain this, but it doesn't actually make any sense. That within 2 minutes, because we know it's 2 minutes, within 2 minutes, this person came over and they were able to put down a series of statements such as, and you said this, that they came right up to and they want to have a discussion with the way that you were treating their kids that day. You said that they were able to make that sentence. I want to talk to you about the kids. I'm banging on the door. I want to talk to you about the kids. They're making statements like that. We've interviewed other people that it was a very brief interaction, and then you shot them. Now, this wasn't a long siege. It wasn't a castle siege. It didn't last for 20, 30 minutes. It was 2 minutes. So you're trying to tell us that a reasonable person would shoot somebody for less than 2 minutes of making statements outside. That doesn't make any sense. So that I have to look on the scale here. Where is Susan? Did she plan this? Is she a cold-blooded killer that plans things? Was this an accident? Or was this something that got out of hand? Is it somewhere in the middle? That makes more sense. Not what Susan's telling me. Is it somewhere in the middle? Because I know that I talked to Detective Stiff. We kind of went through your first interview. And in that first interview, you had even said to the kids, you know what, go get your mom.
No, I didn't.
You said something along the lines as when they said, I'm going to go get my mom, you said, go get her.
Go get her. Which is fine. I want to talk to an adult too. I don't want to talk to a kid.
I'm never saying that.
And so this has happened a few times during our interview also. You have these, I don't remember. There's been a couple times that you don't remember. And these are important things to remember. And you're not able to remember them. I believe that you do remember them, and that worries me. That makes me feel like you're not telling us it because you are that you are Susan, the person that is planning. I'm just trying to figure out who's sitting in front of me here. Yeah. Is it over here? I've been planning this. I picked up the gun and I was waiting for her to come over because it was very quick. It was 2 minutes. Or it was, I had the gun in my hand and I made a mistake, but now I've dug my heels in and I've made these statements so far to Detective Stiff about a mistake I made, and I feel like I can't go back. I don't want to feel like you're at a point that you can't go back. We are all human. And I'm going to tell you this, 99% of the people that sit in front of me in this room, they do not tell me the truth like the entire time. But then we get to a point where I show them that everything they're saying actually doesn't make any sense. And I always tell them, I say, look, we want to go the path of least resistance. We don't want to go down the path of embarrassment or humiliation or I made a mistake. They don't want to do that, but I show them everything. And they say, you know what? And I don't hold it against them. I don't take anything personally. If you had said something before that was not true and you felt like you had to go down that path to protect yourself or whatever it is, but it's not true, this is your opportunity to tell us. And I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to say Susan is a jerk or a liar or anything like that. I'm going to say what Susan's saying now makes a little bit more sense for me and Detective Stiff. And this is that opportunity. If something is different than what you originally told us, I might be able to make sense out of it because I know your history now. I know that you were a victim of some kind of sexual trauma. I know that there was things that happened to you when you were in school. I know that you have gone through hard experiences, and maybe that influenced why you said the things you said before. But I can tell you right now, what we've learned, what we've discussed all leading up to this, it doesn't make any sense. So this is your opportunity to actually tell us that something that does make sense. I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to get mad. But whenever AJ was coming over that evening, what happened? What happened? Bring me to that moment when you had the gun in your hand. What were you thinking?
All I wanted her was to go away. I just, I felt she was going to come through that door and kill me. I'm sorry, that's what I felt. I just felt she was going to come through the door and kill me.
Okay.
It was a tremendous fear.
Did you feel bad for what happened?
Oh, Christ, yes.
Do you? Because the first time that we talked, there was a point where I informed you that AJ had passed away. And I wasn't sure if you've been aware of that or not. I know they transported her in an ambulance from there.
No, I saw them doing CPR.
Yeah. So when I informed you of that, you showed emotion. You showed what appeared to me to be at least somewhat of remorse for what had happened. So do you feel bad for what had happened?
Absolutely.
You feel bad for the children?
Christ, yes.
So, and I think, Detective Pender we're trying to give you the opportunity to try to explain some of these discrepancies in the story. Now, the things that don't really add up or make sense. And you maintaining that you were in fear for your life.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like at this point, today you really haven't, and I'm not judging you, everybody processes things differently. So I understand that. But you haven't really seemed remorseful for today, at least, for what had happened.
Oh, God. It just makes me sick. I don't know I can't take it back. It's transpired. It's in the past. I don't know what the hell to do. It's just probably me shutting down again.
Okay. Do you think that's a trauma response or something? I know you said you had gone through a lot of
probably
flat affect and things like that in the past.
I mean, it's a horrible situation. And inner conflict is horrible because, it goes against my faith. I broke a commandment. I feel horrible for what I did.
Okay. So looking back on it now, and do you think that she was actually going to get through that door? I mean, be honest with us, because
felt she was coming through the door. Yeah. As God is my witness, I thought she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, it's just what I felt.
So, I mean, at this point, like, we've talked to you, we've talked to a lot of people and gone through the evidence. We've discussed all of this with the state attorney's office as well. After talking to you for several hours on Saturday morning and then today, I feel that there was a level of fear, but from everything I've seen, it doesn't rise to the level for you to justify shooting through a closed door and with a firearm. Okay, and I think that wasn't reasonable what you did.
I felt so terrified. I just felt so terrified. Here she comes again. Again she's screaming, she's yelling, she's acting unreasonable. And
let me ask you this. You said that you went on Facebook today. I can only imagine that at some point you may have seen some of the news dealing with this case and this story.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of stuff did you see?
I threw a tablet at the child. I said all kinds of things that I never said.
You know what I saw? I saw 4 kids that no longer have a mother. And I'm not taking away how you were treated, but those are children nonetheless, right? And now they don't have a mother to go home to. And I think you know what you did was wrong. I think you know that there were already deputies on the way.
But there was times I called and the deputies never showed up.
I understand. It's been 2 minutes. So
to me, it wasn't 2 minutes. To me, it was much longer. In my mind, it felt like.
But there's only one reality where time exists, and I understand perception of time can be different for different people. But in the reality of things, you had just disconnected. Within 2 minutes, a shot was fired through that door. There was that much that transpired within that 2 minutes where statements were made, I want to know why you're throwing stuff at my kids or whatever it was she was saying, and then shot fired and she's down, and then another 911 call comes in. There's no way to justify that in my mind. I don't think in Detective Pender's mind, and clearly in other people's minds that we've discussed this case with the state attorney, our legal counsel, and things like that. So, I mean, at this point, we've discussed it with the state, and they are on the same terms as far as charging you with a manslaughter. Okay.
Okay. I don't know what to say. I was in fear for my life. I mean, honest to God, I just feared that she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, that's how I felt. I can't change the way I felt. I mean, it was sheer terror on my part. I mean, honest to God, I was shaking.
So one of the things I want to ask, because at the point where I did let you know and I informed you, what had ultimately happened to AJ after that shooting, that she had passed away, and obviously she has 4 kids, and I was observing the interviews that were conducted with them and the emotions that they were going through, and you shared some of those same emotions at points through the conversations that we had, and I just want to, obviously I can't let you talk to them or give a message to them and face to face. But I would it's up to you if you would like to write them a letter or something to kind of, whatever's on your mind or in your heart.
You don't have to. We're just going to leave a notepad and a pen in the room. Obviously, we have some paperwork to do, so we're going to have to step out to do that, and obviously talk to our boss. I offer it to everybody that we can't let them talk to, so it's just something we do.
Understood.
So if you'd like to do that,
we're going to get that paperwork going, like you said.
But that's where the state's at right now. That's where we're at, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in just a minute, okay? But if you'd like to write them something, that's right there, okay?
We're going to head over there in a second. Can you go ahead and stand up? I need to get a picture of you before we walk you over. Stand up for me real fast. All right, can you take a step back? This is not a good camera for... All right. All right, hang on one second. Let me go take the stick. We're going to head on over there, okay?
All right, Susan. All right, we're gonna have you go with this deputy here.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No what?
I can't.
What's wrong? What's going on?
I just can't. I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, we're to that point where that's what's going to happen. Obviously, this isn't a conviction. This is you being charged, and then you're going to have your day in court to present your side of the story. Okay, so you're going to go with this deputy.
No, I'm not.
You're going to be booked in.
No, I'm not.
And fingerprinted.
No.
They're going to take your pictures, and then you will have an arraignment in the morning.
I'm not going to. Sorry.
There's a phone down there. You'll be able to call whoever you need to call, right there in booking.
I'm not going.
But Susan, we are going. There's no change in that now. You're under arrest. In fact, we can probably go ahead and put handcuffs on her. Let's get you handcuffed.
No.
Stand up.
No, don't touch me.
Susan.
Stand up, Susan.
No.
Listen.
Sorry, I can't.
It can go one of two ways. It can go an easy way or it can go a really hard way.
I'm sorry.
We don't want it to go the hard way.
I'm so sorry.
Susan, put yourself in our position. There's no choice in this. You're going over there.
I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Susan, you understand that from the point of the story that you've given us, that by refusing and resisting, that it's making you look bad, okay? And I understand your reluctance to want to go.
I just can't do
Okay,
this.
well, they have medical staff over there
As soon
that
as
can
you get over
assist
there, there's a
you.
nurse right in the front.
They can,
No.
you give them the
can't
prescription
do this.
medications that you're taking, all of that. They will assist you in making sure that you get the care you need.
No,
But
I can't
we're
do
going
this.
over there, okay? You're
I
going to go
can't.
over there and,
I just can't do this.
okay. Well,
Come on, Susan, stand up.
if
We
we
don't have
have,
time to
Seriously,
debate.
I can't do this.
okay, but do you understand that you're under arrest and you're
I
going to be
understand
taken to
under
the jail
arrest.
one way or another, okay?
I don't care.
Susan?
I just can't do this. I'm sorry.
I don't. What you're saying and doing right now is not reasonable.
I know it's not
There's been
reasonable, but I
people-
just can't do this.
So when you
So-
say it's not reasonable, that doesn't make sense to me.
I understand. I just can't do this. I'm sorry.
Okay. And this is why we're in this position here, Susan, is because the decisions you make are not reasonable. You make just like what
I'm
we're
sorry.
experiencing right now.
I'm sorry. I just can't do this. I can't do this.
I've had people sit in this chair that have done things and they get up, they walk out on their own accord. They've done some really bad things. Okay, you're not the only person, but I need you
I
to.
just feel horrible. I can't do this.
Okay, well, we're going to go to the jail. There's no changing this. There's no stopping it.
I don't care. Kill me.
We're not going to kill anybody. We're going to take you to the jail. We'd rather you walk on your own. We'd rather you just walk down there. It'd be so much better for everybody if we could just walk down
Can
there.
you just stand up for me?
No.
So what do you plan on sitting here the rest of the night?
I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to die of a heart attack.
Well, like I said, they have medical staff over there. We want to be able to get you over there.
The quicker we get you over there, the quicker someone over there that's in medical can see you.
No, I just can't do
Susan, this is what's going to happen. We're going to put you in handcuffs, and if we have to forcefully bring you out there, that's what we
We're
have to
gonna
do
do
because
that.
we're obligated
I really don't want
to
to.
take you to the jail now, okay?
Thank you for
this.
standing up.
Sorry. I just.
I understand that.
So put your hands behind your back for me.
I mean,
Thank you, Susan.
I didn't do this on purpose. This wasn't a purposeful act. I did not premeditate it. I didn't do anything like that. This is ridiculous.
We're going to go out this way.
After a lifetime of being the neighborhood Grinch, Susan Lorenz was placed under arrest, charged with manslaughter with a firearm for the shooting, culpable negligence for shooting through the door, 2 counts of assault for swinging the umbrella at AJ's sons, and simple battery for throwing the roller skate. At the time of this recording, the prosecution has decided to go forward with only the manslaughter charge and 1 count of assault, dropping the other 3 initial charges. Now, when they finally got Susan to stand up at the end of this interrogation, while they were transporting her to the patrol car, she complained of chest pain and tried to fall to the ground.
So what do you plan on sitting here the rest of the night?
I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to die of a heart attack.
The detectives were holding her so she didn't actually hit the ground, but they went ahead and called Ocala Fire Rescue and had her transported to the hospital as well. In the time frame between the killing of AJ and Susan finally being arrested, the community at large grew frustrated with police. They believed this was going to be another Florida case where an older white person unjustly kills an unarmed black person only to hide behind the stand your ground law. But simply because Susan had the claim of self-defense, by law, the police just could not make an arrest until they found the shooting justified or unjustified.
Hello, everyone. Sheriff Billy Woods here. I wanted to come to you tonight to give you an update on the homicide that occurred over the weekend. Tonight, we have arrested 58-year-old Susan Lorenz for the killing of Miss A.J. Owens. Now, my detectives have been working around the clock since this happened, sifting through evidence and interviewing witnesses. Now, I said this at the beginning. We want the same thing as Miss Owens' family, and that's justice. Now, here's the thing about justice. She's on her own time. Not my time, not a prosecutor's time, not even a mob's time. A mob seeking, well, what they think is justice. And I understand that in these situations like this, emotions run high, and it's understandable. In fact, I want to thank all of you that have sent me messages, sent me emails, texted me, and encouraging the arrest, because it shows that you care about a fellow human being. Now, many of you were struggling to understand why there was not an immediate arrest. Well, as I partially explained in the beginning. The laws here in the state of Florida are clear. Now, I may not like them. I may not agree with them. But however, those laws I will follow and I will ensure. And sometimes when we do these investigations of cases of this level, rushing in to make an arrest is not the right thing to do sometimes. In fact, it could probably cause complications or cause errors, because we want to ensure that what we present, that justice is served all the way through the courts and that the individual gets what they deserve. And that's one of the things. My detectives cannot complete an investigation without getting all sides of a story. And that night, all we had was one person's story, and that was the shooter's story. But Miss Owens' story had to be told through evidence and the eyes of witnesses who were there. I told you that we want nothing more than justice, and this can only be accomplished by maintaining the integrity of the case and leaving no stone unturned. Throughout this tragic event, we have been working very closely with Mrs. Owens' family. And right now, that family needs your prayers and support. The justice we have all been seeking has been served, but peace for them is still a ways down the road. Now, some of you have asked me about the Stand Your Ground law. Personally, I think it's a great law, designed to help Floridians to defend themselves and keep themselves safe. However, it does not apply in all situations, and this situation is a prime example of when it was not justified. It was simply a killing.
And in this case, they found it to be unjustified, rightly so. Susan Lorenz is a piece of shit. She was constantly harassing the kids, flipping them off, cursing at them, calling them names, saying racist stuff. She's a piece of shit. I get it. Kids are loud and kids are obnoxious. I totally get it. But if you're having these wild side effects and you're getting triggered by kids doing kid things, get a pair of earplugs or move to a retirement home or do something. Like the detectives were saying, remember this, Susan was in a brick home. It's not like she was in a multi-story apartment and the kids are tap dancing on top of her. She's in a brick home and the kids are outside in a field playing. I'm sure that the kids were a nuisance. I'm positive anybody that spent any time around kids would agree with me. Kids have no volume control. But how much of a nuisance could they really be? How much were the toys in the field really bothering you? You weren't mowing the lawn there. It's not your field. You're living in an apartment, in a building. It's not your field. How much could have really been an issue? And how much of it was motivated by something else? Susan says she doesn't know if she said anything racist towards the kids or towards AJ. How do you not know if you said anything racist? The questions about the memory are totally valid. You would know if you said something, if you said a racially charged pejorative towards a targeted person, you would know that. And if you didn't do it, you would know that too. But her answers are non-answers. And the reason why is because she doesn't want to lie, but she doesn't want to tell the truth. So her tactic is, I don't know, I don't remember. She basically feigns ignorance or says that she doesn't remember or doesn't know or says this history of what the word means to her or what she was told it means. It's all bullshit. It's all total bullshit. AJ's own kids even gave statements to the police saying that Susan would call them bastards and jackasses, and one even quoted Susan as saying, "This isn't the Underground Railroad, slave." Now that's pretty rough, but maybe you're thinking, oh, we should take it with a grain of salt. Maybe the kids were taught by AJ to say nasty things about the evil woman across the street. Except Patrice Roundtree of apartment number 2 says that she doesn't let her kids outside anymore because of Susan's behavior and her usage of the N-word. Ashley Remy of apartment number 2 as well says her daughter London had been harassed previously by Susan. And daughter London corroborates everybody else's stories and even says the night of the incident, Susan yelled at her, "Get away from my house, you black slave." Yvonne Costa of apartment number 4, literally the apartment connected to Susan's apartment. She says that she heard a lot of yelling and banging that night. Yvonne's story matches up a little bit with Susan, saying that while AJ was pounding on the door, her walls and her paintings and stuff were shaking. And she even says that she personally never saw Susan antagonize the kids, but she did say that she had heard a lot of stories about Susan's racial outbursts, even adding that Ajika was always nice to her and that she was confused why Susan was always so upset about kids doing kid stuff. Pretty much all the statements except for Susan's all matched, and that's that AJ went over there and aggressively pounded on Susan's door for 6 times in bursts of 3 times each. Her last words before being shot were either "come outside, bitch," or "bitch, come outside." It doesn't really matter, it's the same meaning anyway. At which point Susan took a Remington 380, pointed it at the front door, and pulled the trigger, taking away a mother from her 4 doting children. Just a real evil fucking bitch. Now, Susan will be given a $154,000 bond to be released. There's some restrictions on that, and there's some conditions, namely being that she couldn't be evicted. But unfortunately for Susan, she would no longer have a stable residence after the killing, with the landlord stating that he was going to evict her. And on top of Susan basically having no ties to the area, like no family, no property, no nothing, a no bond status was given to her. On June 16th, the landlord made good on his word, and Susan was officially evicted. While Susan has yet to be convicted in a court of law, all the evidence, witness statements, even Susan's own words and her behaviors in the interrogation and after speak largely against her innocence. The maximum sentence for the crime Susan is being put on trial for is about 30 years if they run concurrently, and that would be if she got the maximum conviction. But when she finally goes in front of a judge, I'll be sure to update everybody. Susan did recently ask for a speedy trial, stating that she wasn't receiving the health care that she needed in the jail, and her case dockets are showing some activity. But otherwise, at this time, Susan Lorenz will stay in the Marion County Jail, where she will remain until sentenced. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Morbid Curiosity. Thank you for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, becoming a channel member or patron. Thank you for everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I've been having so much fun with season 2. So thank you everybody for everything. Yeah, I'm just really enjoying this, and I'm really glad that everybody's here to join me on this ride. So until the next time, I love you guys. I'll see you then. Bye. We're about to take a journey back in time to talk about a dark and truly appalling story. A bigger than Hollywood tale full of cheating, deceit, fraud, and kidnapping. Our story begins on November 2nd, 2016, when a 34-year-old woman named Sherry Papini disappeared while out jogging a mile from her home in Redding, California. She reappeared 3 weeks later on Thanksgiving Day, November 24th, having been reportedly freed by her captors at 4:30 that morning, still wearing restraints on the side of County Road 17 near Interstate 5 in Yolo County, about 150 miles south of where she had disappeared. The case garnered major media attention, with national law enforcement experts reporting doubts or otherwise baffled as to the unlikely details and inconsistencies of the reported abduction. Sherry's husband, Keith Papini, first became concerned when he returned from his job at Best Buy on November 2nd, 2016, and could not find his wife at home. He eventually used the Find My iPhone application to locate her cell phone and earbuds at the intersection of Sunrise Drive and Old Oregon Trail, about a mile from their home. According to Shasta County Sheriff Tom Bosenko, Papini said she was held by 2 Hispanic women who took steps to keep their faces hidden from her, either by wearing a mask or by keeping Papini's head covered and her arms restrained. Sherry showed signs that she was physically abused during her captivity. Her nose was broken and her hair cut off, was branded with red-hot metal on her right shoulder, and weighed only 87 pounds when she was released. At the time, the sheriff said it was still an active investigation, and authorities were, quote, looking for a dark-colored SUV with 2 Hispanic females armed with a handgun. The sheriff indicated that there was sensitive information not being released at that time. However, detectives had authored close to 20 search warrants, and they said that they were examining cell phone records, bank accounts, email, and social media profiles. Investigators declined to discuss what prompted them to file the search warrants or why detectives had traveled out of state. Authorities also declined to comment on the specific details of the ongoing investigation, but reported that they were actively pursuing the case. In November, while Papini was still missing, authorities executed more than 12 search warrants in Michigan, with the FBI now providing assistance. Sherry was found with both male and female DNA on her, neither of which matched her or her husband. The FBI ran the samples through the Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS, and found no matches at the time. However, roughly 4 years later, Sherry was brought back in for more questioning about her case. It was here that it was revealed that they had discovered some incredibly important information relevant to her case, such as a DNA match, and it was here that the truth about her disappearance started to see the light of day. This is the interrogation of Sherry Papini.
Incredibly long road, but some stuff's come up. So we've always had the DNA out there in the world.
Sorry, Tom, before we get too far, obviously, just like always, thank you for coming. We appreciate you taking the time to come talk to us. As always, your presence here is voluntary. You can go at any time, and all we want is truthful statements, because it's a crime to lie to federal officers.
Wow, yeah, no, that's good.
Understood?
Sorry, forget about that part. So there's always been DNA out there, and we've done testing after testing. We've gone out to like the Parabon, which is a private company who does all like the genetics, and we've just hit wall after wall after wall. But recently, we found a familial DNA hit. So what that does, it just tells us it came from a certain person. So like the mother or the father or a son or an uncle or however that is, it just hits that like somewhere in this family tree is where the DNA comes from.
As the interview begins, the detective lets both Keith and Sherry know that there has been a familial DNA match. Familial DNA searches simply identify potential relatives of an alleged perpetrator. A familial DNA search result is only a lead that is then followed up and investigated until a DNA sample of the suspect is obtained and tested. In short, they know what family the DNA came from, and standard investigation tactics can and will help them narrow down the list of potential suspects. Also, it may seem odd that Keith, Sherry's husband, is here in the room for this interrogation, but as investigators will soon mention, Keith has been a part of this investigation from the beginning. His presence isn't an oversight, but rather a calculated move that will later be used to manipulate Sherry.
Okay, so with that, we open up the investigation. We go into who could it be within the family. So once we started opening up those doors and looking through the family members and just trying to see Facebook stalking them, criminal histories, just that normal investigation that we do once we start looking into things, we started finding some interesting things.
Okay.
So one of the things that came out to us, is there anything in there that looks
of interest or notable?
And that's an awkward photo, but
yeah.
No.
So the picture's a little grained out. So
to me, I see a table there that somewhat looks like something you described to me in the past, and then I see wood paneling. Talking about the room.
Yeah, we noted both of those things back in August 2017. Was when we spoke with you about, and you showed us this picture of the table. Do you remember that, Sherry?
Yes, I do.
And so when we were trolling through this, Facebook page, we saw just the edge of that table. Denise got it, in fact.
Oh, cool.
Denise said, "Hey, Peter, look at this table." And I was like, "Oh wait, you're right." And it has the wood paneling. So we're like, well, where was that photo taken, right? And so we were trying to figure that out.
So
okay.
So that's led us obviously now to obviously this Facebook page has a person. It's got like people tagged into it, so it has, so Peter has a...
But that's still...
The detective mentions that names were tagged in a Facebook photo, and he's interrupted by the FBI agent. The agent wants Sherry to verify that the memory is still valid before they say any names. This serves a specific purpose. Sherry will back up her claim by reiterating it and re-verify that it is true, so any changes to the story will be increasingly glaring in the future.
Like, that's still a valid memory, right? Is that this was the table?
Yeah.
A table like this was the table you were on when you were branded?
And we've been talking about that a lot because so many memories are so faded now.
It's been a long time.
It's been a really long time. So, like, details and things like that. We did the best that we could to take notes on it and all of that, but a lot of it's really hard.
Sure.
It's hard to think about.
So yeah, no, I see both of those from what she told me. So.
Okay. So that was of interest. With that, we started looking at different people and who might be involved and just trying to figure it out. And I wanted to show you this picture. And obviously, people can change their weight, people can change the color of their hair. Don't. Just because the photo might be a little bit different, as you know, women like to change their hair and their makeup, their weight can change, so that might be a little bit different. But we wanted to take a look at this six-pack and see if you recognize anybody, see these 6 photos.
A six-pack is a lineup of 6 people, which may or may not include a suspect or potential suspect. This is a very common strategy that law enforcement will use to see if a suspect can be identified visually.
You don't feel like you have to provide an answer. There's no right or wrong answer. Just let us know if you see anybody in this photo that you do recognize, and if you do, we'll talk about how. Okay. Keith, if you could just wait not to say anything until that way we don't influence.
I don't think so.
So nobody jumps out?
I mean, this one a little bit, but
Can you say this one a little bit? Which number is it?
number 3.
And when you're ready, I'll show you.
Nothing's really like,
There's nothing in there that says, oh yeah, that's her.
no.
Okay.
Like trying to picture her with different hair and time.
That's a pleasant group of people.
And again, Keith, if you can just.
Same thing.
Do you have a tissue? It's hard because the other photos are distracting me. Can you give me another piece of paper, if you don't mind?
Another piece?
Yeah, I want to
Just like
cover.
this one upside down?
Yes. I want to look at them one by one.
Sure.
It's easier. A little distracting. There we go. Thank you. She's got that puffy under those eyes, but I don't know. This is really hard.
Take your time.
I mean, for her, like I said, if it's even close, it's worth telling you guys, obviously, to look at it, right? Or,
Well, no, it's
or does
just,
it need to?
obviously, we know they're masked. We know there's already hurdles to come about.
Just another tool, another way to.
Just another, and obviously, because you don't know the people. If you knew the people, then we'd show pictures, but.
Let me try that trick with this one. That's a little easier. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, it makes it harder when you're looking at like a crowd of.
Like Peter said, you know, different color hair and dyes and all that kind of stuff.
I know. Just. Like I'm trying not to get my hopes up. I would say right here is what's drawing me to this photo.
So on photo number 5,
Yeah.
this is This is the first one we showed you. This is the second one we showed you. So on 6-bet number 2,
But like you were saying, if someone were to lose weight, that would change.
you're drawn to photo number 5?
Yes,
Features of photo number 5?
correct.
And again, just for the record and for when you go back, like number 1 is when you say 3 is similar, she's similar to the younger female that we've always described in everything.
This part right here doesn't really match what I'm remembering, but
The
yes.
hairline doesn't match?
Smaller one, older one.
And just because it's been a long time, can you remind me what the younger one did, like the main parts of it compared to the older one, just for the last, like, clarity of stuff? So for the record, so.
The younger one's the one that let me go and was the nicer of the 2.
Okay.
The older one was really abusive and really mean and is the one that did all the really terrible things.
Okay.
Remember, Sherry said that she was abducted by 2 Hispanic females, one older and one younger. Sherry is asked to clarify which of the pictures she's chosen refer to which suspect, and then asked for a brief difference in her treatment from the 2.
And that's my memory too, just trying to reference it for our notes and
Yeah, so we don't have to say, oh, she was referring to the second interview back in 2017.
Hard. I put the men's names in my head, but they're really good. They're not.
Is number 3 alive in that photo?
Jesus.
And then one more.
I don't think anyone in this one really.
So for 6-bet number 3, nobody. Really?
I think so.
So we have more pictures. That's not the end of the road. So like I said, with the familial DNA, obviously we saw that first picture that has the wood paneling.
Yes.
And got the table, right? So that's ultimately what led us to those pictures, which then snowballed us down the road that we're eventually at and where we are.
So were you able to find like where that house is?
Yes.
And what? Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
That's where I was going next.
It's revealed that the house in question has been located. Sherry's excitement is understandable. However, her excitement is actually anxiousness. You see, Sherry's only telling some truths. She's hiding a lot of information from not only the investigators, but Keith as well.
Who's the top 1 or 2?
And may I ask, how did we even get to that point? How did we get that photo?
Familial DNA.
So they said, they came back and said, oh, here's some people related in this familial.
There's about 40 people total.
That's a good thing, I guess.
But 40 is better than
you just started going
60
through and then
130 or whatever the
boom,
numbers
that
are.
caught your eye.
Yeah, we started looking at everything that we could. Phones, online presence, criminal history, Facebook photos, DMV photo, what did they
You guys are
drive.
still on.
And like he said, Denise, obviously you guys are aware, Denise is at a different location now. She's the one that found that picture. So we cast a wide net to start finding certain aspects.
Is she still working on the case even though she's in?
Not officially, but I always call her and say, hey, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about that?
I love her so much. I was
But yeah,
so
she's still
sad.
working on it in an informal way.
So,
So if you look at this closet,
obviously there's stuff in there now.
I'm not looking at the stuff.
I literally was cleaning papers out yesterday and found that drawing that you did. I haven't even looked at the picture yet, but I've seen it now. Can I look at it? There's some wood.
you remember this drawing?
Yes! I just found the original one of that and I was trying to explain.
It's a little bit different, but it's pretty, excuse my language, it's pretty fucking similar. But it's different.
What's different or what's the same?
It's hard, there's a lot of shit in the photos, but
Well, let's focus on let's focus on those two because there's less color. I've walked the streets with my wife in Mexico. And we went to every shop because of the color changes. No, nothing, not because there was anything new in it, just the color.
Now, can I ask a question? Is this from the same house as that?
We don't
get to that.
Oh, okay.
What do you see in this photo, Sherry? Like what? You said it looks very similar. What's similar?
This is what I'm remembering, that feeling, you know, grabbing it and feeling that feeling. But this part is different. This part is different. That definitely
So
doesn't.
you're saying
look
this
the
metal
same.
part, it looks the same as what you remember, but this piece right here.
This part doesn't look the same, right?
And what was the difference in it?
That there was a lot more. There was a lot more
Like
there.
bulkier?
Yes, thank you.
I don't think the pictures really show.
Maybe look at this. Is it more metal or like beefier, like
if you look
stronger?
At this side of it, a little bit more.
It's basically the width of a sheet of plywood. It's like a piece of plywood almost.
It didn't look like that.
Yeah, it looks blown up, so it makes it look like it's that thick, but it's about like 3/4 inch somewhere.
It's probably like half inch. It's
Half
all
inch.
stuff.
Okay, yeah, this looks big in the picture.
Yeah, it didn't look like that.
Okay, but similar. Besides the metal part, anything else similar?
I mean, the metal part?
What about one shelf versus two shelves?
Oh, I think there was 2 shelves, but now I'm having trouble remembering. I think there was 2. I'm pretty sure there was 2. Maybe there was 2? I don't know. I'm focusing on this part right now, sorry.
Sure. So, that's fine. Window. With the wood paneling. Trying to ignore the TV and stuff. I don't think you had a TV with you, right?
Definitely not. What am I looking for the window? Do you want to know if it's like the same height?
Well, the type of window, the wall itself, anything from these photos that make you believe that this was where you were being held.
I feel like this wood paneling is too thick, but I mean,
you mean this
there
way?
was wood paneling, but I can't remember something like that being there, and I don't remember.
That's
remember
fine.
it going all the way up to the window is what I'm having trouble remembering.
The window in that photo has holes along the edges.
There's holes.
I just don't.
Right?
Yeah, hold on a second here.
We're going fast. Sorry.
We don't mean to overwhelm you. We're just trying to draw your attention to different things that maybe we noted. And we want to know how that compares with what you
the window compared
remember.
to the wood paneling, because it getting just.
Take note of Sherry's posture. She's hunched over, avoiding eye contact, and even shielding her face from the detectives. As the questions become harder and harder, and as each subsequent picture and confirmation rolls through, she begins to recede further and further into herself.
I mean, that's probably not important.
I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to talk or not, but the obvious is those are screw holes, right? Is that what you're getting at?
They're just holes.
Holes, screw, nail, something.
Okay. For the floor.
So is it fair to say that the paneling, like wood paneling below and sheetrock above, is what you remember, but you can't recall details about the ledge and the difference in width of these?
Went up to the window. That's
Okay.
exactly what I was drawn to. Is that this is touching the
How it
window?
meets the window
And I don't.
threshold?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something's going funky with that. Something
Sure.
seems.
Well, and those pictures could be one before or after. Well, I don't know about
We
after,
could
but-
be off base.
That and it could even be a detail that's with an important.
So far, it looks pretty accurate.
So one of the things that we always noted in the bathroom description is just the weird layout of the bathroom. So do you remember the layout of the bathroom?
Yes. Well,
let's talk about the description, best description, and then we'll start showing some pictures.
there's door, toilet, sink, tub. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. You walk in the door. First, there's a toilet.
Yes.
On the
right. Which side?
If I'm.
She's a world with just in general.
I am. I don't know.
But whatever, you walk in the door, on one left or right, you have a toilet, then...
I want to say it's on the left. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I want to say toilet on the left.
Okay, so maybe a toilet on the left.
Okay, hold on. Toilet on the side.
Toilet on the side, and then what's next?
Toilet on the side. Sink. Tub.
Take a moment to make a mental note of how Sherry is acting, laughing, more than willing to talk, and even making small jokes with the investigators at times.
Okay.
And that's a unique thing about bathrooms.
Yes.
We all agree with that.
Hard to change where that sewer will go, right? Take some expense to do that.
Yes. Yes.
The layout of the bathroom that Sherry was allowed to use was extremely odd, which stood out to investigators when she gave its description after her reappearance. The bathroom in question, coincidentally enough, has almost the exact same layout, materials, and even imperfections.
I think it's the first one.
I keep turning it upside down. Let's get it all up. Upside down. All right, now I'm ready.
Well, that's just pleasant.
Don't pay attention to that magazine.
I mean.
Is that the first thing that you found in the magazine?
Oh, come on.
We were talking about the order. We were talking about the order. Plus, the magazine's not open, so
I
you're
mean,
good.
this doesn't look like the bathroom to me, but the order is. Yes, this is the type of order, but this is not what it looked like to me.
And
So the order is correct, but you don't recognize the bathroom as being what you recall. Do you remember there was a detail about the shower that you provided previously, about the type of something on the tile or something like that? Do you remember
That
any
there
of
was
those?
tile in the tub, there was a crack.
Where was the crack? It's not a memory test. If you don't remember, that's fine. But we remembered that detail when we took some of these photos, and we were just trying to bump it up against what you might remember.
I don't know.
In general, are we talking about, okay.
Sherry shushes the federal investigator. This could be a response driven by two factors. One, Sherry wants to come up with an answer under the guise of recalling her memories. And two, Sherry's narcissistic urge to control the conversation at her own pace and direction. Yet again, she shields her face from the investigator.
Sorry.
That's okay. You take your time.
I don't know. I remember there's a crack. I'm not.
So for like trying to, do you remember if it was high or low? Was it any of those like details?
Horizontal, vertical. One tile, lots of tiles.
not sure if I'm supposed to. Can I talk or not?
Sure. Unless she tells you to shush.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm trying to like get myself there, and
Just as a reminder, I do remember when we went to my grandma's house, you didn't like her tile because it reminded you of that. I think I sent.
You sent us a picture.
Yes.
That's why I would say we.
That's why I just want to remind her, because if you think of that, because I can't even think of what her tile looks like right now, but I do remember you didn't like that at all. But I can't remember the crack. I remember you told me a crack, but I don't remember where you told me.
I don't.
Or else I'd bring it up. But.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm so nervous of like saying something that's not gonna be right. So.
Sherry expresses some apprehension at saying something that might not be correct. This is an incredibly ironic statement, as we will soon find out.
I just can't remember. I don't
Like
know.
I said in the beginning, we only want the truth, and so whatever is the best understanding or memory that you have.
We'll get there today.
And my direction is obviously not the best.
So then this is starting to.
That doesn't look right to me. But
So this crack is in a different location than this crack, which is probably better viewed in this photo. But this is the same bathroom we showed you, the
this is
original, the same one with the
the charming magazine on the
Sports Illustrated,
Great.
yes.
This interaction, Sherry's disapproval of the, quote, charming magazine in the bathroom, which was a copy of Sports Illustrated, is a strange peek into the type of person that Sherry is. Sherry doesn't approve of a magazine like Sports Illustrated, the swimsuit edition undoubtedly, but Sherry's moral compass tends to only point in one direction, one way, her way.
Look at that reaches.
I don't know.
Okay, so nothing jumps out at you at that photo?
We're not trying to overwhelm you. Obviously, it's been a long road, and here we are.
If we could go back to the closet really quick, though, I remember when you were talking about being chained into the closet and trying to figure out a way to get loose. You talked about working on a screw, right?
Uh-huh.
And what happened to that screw when you were done with it?
I dug a hole in the wall and poked it into the wall.
Okay. Because this is an interesting photo as well.
Is this in the closet?
That's in the closet.
No, it was drywall.
It was into the drywall.
It was into drywall, but
By the electric plug, if I remember right.
yeah.
Okay. So maybe not that one.
No.
So we're showing you all of this because ultimately this is the house that you're at. We talked to the people who live there.
Sorry.
This is a moment to rejoice. The house in question has been found. Keith is bursting with relief and happiness at the new revelation, as you'd expect. But Sherry seems to have no reaction, other than calming Keith down for a moment.
We found the house. We found who was involved. We talked to who was involved. We talked to family who knows that you were there, and talked to a couple people talked to one guy who did see you during this event. Unfortunately, there's a lot of truths. There's a lot of things that were said that we have always confirmed. That we've always said. There's a lot of truths, and then there's some unknowns. Like one of the simple ones, like, well, this description of the bathroom is just weird. Like that was like an argument in all of our offices where we were sitting there like this part's weird. But then we find a house with it. Then the all thread through the thing, that's just weird.
It's unique to this place. Like that's a pretty custom. You can't just go out to IKEA and buy a closet that looks like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So once we have all those things and we start talking to the person who lives here, who had lived there, who still lives there, start talking to his family and starting that whole investigation, peeling one thing back after another, doing the same thing we've done for the last 4 years. It led us to a specific person, but not a female. It led us to the car that picked you up, but not an SUV. So there's lots of different aspects that are truths and falses. And we're to the point now that nobody would have ever imagined that this would have blown up the way that it did. So I've been a cop 15 years. I've never seen the media scale that this garnered pretty quickly. How long have you been in law enforcement now?
12 years in the Bureau.
So, like, of the minds, Brian, who's been around 20 plus years, people have been in my office like 25, 30 plus years. The media attention that this got out was insane. So I think with that being said, some choices and some decisions ultimately changed the original path of what happened. I don't think anybody would have wished the media frenzy that occurred, like for this event, no matter what the situation, if it was a kid, because the media skewed so many facts. It brought so many people in from the woodwork that if we didn't have the woodwork, we wouldn't have the noise.
And that brings a lot of pressure when you get that kind of scrutiny.
So we'd like to talk to you more about those things, and we can do it with Keith here, or we can ask Keith to leave, to whatever you're comfortable with, so we can break down some of the problems. If you want Keith here, all we want is to have the truth. All we want is to be able to tell the truth. That's all we've ever wanted from day one. We talked with you for hours, we've been there, we've done all these different things, waiting for something, waiting for it to break, waiting for us to leak something to hear. Because the DNA came back, like I said, to a specific person. That specific person told us very specific things. His family then told us specific things. So if we can talk with Keith or without Keith here, what would you like?
The slowhead turn to Keith is as unsettling as it seems. As mentioned in the opening of the interview, there was a familial DNA match to DNA evidence found on Sherry when she reappeared, and now it is revealed that after further investigation, the actual person has been found as well. Things are going to get very awkward very quickly as the web of lies Sherry has woven begin to become untangled.
It's completely up to you. And like I've always said, I wanted you to have a voice. I wanted you to make decisions. I wanted you to control certain aspects. I think I told you that on the first interview we ever had. I never want to bully you. I never want you to believe I'm bullying you. I want you to take back control. That's one of those things. This is the take back control of the interview, which I promised you to do the first time we talked, if you remember that. Actually, we were in Mount Shasta, so the second time we talked.
The detective is very precise with his wording and is certain to not outright accuse Sherry of anything. He says that he wants her to take back control, a common phrase and act when trying to give victimized individuals a voice when they feel voiceless. He's careful to phrase what he wants her to do as taking back control, as in control the narrative before someone else, like law enforcement, says it for them, while simultaneously avoiding victim blaming or sounding accusatory.
It's been a long road, Sherry, but we just want to talk to you. We can have Keith step out if that's going to make you more comfortable.
It's up to you.
Do you want to step out or do you want to stay?
Obviously, I want to stay.
Or we can do a little bit of both. Talk to you alone first and then have him come back in.
And it's completely up to you. And that's why I'm not even looking at Keith. I don't care about your opinion, Keith. What we want out of this is the truth. So we can get ahead of some things, so we can help control things, how crazy things got. So the unknown of if I say certain things, what's Keith's reaction? Because you don't know what I'm going to say, right? So I don't know Keith's reaction either. So if I say other things like, oh, Keith won't worry about that, he can come back in. But I'd rather give you the opportunity to hear things, be able to judge it, because at everything, right, I'm saying things to you that are making you nervous. It's making Keith nervous. It's changing the element, right? We changed the tone of the interview.
You can feel it already in the room from the way you walked into what you're feeling right now.
Well, I mean, law enforcement has always been an issue, so.
Okay.
So if you want Keith to leave, I'll ask Keith nicely to leave. If you don't want Keith to leave, then he can sit here and listen to you.
We'll press on.
And we'll move on to the next stages. But I want to give you that opportunity first. But obviously everything's fearful. If you tell him to leave and what I'm going to say is benign, then he's gonna, we can pull him back in the room. Like, hey, Keith, come back here. This is what we talked about. So there's that fear of him wigging out. Why is she trying to hide something from me? There is none. If you can help me.
Yeah, there's no trick here. We're just trying to make sure that if you're comfortable to talk, you can't be to talk to us, truthfully.
They're asking you. They're not asking me. Obviously, I would want to be here, and whatever needs to come out.
And you can change your mind in the future too if you want to change it.
It's going to get out. So.
Like I said in the beginning, you're free to go. So if you wanted to chat with them privately, that's fine too. But we want to talk to you.
And we can leave the room, give you guys the room for a couple minutes. This next stage of things could be benign. Could be like, we forgot to tell you this, or oh yeah, all of these things make sense now. I could tell you the puzzle that makes it all come together, or I can tell the puzzle that crashes everything apart. I don't know what that piece is, honestly. All I know is facts. All I know is certain specific items that will either tear the castle down or is going to build the castle up. And I don't want to tear the castle down and not give you the ability to then fix your own castle. Even if it's just a small thing here or it's the whole castle, I want you to be able to choose that. So we can step out of the room, let you guys talk, because I don't know what information I'm going to do, if it's life-changing news or if it's, oh yeah, everything's fine. I just don't know what it is. Usually, right, we show the pictures because everybody's invested in this picture. Keith do the drawings. Keith's the one who gave this stuff. So Keith has always been a part of your memory for small details. And that's why Keith's been in here this whole time. And that's why
He makes me feel safe in you.
Absolutely. Well, if he makes you feel safe too, we can continue on. You can change your mind.
Absolutely. And again, I just don't know what the pieces are. So if I would say, hey, this is going to bring the whole world down, I'd tell you, it's going to bring the whole world down. And then we need to talk alone. Or I would suggest we talk alone. But that's completely up to you guys because I don't know.
I just want to talk to you.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
The investigators leave the room to allow Sherry and Keith a moment to talk. Undoubtedly, this is an act of graciousness to allow Sherry to be the one to tell Keith the truth. The truth that she's been hiding from Keith for almost 4 years at this point. The audio you will hear has been greatly enhanced and at some points is still difficult to hear. Captions have been applied where possible, but some of what's been said has been undoubtedly lost into the ether.
You need to stop what you're doing and tell me the truth. I don't like anything. Yeah, whatever you're doing right now doesn't mean it's tough to me. I know about what's going on, so you need to explain to me. I don't give a shit about that. I don't want them to find her. I don't want them to find her. I don't want her to be arrested. I don't want to press charges on her. I don't want to find her. Explain to me right now that you describe this. I don't know. I don't want them to find her. You're not listening to me. Tell me why.
Another peek into who Sherry is without her mask on. With no hesitation, Keith has believed Sherry since her disappearance, but now the holes in her story are beginning to show. When he presses her on the truth, she snaps at him angrily. Sherry's control of the narrative is swirling down the drain, and her one unwavering lifeline since the very beginning is now asking questions.
Because she saved my life.
But tell me, honey, there's obviously something going on. There's obviously something going on. Tell me this is going to be really bad if you don't tell me.
Look at how you're being right now. I am fucking with you.
No, that's not me.
Right now. I don't want them to find her. I don't want to press charges, and I don't want to go down that road.
But you tell her?
I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to arrest her. Because she saved my life, and she's the reason why I get to hold my children every single day.
In this, we don't want to get into the police.
I don't want them to fucking find her. I don't want them to arrest her.
Why?
Because she saved my life.
So you don't press charges?
They still need to find out who it is. No matter what happens, do you think just sits here? This comes out and they find the house, it's over. Whatever happened is over. And it doesn't matter what you say. The girl's gonna get in trouble. So, you need to tell them the truth. Everyone the truth. If you don't want to press charges, then that's up to you. You're not making sense to me. To the point where I'm getting scared now. So you need to tell me what's going on immediately. Yeah.
Sherry was given just under 2.5 minutes to bring her husband up to speed on the truth of the matter and to soften any blows that Keith might receive when he hears the rest of the discovered information. Sherry opts to double down. She says that she doesn't want her arrested. Sherry comes up with, or uses a poorly fabricated tale, that the younger of her 2 kidnappers was the one to let her go, and because that suspect gave her a chance to return to her family, she doesn't want her to get in any trouble. And as a result, she doesn't want investigators to find out who she is. Keith, rightfully so, says that it doesn't make any sense and demands the truth. Detectives return at the 2-minute and 29-second mark into their one-on-one conversation to pick up where they left off.
Or I can talk to them and tell them later. Thank you. Do you want me in the room or not?
And obviously, hopefully you've had a chance to chat briefly.
The fears
later, maybe.
Nothing.
Just answer the question.
Nothing that I'll say to you, I won't eventually tell him if you want me to.
Do you want me to just tell him what your fears are?
We would love to hear what your fears are, because we want to be able to address them as best we can.
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like you're in the driver's seat right now.
I think it's easier to control things once you know what the information is, to be honest with you. Sure. So I can tell you what it is, say what it is when Keith leaves, and then you can say yes or no, whether or not you want him in there for the rest of it.
For right now, he's just, am I in the room or am I out of the room? So that's the...
And I'm to the point where if you want him here, we'll just go on with the conversation.
As long as you're not interrupting or causing a disturbance.
I'll stay over here.
But if he steps out, I can say a name, and then you can choose whether you want him in here for the rest of it or not. It's completely up to you. Or I can just continue on, and again, like I said, I wanted you to always have control over certain aspects of stuff. We're not to a point where anybody's going to jail yet. We're not to a point of anything like that. We're just still at the talking stage. We're at the control stage.
You seem scared, Sherry.
No, it's not scared.
What is it? When you don't answer, Sherry, it makes me concerned because I want to hear what your answers are and I want to be able to understand.
The only way to control things is for us to know.
Sherry is up against the wall now, with no way out of her current situation. She has 2 options: come clean now and hope that the authorities will be merciful, or to again double down with investigators on the last 4 years of deceit, just like she did with Keith a moment ago.
I don't want you to find her.
Sherry opts to dig her heels into her story, prays for a miracle, and sticks to her original story.
We're not going to find her.
She's the reason why I get to see my children every day.
I agree, but we're not going to find her.
She's the reason? What do you mean by that?
She means the younger one let her go. Right? Is that what you're referring to? We're not going to find her. And we can just skip to the rock into the water and ruffle up the pond if we want to now. Again, this is your last opportunity. This is the last time if you want to do this alone or with Keith. Keith's been through this also on a different level. So I'm ready I'm ready to move on and throw the dart and throw the rock and see what happens to the water. But Sherry, look at me. What do you want?
I don't want her to get in trouble.
She's not going to get in trouble. So the DNA came back to James Reyes.
The DNA that was on you belongs to James Reyes.
The picture, and can I get the picture? The picture of the table is James Reyes' little brother who died recently.
Just after 40 minutes into the interview, it is revealed that the DNA that was found on Sherry was linked to James Reyes. James Reyes is no stranger to Sherry. They had previously been involved in a very serious long-term relationship. Not only was the DNA matched to Reyes, but upon confrontation, Reyes told investigators every single bit of detail. The house of lies that Sherry Papini has built is now tumbling down.
We talked to him. He's been on a polygraph. We talked to everybody around him. We have the rental agreements, phone rental, the car rental agreements. We have everything that says that he said he told the truth.
That's James' brother, deceased Nick.
So everything, you've told us so many truths in this situation. The reason why you can describe the room is because you stayed in the room in the dark for hours, for days on end. The reason why you lost so much weight is because you stopped eating. The reason why you got a rash on your arm is because you cleaned his house. The reason why the brand is because he went to the store, bought the branding tools, and branded you. The reason why your nose was broke is because of a hockey stick. I know all of those things, and I know there was no sex.
Investigators also reveal something that would be shocking to most people. There was no sex between Sherry and James. For someone who grandstands what they believe is objectionable material, like the Sports Illustrated magazine from earlier in the interview, this one detail seems disturbingly hypocritical. She objects to the magazine, and she didn't physically cheat on Keith, but simultaneously, she disappeared and ran off with an ex-boyfriend for over 3 weeks. Where exactly does Sherry's true moral compass lie?
I know all of that because he passed a polygraph test. That said, it's not an abduction. She asked me to come get her.
No.
I rented a car.
No.
I drove up and picked her up. He passed the polygraph test, Sherry.
If that's not what happened, what did happen, Sherry?
I don't know. No, there's no way it's James. There's no way. There's no way.
The DNA doesn't lie.
His DNA
was on you.
There's no way.
Robert saw you in the house while you were down there. While everything spun out of control, his cousin. Why everything ran out of control on the initial.
There's no way.
It's 100% Robert's or James's DNA.
You even collected blonde hairs from the room.
Blonde hairs collected at James Reyes' house returned as a match to Sherry Papini, further bolstering the already nearly airtight claims that Sherry was with Reyes.
There's no way it's James. There's no way.
Why are you saying it's not James? Why are you saying it's not?
Again, with no real response aside from "there's no way it's James," Sherry buries her face and cries.
He found me.
What's that?
We were friends.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way.
And he came and got you because you asked him.
No.
When was the last time you had contact with James?
His brother died.
Brother died in 2017? Is that right?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after the abduction? Before.
When was the last time you saw James?
I don't know. Forever ago, when I lived in Southern California.
So the last person-to-person contact you had with him was back in 2006? When you were living in Southern California?
I don't know.
So was it prior to your marriage?
It's him. There is no way it's him.
Well, it is James.
The DNA tells us that it was his DNA on you.
The DNA alone says it's him. And when we talked to him and confronted him with the DNA,
he told us what happened.
He 100% told us what happened.
And gave us details that nobody else would know.
And we can call him and we can all talk about it. But ultimately, can you look at me for a second?
Sherry's avoidance of eye contact does not go unnoticed. Sherry ignores the request to look up. She will lift her head up only 2 more times throughout this interview, avoiding eye contact and, unfortunately, muffling a majority of her words.
Ultimately, we put him on a polygraph like we did Keith. Keith was inconclusive, to be honest with you, on whether he was involved or not. But 100% James was telling the truth. The questions were, did Sherry ask you to come pick her up? He answered yes. That was the truth on a polygraph. We asked him if the two of you ever had sex. The answer was no.
During 2016?
During 2016, during the abduction. He said no, that was the truth. We asked him if you asked him to brand you. The answer was yes. And he passed the polygraph on all of those questions. He took us to the stores where he bought the chain. We talked to the friend who rented the car. The car that he rented drove over 900 miles in a day on the drop-off point.
Sure, I know this is a lot to take in. But it's not like we don't know the answers to these questions.
And the fear of Keith's reaction, obviously now he's in the room, the fear of media, the fear of all of these things are coming forward. They're in front of you now.
In the last 15 minutes, Keith has learned that the place where his wife was held captive and the person responsible for her disappearance are both known, but immediately after that his wife is hiding something, that her ex-boyfriend is involved, and that he was involved because Sherry asked him, generally speaking, for him to help Sherry abduct herself. Keith's world is collapsing in on itself yet again, and he slowly distances himself from Sherry as the interview progresses.
The only way to get a hold of it, the only way for everybody to come together and heal, the whole community has to heal, is for us to be able to say, when we presented all of the evidence, all of the stuff that came forward, you told us the truth. You told us what happened. Because you did go in a dark room, that's true. You did lay in the back seat of the car, that's true. You did lose weight, you were branded, your hair was cut, you did have bruises all over. But how those bruises got there are because you did it and James did some. The reason why your nose got broke is because you held the hockey stick to your face and he forced it into your nose. The reason why the brand is in a straight line is because he did it. He described exactly where it was. He told us exactly how he did it, where he did it, how he did it. Only you and I and maybe 5 other people know where the brand was. He told me immediately.
When Sherry reappeared, she had burn injuries on her right shoulder that were caused by being branded with red-hot metal. This brand appears to be a reference to a Bible verse, but what the significance of the brand represented was never discovered.
Robert told friends and family you were there. His mom knew that you were there because of course it went news and everybody knew you guys dated. Everybody knew you guys had a relationship. So when it happened, of course family reached out to him. He told them, yeah, she was here. But it said it hurt her. I didn't hurt her. So,
what are you thinking, Sherry?
That doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it make sense?
what actions doesn't make sense?
A lot of it doesn't make sense.
Can we talk about those?
No.
James' DNA was confirmed on your clothing. The two of you haven't seen each other in over a decade. If you told me that you haven't been in his room, you haven't had contact with him in over 10 years. However,
you described his bedroom to a T.
And the DNA on you was still a vibrant piece of DNA. 10-year-old DNA dies. The DNA that was there specifically was non-seminal fluid, was seminal fractions. You got that from his house somewhere. So whether it was the bed that you were sleeping on, whether it was the couch, whether it was anywhere in there. When somebody would come to the door and be around the property, you'd call James. James would call Robert, which is those two doors down. Robert would run people off the property. Robert told me all of that. James told me everything. So the only person that hasn't started telling us certain facts, there are certain facts that are true. When we were sitting there talking to James, there were so many truths that were a part of your story that it's hard to decipher the lies until we put it all together. Until he says, hey, how did you pick her up? I opened up the passenger side seat, I opened the door, you jumped in the back seat. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? I don't know. It was weird. So are you calling James a liar? Are we not believing James what he told me?
No.
Investigators keep the pressure on Sherry. All the evidence and witness statements show that Sherry was with James. She's now faced with an uncomfortable ultimatum. Does she dig her heels even further into her story, which has completely come apart? Does she throw James, who was ultimately her accomplice, under the bus? Or does she come clean and try to make things right?
I know you're scared.
I cannot believe that it is James.
I can't believe James told us the truth. That's what I can't believe. He passed a polygraph, Sherry.
So did Keith.
No, he didn't. He was inconclusive. And he was involved.
So James is involved. But I don't...
James picked you up. You called James to pick you up. You mailed him a letter with your address. You used a burner phone to call another burner phone for James to come and get you.
You're saying since you're married you haven't called James?
No, I have called James.
Because earlier you said you had contacted James. Those phone records show that you do. You did. The phones don't lie, the DNA doesn't lie, Sherry.
His polygraph doesn't lie.
So you can go a couple different directions now.
His story.
I've already told you lying to me is a crime. So you walk out the store telling lies, and that's a crime.
I think we need my lawyer. This isn't making any sense.
What's not making sense, Sherry? The parts that don't make sense.
That it's James.
No, the parts that don't make sense are that you're accusing two females who abducted you when it was James. The part that you were branded, James did it. He told me he did it. Who would sit there and say, I branded Sherry on her right shoulder blade? Who does that?
You told us how and showed us the letters that matched the brand.
Took us to the store and pointed out the letters.
Reality is starting to sink in for Sherry. On top of being confronted with the evidence of her being responsible for her own kidnapping, she's now been reminded that she's speaking to a federal investigator and has indeed committed a crime. Sherry makes her first smart decision in a very long time, and in an act of self-preservation, brings up wanting her lawyer.
The problem is today's the case is resolved. Everything, the only things, how do we prove that you're telling us the truth? How do we prove that the truth is that two women took you, but I'm telling you it's a male? The fact that you were branded is true. The small fact is that you willingly laid down and did it versus being tied to a table. So we could do the polygraph and try to, whatever parts you're confused about.
Can you go? Is that what you said?
Can I talk to you outside real quick? Very late.
That's fine.
Keith wants to talk to an investigator outside of the room for a moment. Undoubtedly, Keith is fed up with the entire situation, feeling manipulated, hurt, and defeated. For the first time since burying her face into her hands, Sherry looks up to see her husband, the person that has supported her and believed her from the very beginning, walk away from her for what she believes to be the very last time.
The fears of how out of control everything got, the fear of all these things is the reality. And the only people that can slow the train down is you and I. You put yourself through this so when you came forward, you can tell certain stories. You missed you couldn't control the DNA that we found. You couldn't control when we talked to James, he'd tell us what happened. The story always was hard for anybody to understand. The tragedy that the community went through, the events that unfolded, the fear now of what it all means. But there's without a doubt, James's DNA was on you. And the likelihood of it being an ex-boyfriend is a problem.
No.
It's astronomical. Then you add in, when we go talk to people who've never even heard of us, when we say, hey, what's going on here, they knew that you were at the house. All of them never came forward.
No.
No what? Do you want to call James? This was a long road. I had no idea what it was going to take me. But right now, continuing and saying that 2 girls took you is a lie to Peter. It's just a lie. Because we were able to prove it with evidence. With a rental car agreement, person driving to 1,000 miles in a day, the DNA on you, and him passing a polygraph, it's 3 legs to a table that can stand.
Keith's gonna wait out there. Now's your opportunity. Based on your reaction previously, what you're telling me is you did not call James and ask him to come get you? Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, I have to understand that. There are things he says that we can corroborate, and whatever you say, we're gonna try and corroborate. But right now, I'm not sure what you're saying. You're just saying you can't believe it's him. And you're saying you don't understand. But there are details he provided. We know you were in his house. We collected hairs from that bedroom. That's gonna have DNA on it. We already have your hairs that you left with your cell phone when you were picked up.
You have my DNA, obviously.
So that's not gonna lie either. The descriptions you provided are that room and that house to a T, except it's not a gravel driveway. And it's not elevated. And there's not 2 women who live there.
James lives there.
James lives there.
You know James lives there.
So you might as well get it out of your head that James is not involved, because James is clearly involved. And James already told us he's the one that did the brand.
That's something that he admitted to mayhem. He admitted to a felony you can put him in prison over.
Well, it doesn't jive.
James Reyes admitted to everything that happened, and as a result, due to his intentional, albeit requested, disfigurement of Sherry's body, he has admitted to mayhem. Under California law, mayhem is punishable by 2 to 8 years in prison or a life sentence for aggravated mayhem.
So now it's your opportunity to say, were there issues between you and Keith? Is that why you needed to leave? I mean, we read your text message. We're already aware of some issues. but enlighten us if that's the case. If there was a valid reason for you to leave, let me know what that was.
James said you had your jaw broken by him, and that's why he came and got you, because you were in an abusive relationship.
My husband.
So, were you in an abusive relationship with him? Have you told other people in your life that, like China, that Keith has abused you in the past when that wasn't true? China told me that day 2, where there was an incident at a party that you got hurt playing, like, I don't know, Wii or Pictionary or something, and then you told other friends that Keith hurt you. When there was witnesses at the party that said that you got hurt during a party. Then you go tell James that you were being hurt, you were being abused, and you couldn't come forward because Keith has friends in law enforcement. If all of is that true? Has Keith ever been abusive towards you?
We are not talking about my husband.
Okay.
I love my husband.
So why leave? Is James lying to us?
I don't want to leave my husband. I want to be with my children. I would never leave my children.
But you didn't leave them permanently. You came back to them. Ultimately.
No.
You left them every day at daycare. So it's not like, hey. And James talked about that decision when you were driving down, how hard that was. You left at 10 o'clock knowing that Keith was going to get home late, knowing you were going to leave the kids at daycare, and how much that tore you up on the drive down. You told us that. Then things got out of control.
James and I talked about that. We did talk about that before.
When?
Sherry's just either said her first truthful thing, or she's made a critical mistake. Sherry has maintained that she hasn't spoken to James since his brother's passing, but when the investigators mentioned that James had brought up that Sherry had a hard time imagining leaving her children behind, Sherry says that they had talked about that before. Now, earlier in the interrogation, Sherry said that she hadn't spoken to him since 2006, 14 years prior. At the time of the interrogation, Sherry's son Tyler was a preschooler, and her daughter Violet was a toddler. It is impossible for both of these things that Sherry has said to be fact. One of the two things that she's presented as truth is not. Sherry admits this conversation happening, and as a result of that, inadvertently admits to lying.
When I went out of town for work.
What happened?
I always talked to other guys. Oh my God, why did I do that?
Like when you were in Eureka, you give him a call? Just start chatting with him? Told him some of your problems? And when did it turn from just chatting to his plan to get away?
No.
You were getting a hold of Donovan Mitski the night before.
Why did I do that?
We're trying to understand why you did that too.
We're trying to understand all of it.
I don't know how this is happening because I was doing that. This is an awful choice. Talking to other guys that has got me here.
So, what aspect are you saying? Like, how does talking to other people got you here? We've gotten over.
I love my husband, and I made mistakes, and I talked to other men that I shouldn't have.
But we took it a step farther this time.
This is a little different than just chatting with them. I appreciate you talking and being forthright about the other guys you were talking to. When did it turn into something more? Obviously, you never would have imagined that CNN in 2020 and Good Morning America would care about you wanting to leave Keith or wanting to teach him a lesson or wanting to get him in line.
No, I was just talking to James and I don't want to leave my husband.
Right,
I love my husband.
How are you talking? How are you talking to James?
I don't want to leave my husband.
Sure. How are you talking to James?
Reality continues to dawn onto Sherry. Over her unintelligible blubbering, the few words she lets out are that she loves her husband and her children. Sherry had been having emotional affairs with men for years, only to serve her narcissistic needs. The realization that everything that she had before is about to be taken from her, her past life, her husband, her kids, everything is about to come tumbling down. Again, the striking hypocrisy in Sherry's outward behavior and how she tries to come across as a good, moral, and righteous person versus who she is behind the curtains, a lying, manipulative, unfaithful sociopath, is noteworthy, to put it lightly. Earlier in the interview, Keith had said jokingly, "She's the worst." Never have truer words been spoken.
On your cell phone or another cell phone?
My work cell phone, my work cell phone. I don't want to leave my husband. I don't want to leave my husband.
This is more like just a flirt?
What's your work cell phone number?
Remember?
What's that?
I don't remember.
How long were you guys talking?
I don't know.
Why would he rent a car and come and get you?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know that, why would you get in the car and go down to Costa Mesa?
Those are all things we can verify, Sherry. The car rental, the fuel, the mileage, the calls from you to him, the burner phone, all that can be proven.
Horrible.
I don't think you're a horrible person, Sherry. I think things went a little sideways on you.
We started this conversation, I knew what this was going to turn into. I didn't know that I'd have people stand on boxes in front of my office, that Keith would be on 2020.
I want my husband. I want my children. I'm stupid for talking to other guys.
But why did James come and get you? I know you guys were talking. I know you've said in the past that Keith has hurt you to other friends. Why tell him those details if that stuff's not true? It's one thing to talk. It's one thing to talk. It's another thing to say abuse is occurring. Everybody I talked to about James said he's the nicest person in the whole world. Yeah, he may be a hockey player, but he is the nicest person in the world. He's nice to a fault. I know lots of people. I don't know anybody I'd rent a car for and drive 9 hours for. Keith, James did that for you. He never
helping you.
He never asked you why. He never questioned anything.
He never put reward money on the line.
He never asked for anything. He didn't ask for sexual relations. He didn't ask for a relationship after you. He didn't ask for anything. He's never even talked to you since.
And yet he stayed quiet until now.
And the only reason why he talked is because we have his DNA. That's the only reason why we got to his door. That's the only thing that led us to his closet. That's the only thing that led us to the bathroom that's goofy. And that's the only reason why he started talking to us. Once he showed us the bedroom and we started pointing out the holes in the wall, like, you used to have this boarded up, huh? And he said, yeah.
Sherry asked me to put boards up.
There's nobody's ever going to be able to answer why decisions were made.
Except for James. I don't understand.
You don't understand what? What parts are you not understanding?
He even showed us, Sherry, he even showed us the letters that were used for the grant and the numbers. I have pictures of them right here. This is the set that was used.
What did the Bible verse mean to you?
How would he have known that?
Why did you pick that Bible verse?
For a brief moment, the investigators use a rapid-fire overloading tactic, sending very hard questions Sherry's way that require completely separate answers. Asking difficult questions that would only be asked to a guilty person in fast succession increases the stress on suspects, giving them no time to come up with an answer and giving the impression that they have no escape, which in Sherry's case is actually true.
James picked the Bible verse. We need to be able to control the outcome and what's going to happen next. The only thing we know is going to happen right now is what you can tell us and what you can shed light on, and for other people to be able to try to understand. If it was a mistake, it was a mistake. But at this point, not telling us what happened, not telling us the truth is another mistake. It's a mistake on top of a mistake. Right now, we can start over. We can end. We can leave without a dirty conscience, without the what's going to happen next. Right now,
deep down inside, Sherry, I know you know what's right and what you should do, and you should come clean.
The final olive branch has been extended to Sherry. She has been in control of the narrative for the last 4 years, and she is given a chance to explain her side before everything explodes. Sherry has to decide right here and right now how the rest of the story is going to go.
Why did you ask James to come to get you? You asked Donovan the night before to come meet up with you. Everything happened at once. You were asking to.
Stupid thing to do.
The thing about it is we were able to prove that Donovan never came up here. But now we can prove that James did. We have records to prove it. Although you might not think it was a good idea now, 2020 hindsight, at the time, why did you ask him to come pick you up? Was that an I don't know? What's that?
Can't be James.
Sherry has chosen her fate and opts to stick to what's worked for the last 4 years, despite being shown evidence otherwise. The tide has turned, and as captain of her ship of deceit, she has opted to drown with it.
It is James.
Sherry, the DNA doesn't lie. His DNA was on you. Your DNA is going to be in that room.
1 in septillion that it was James. I don't even know how many zeros septillion is, to be honest with you.
That's why, despite your description of how far you might have gone in the car, we already went down there. We knocked on his door. We took those pictures. He understood that the DNA didn't lie, so he came clean. Now it's your chance to do the same. And if you don't, you're going to be shaking your head later and say, I should have told him what happened.
Talk to me like that.
Like what?
Just like how Sherry snapped at Keith during their quick moment earlier, Sherry snaps again when her desperate lies fall onto deaf ears. This time, though, she does it to a federal investigator who for the last 4 years was working closely with her to resolve her case. Sherry is truly a despicable person.
There's so many fears right now that we can't even wrap our head around it. There's too many unknowns that we can't control. We can't control what the media is going to do. We can't control what everybody's going to think. The only thing we can control right now is to control that James told us the truth, and that's a yes or a no. What did James lie about? What did James lie to us about? Of the things I've told you.
I don't know, baby. I don't know. I just don't know. There's just no way it can be James. I just don't know. I don't know.
It is James. That's not even the question anymore.
We know you were in that room. That's already clear.
You described everything in the room.
What you're saying is it wasn't James that came and picked you up by the mailboxes? Is that what you're saying? There's still 2 females? Is that what you're saying, Sherry?
At the end of everything, once you had to have known that this was going to come at some point.
I was talking to my fault.
What's that?
This is all my fault. I was talking to so many guys.
Well, we know.
Such a stupid thing to do.
Yeah, but then how did we get to Costa Rica? Or sorry, Costa Mesa? Wherever I was. How did we get to LA? There's a big jump and a leap from talking to men to getting in a car with somebody. But that getting in a car with somebody is somebody you had a relationship with. He told us about the abortion. He told us about your guys' relationship. He told us about things that I don't know if you've ever told anybody about. He told us so many things. And he did it all for you. Nobody else. He got nothing out of this.
And you're welcome to go home, Sherry. But right now is your opportunity to tell us the truth. And
Can't be.
are you saying that it was 2 females that picked you up? What's that? Every time I ask that question, it seems like you don't answer it.
This can't be happening.
We sat in a room, you drew out 2 people in a sketch, Sherry. Are those 2 people the ones that took you? It's a yes or no?
I don't know.
Well, you were pretty clear when I asked you earlier, what did the younger one do? You said the younger one pointed a gun at you. She wasn't. It was just James. James was 2 hours late.
We have the rental records from 2016 for the vehicle that he used.
Why?
Because we went and looked for it, because he told me.
Because I was talking to him.
That's clear. You were talking to him. I don't.
This is my fault because I was talking to him. This can't.
We have to control what we can control.
No.
We're to the point, the younger female that you've always described, is she the one that pointed a gun at you? Is that true or not?
Oh, no.
You do know, you told me earlier. So earlier today, when we were talking, I asked you what did the younger one do? You told me the younger one pointed a gun at you and let you go.
Sherry has completely shut down. Now, when she's asked about the story that she's repeated for years, or the new tale of the younger female of the 2 suspects pointing a gun at her, and if it's true, Sherry says that she doesn't know. What was a fact only 40 minutes ago is now an uncertainty. Her ship is now completely sunk into the cold waters of justice.
That's what you said.
She let me go.
Yeah, you let yourself go. You let yourself out of the backseat. Never even said bye to James. Never a thank you, never a nothing. Just an out.
No.
Yeah, that's what James told me. Until you can start telling me that James is a liar and start pointing things out, James passed a polygraph.
This is my fault. It's my fault that I was talking to him. It's my fault that I was flirting with other men. It was such a stupid thing to do. I love my husband.
Flirting with
I love my children.
That's understandable.
It's just stupid.
Here's the deal though, Sherry. Flirting with other men, not a crime. Lying to me today, yes, a crime. Big difference.
Telling your story of what happened to you isn't a crime.
And I know you're scared of what Keith is going to say and do, what's going to happen with you and your family. Those are real concerns. But we also need to understand the truth. And you're in the best position to give us that. You keep saying that it can't be him. The DNA doesn't lie. It's him.
You were talking to
him. And now's the opportunity for you to tell us.
I was talking to him. I was talking to him.
And we've talked.
We started talking again when his brother died.
Okay.
You started talking again what?
When her brother died.
Oh, sure.
And that makes sense. The problem we have is the actions after the talking, after the flirting. There was a big difference between talking on the phone and getting in a car with somebody. So are you saying that James got 2 females to kidnap you? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? So if James's DNA is on you,
I don't know.
are you? So either we're still saying the younger girl pointed a gun at you, or we're saying we don't know. You've already told me that today. That a younger girl pointed a gun at you.
You said you didn't want her to get caught. So are we still talking that the female let you go?
That's where we're at. And I don't know doesn't add clarity on simple questions, Sherry. A very easy question. Did James pick you up? You told me earlier that a girl pointed a gun at you. Is that detail, which one's true? It's only one. Only one of those are true, Sherry. You told both of them. I've told one, you told the other. Which one's true? Does James need to go to jail for all the stuff that you asked him to do?
I did not ask for this.
No, nobody asked for this. Sherry, I believe you. Nobody asked for this. Nobody asked for ABC News to park out in your driveway.
There was no way you could have predicted that this was going to blow up and to be as big as it was. Not even God thought it was going to turn into this big. Even when he first got the call, he didn't think that CNN and ABC and everybody was going to care.
I'm going to find Sherry in a couple days because I found Donovan. I found the people some of the people you're talking to. I've never known about your work cell phone.
Stupid.
But we're beyond that small discretion.
Stupid.
We've talked about that discretion.
No.
We've talked about Donovan, right? Remember?
So stupid.
We talked about Donovan.
So stupid.
Who picked you up? Was it James or was it a female that pointed a gun at you? Can you please answer that? You're shaking your head no.
I will not get. I'm not talking to you about that. I'm not going to get anybody in trouble. I've told you before, I do not want anyone to get in trouble.
Well, you're going to get yourself in trouble at this point. That's where we're at. So either James.
I didn't do anything wrong.
I know you didn't do anything wrong. Right now, you're not telling the truth, which is doing something wrong. That's where we're at. James put himself on a polygraph. Talked to FBI agents. He talked with Peter and I for 6 hours. You told us everything, Sherry. You told us so many truths because you put yourself through.
True.
They were true. You're absolutely
You
right.
don't want to talk about the women.
Sherry doesn't want to talk about the women that she talked about for the last 4 years or repeat her claims from less than an hour ago. Sherry went from being crystal clear on the younger suspect pointing a gun at her to now having no idea. Further down the water she goes.
So, but the one...
You're saying that it's James.
No,
We're saying James's DNA was on you. We know you were in that room at his house.
Then who
So the
was
question
the
is-
woman? Then who was the woman?
Well,
Okay. That's why we're asking you. It
Did
wasn't
the
the
woman
woman.
put a pointed gun at you and put you in the car, yes or no? Is that where we're at?
Don't remember.
You don't remember if a female pointed a gun at you and put you in the car? Is that what you're saying, Sherry?
I've always told you I don't remember getting in the car. I've always told you I don't remember getting in the car.
Correct. But did a female point a gun at you, yes or no?
Remember.
Yes or no? It's not a remember thing. You've already told me that today.
You know who she is. I know you do.
No, it was always
You
Keith.
know who she is.
Yeah,
You know
the
you
lady
do.
we showed you is another raise. No, I know James opened the door for you. Whether you want to forget how you got in the car, I'm okay with that. But you've already established today. That's why I asked you today. What did the younger girl do? You said she let me go and she pointed a gun at me. We didn't talk about how you got in the car. Right now I'm asking you. Did a younger female point a gun at you? Yes or no? What?
I know you know who she is. I am not
we're on the
saying
wrong-
it. I don't want her to get in trouble.
She's not
I
getting in
know you know who she is.
You're getting in trouble.
I am
That's-
not. I didn't do anything.
Right? But right now, answer this one question. Did a female point a gun at you, yes or no?
I am done speaking to you until I talk to a lawyer. I will not arrest her. I am with my children because of her.
Sherry does the second smart thing that she's done since the interview began, and she firmly says that she will not speak anymore without a lawyer. The investigators immediately end the interview and escort Sherry out, but the damage is already done.
I'm disappointed, Sherry.
I don't understand. There is no way that a chance he loves me.
You did love me. I agree.
Sherry, if you want to talk to your attorney, that's fine. We can wrap this up. If you want to keep talking to us, that's a separate story, but you said you wanted to talk to your attorney, so from the beginning, you're free to go and you can go. I would ask you one more question, just for your own welfare. Do you feel like harming yourself?
Welfare.
Do you feel like harming yourself?
No, I just hug my children and go home.
Okay. Well, you're free to go and do that. If you change your mind and want to come forward and talk to us,
This is all my fault because I talk to other men. This cannot be.
As the threat to Sherry leaves the room, which in this case is the detectives, she is immediately able to sit upright, stop crying, and speak clearly. It's almost as if she was putting on an act, just like she was for the last 4 years, and just like she was for her entire life, hiding the truly despicable person that she is behind the public mask of honorability and meekness. The detectives find Keith and bring him back in to finish the interview.
you might have come and started talking to you.
Where is my husband?
I don't know, we're going to find that out.
Alright. I'm the idiot husband that stayed around the whole time.
Well, there's not. It's still, we can't tell you a lot, honestly. I don't know what I told Kelly to let you know. Some of the details, some of the stuff coming out.
Can we, I mean, from my side, I feel like, my whole world's gonna flip upside down again. Why is that? Why am I always getting held out of things? Like, why can't you just hit me with it?
I did, I told you.
I know, yeah.
Because this happened Monday.
No, you're saying you can't tell me all this stuff.
It's still an ongoing investigation, so you're not going to find out answers. I mean, there's just, that's the way it is.
Can you help me, throw me a bone and then go, I mean, she made it up, is that where we're going, right? Or is she trying to come up with a whole nother?
We're not going to give you any additional details. Obviously, you heard the questions, so you can read through some of those and understand. You've seen some of the photos.
Yeah.
So you know some of the investigative work
obviously you
we've
saw
done.
me, I was like, yeah, we found him.
And we did.
Yeah.
But you can also notice your reaction compared to her reaction.
Yeah. No, 100%. That's what I'm saying from my side, but now you're telling me, okay, you guys can go home now. Well, do you think I want her anywhere around my kids or around me at all at this point?
And again, we've talked a lot. I don't know what the next stages of this are. That's why
it's not us together, right? That one.
Whatever those decisions are, I don't know.
But we can all agree that she's not over there, then obviously if somebody can do something like that to their body and try to trick everybody that they're probably not fit to.
It was 4 years ago.
We can't get into that, but I would say, obviously, we are concerned about the welfare. We don't want any kind of domestic dispute between you two. We also don't want...
So give me a quick not legal advice, give me from a sheriff. If I don't want her in my house tonight, what options do I have?
You'd have to get restraining orders. You'd have to get legal stuff.
I'm gonna tell her she has to go to her sister's or something. I mean, she's not going to my house tonight, and I got a call. The next stage of this, please give me the courtesy of telling me when you're gonna announce this, so I cannot be at my home.
Probably tonight.
Oh God, damn, you're going quick. Well, I thought you said it's ongoing now.
Well,
we have to.
We gotta talk about that, but
it's gonna happen quick.
I understand that. He was thinking tomorrow. I was like, okay,
We
that'll give me
blew
enough
up
time.
everybody in LA. So there's a hornet's nest in LA. It only takes one person to go and say, hey, I know what actually happened. I want 10 grand. And now they run to LA News. It blows up without our control.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know the strategy. We still have to we had to get through this before we can get there. But this,
Is there anything you can tell me next? I thought you said you were going to tell me something when I came back in. Like,
The person that we talked to down there is absolutely involved.
no, I know that.
Everything.
I know that.
So
I remember
that's
giving
what
you
I'm
guys that
doing.
guy's number, so I thought.
So that's where we're at.
Okay. And then what does she say?
We're just gonna ask you to be patient, let it play out. I know it's gonna be really hard, but it also makes it easier for you. Well, the little kids aren't gonna ask you as much as the media will.
No, I
and the family members, your own family members.
No,
and you can look at them with a straight face and say, look, they're not telling me yet.
But like, even Kettle right now, I was like, well, shoot, you guys can give her a ride in the house. I don't even want her in my car right now.
I don't know what Kel said.
That's what he told me.
I'm assuming we'll get arranged for her to get there if that's what has to happen.
Because I need to make some phone. If you're gonna release it that soon, I'd like to call him.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I can call you today. I'm gonna go from this to another meeting, and that meeting's gonna lead to another meeting, and that meeting's gonna lead to another meeting, and then we'll be figuring stuff out.
Are you saying you want us to help you with transport for her?
I think so. I don't think. You got to give me a couple. I thought you guys were gonna call me back in here with her.
Well, she has to leave, so she's free to leave if she wants.
So I think we'll talk, and she's probably not going to talk in here, so we'll probably go out to the car, and then I'll be like, I'm not going anywhere with you until
If you guys want to check out the car and then come back up and tell us if you need assistance, let us know.
I appreciate that. I think I'm handling pretty good. I ain't punching walls or nothing.
We appreciate that.
I'm in shock. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Since Sherry wasn't under arrest, she was free to leave. Keith, of course, was also able to leave. It's unclear what happened between the couple immediately after, but what is clear is the eventual aftermath. Almost a year and a half after this questioning, on March 3rd, 2022, Sherry was arrested on charges of making false statements to federal law enforcement officers and for mail fraud. Papini was charged with mail fraud as she had received over $30,000 from the California Victims Compensation Board between 2017 and 2021. 1 week later, on March 9th, 2022, Sherry was released from jail before her trial on a $120,000 bond and after surrendering her passport. She and her lawyer had no comment on the allegations against her. Papini had faced up to 25 years in prison between the charges of mail fraud and for lying to a federal officer. On April 18th, 2022, 6 weeks after her initial arrest, Sherry signed a deal with prosecutors via Zoom, admitting that she had orchestrated the hoax. Keith and Sherry remained married until 2 days after Sherry's plea deal. On April 20th, 2022, Keith Papini filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences after their 12-year marriage. Keith requested full custody of their now 9-year-old and 7-year-old daughter, and he asked the court to allow visitation with their mom only with his approval and with supervision. Even after everything had initially come to light, Keith remained by Sherry's side until there was an absolute zero chance that she was telling the truth. According to court records, the divorce is scheduled to be finalized on October 31st, 2022. In September 2022, Sherry Papini was sentenced to 18 months in prison and fined $300,000. At the time of this video, Sherry Papini is currently incarcerated at the Shasta County Jail in Redding, California, awaiting her transfer to a California State Correctional Institute, where she will remain for the rest of her sentence. And now, back to the interrogation of Sarah Buzzard.
Okay, so, I guess I don't know what your thoughts are on the easiest way to get through this. Obviously, it's not going to be something easy to speak about. So we obviously want to make it as simple and comfortable for you as possible, but also, in your own words. We don't want to question after question after question. So we kind of feel like the simplest would maybe to be able to ask you to start kind of from the beginning, maybe when things started with when say, Jen moved in, that kind of thing, and then just kind of tell us how things played out. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jen, also known as Naira, was the woman who Sarah was married to at the time that she was arrested. However, at the time that she met Jen, Sarah was still married to her husband, Corey. During this interview, Sarah will call Jen by both a preferred name, Jen, and her legal name, Naira.
So I first met Jen around, I think, late June-ish, 2014, on a dating site.
Mm-hmm.
And Corey, my husband at the time, wasn't going to be involved. He knew about it, but he said that he wouldn't try to insert himself in the relationship. So she and I would meet up for movies at my apartment until around the third date when we became in a sexual relationship. Around that time, I learned from her that she was transgender. She had been on hormone therapy for 6 or 7 years, but it was before she had her surgery. And when Corey found out, he really tried to insert himself into the relationship because he had this personal philosophy that a perfect relationship involved a man, a woman, and a transgendered individual.
Jen was a transgender woman, which Sarah's husband Corey believed to be the perfect person for his ideal polyamorous relationship.
I don't know where he came up with this. I never shared it. Before Jen and I met in person, I had told her that he wouldn't be involved, so the fact that now he was trying to be involved did not help either of us. So we had our relationship, and Corey was trying to pursue other women without success. I never knew about his conversations because I didn't want to know, and he never volunteered it to me. So then around February 2015, Jen went back to her hometown in Massachusetts to do some kind of paperwork, name change or something like that. She didn't really go into details. And then during her absence, that's when Corey started talking to Ryan online.
Corey was actively excluded from Sarah and Jen's relationship. In response, Corey sought companionship on Craigslist with little success until meeting Ryan. Ryan Zimmerman, living in Corbin, Kentucky at the time, was in a period of his life where he was exploring his sexuality, including the idea of transitioning. To Corey, Ryan was a perfect fit.
I didn't know about their conversations until around early April-ish, when he told me that he wanted Ryan to move in with us so that he could act on this philosophy. And we argued constantly for the entire month because I always felt like he needed this other person to make up for traits that I lacked, and that really, really hurt.
It's noteworthy to mention here what might be obvious to some, but not all. Sarah says that she was hurt by her husband's desired inclusion of Ryan, but at the same exact time, Sarah was involved with another person already. Sarah took her husband's desires to open the relationship and ran with it, but when her husband did the same, she cried foul. Rules for thee, not for me.
And he was expecting me to, I don't know, not fall in love, but become infatuated with Ryan when I first met him, and everything would be perfect.
Sure.
So we argued because he was adamant about it. I did not want it to happen. He didn't like any of the compromises that I was trying to come up with. So finally, I came up with a compromise that I still didn't like, but it was the best I could do, which was Ryan would be allowed to stay in our spare bedroom on the condition that he pay rent, purchase his own groceries, and at the end of a 3-month period, he would have to have a job and his own apartment. Because I told Corey that if the relationship he was pursuing with him was going well,
Ryan could still be around to see him, but I didn't want him staying in the house the whole time.
Well, that sounds fair.
Yeah, which he agreed to. So I talked to Ryan online once, and I did not like him. He was extremely subservient to the point where I found it extremely annoying. Like I was asking him, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do? And he said, I like to draw. And I told him, I have a degree in that. I'd love to help you. He said, no, I'll never be good enough. So I understand that his family, I could see why he had that kind of personality, but I didn't like it. And I let Corey know that I said, I didn't see what he looked like. I don't know if Corey had gotten pictures, but I never got one. And I said, I don't think I'm going to like him when he comes, but I will still give him a chance to at least have somewhere to stay until he gets on his feet.
In some ways, Sarah is already positing potentially arguable dismissal of responsibility. She shares that she had reservations about Ryan joining them and failed to convince her then-husband to not continue the pursuit. Crime channel This Is Monsters pointed out something interesting as well. Sarah uses the term subservient, but it's likely that she meant something akin to self-loathing due to Ryan's constant self-belittlement. Her lack of empathy, even after taking Ryan's past into account, is shocking. However, at the end of the day, she is responsible for her own actions. What these actions were, we will soon find out.
So Jen came back around mid-May 2015, and she kind of officially moved into the living room around either the end of June, early July, something like that, before Ryan came. So she set up her space in the living room. We fashioned a curtain to block it off from the stairwell in the kitchen, so there was a little bit of privacy. And then Ryan came, I don't remember exactly when, but I think it was either the end of July or early August 2015, somewhere in that range. From that point, he moved into the upstairs spare bedroom. Upstairs, we also had the bedroom that Corey and I used to stay in, adjacent. So his spare room would be here, the bedroom was here, there was a long hallway, the bathroom, and then the office. So while Ryan was there, he did pay rent, he did purchase his groceries, but I didn't really interact with him if I didn't have to. Naira did not like him. Jen, she did not like him at all from the beginning. She would make comments like he was a disgusting person, the world would be better off without him. She just absolutely loathed him, mostly because of his personality, but also because he would eavesdrop at the top of the stairs, and she would always catch him, and that really bothered her.
Like eavesdrop on your conversation, or just in general, in her personal space?
If anyone was talking in the kitchen, he would sit at the top of the stairs and try to eavesdrop.
While Sarah wasn't openly amiable to Ryan, Naira was the opposite, despising him and wishing harm onto him. Some of Ryan's odd behaviors were the result of a turbulent past. In addition, Ryan's internal confusion about who he really was reflected in various ways, many of which had the unintentional result of becoming even further outcast than before. Of the 7 most common shared past experiences of individuals with extreme self-loathing, Ryan would publicly present 5 of them.
So Naira, Jen kept to herself.
You can call her whatever you want. Whatever you're comfortable with.
So Naira was, she stayed in the living room primarily. Didn't really interact with Corey or Ryan if she could help it, unless we were all in the kitchen during meal times. I bounced back from staying with her, going to work, and then sometimes staying up in the office with Corey because that's where my desk was. I also tried not to interact with Ryan as much as possible, but I was a little bit more open if he had questions. And then Ryan stayed in his room primarily all the time. And then Corey would bounce between hanging out in Ryan's room, staying in the office, or going to school. So we all kind of had a uncomfortable but functioning relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And then in September, I think it was the 25th. I know it was the weekend when everything happened, and I can't exactly remember if it was a Friday or a Saturday. I think it was Friday the 25th. Corey told me that he was meeting a woman at the Greyhound bus station,
Mhm.
and that they had reserved a hotel room in downtown Columbus, and they were going to stay there for the whole weekend. And he also told me that he didn't want to have anything to do with Ryan anymore. He wasn't what Corey expected, and he had not tried to hold up his end of the deal. He had scheduled several job interviews and never went to a single one because he was convinced that he was just going to get rejected, so why bother?
Mm-hmm.
So Corey told me that he did not want Ryan there anymore. He had told him that he wanted him to pack up and leave before Corey came back.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan's brother would tell investigators that Ryan was bullied heavily in high school and would face constant rejection from peers. Years later, Ryan thought he had found acceptance with the Buzzards and Jen, but would be rejected yet again after settling in. As Sarah recalls, Corey had completely lost interest and had made it clear to Ryan that he was to be gone before he arrived from his trip. As requested, Ryan wouldn't be there when Corey returned. How he left, however, is a different story.
And then he left to go to the hotel. The next day, I don't remember seeing Ryan at all the rest of that day. If I did, it was briefly to go into the kitchen to get something, but he didn't really talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
On the morning of the 26th, Naira started voicing some plan about killing him, and I did not take her seriously because she would make comments like that sometimes. Like if we were in the parking lot and we saw a woman waiting in her car, she would say something like, "Oh, I wonder what would happen if I just shot her in there," or "Oh, I wonder what would happen if we drove this cyclist off the road," and things like that. She never acted on them, so I never took her seriously. So when she started saying things about killing Ryan, I didn't take her seriously.
Did she first say something that morning, or had she said something prior?
She may have made passing comments prior, but nothing major. It was less about murder, more about just violence.
In a guide for psychologists assessing client risk, it's noted that individuals prone to violence often share their violent plans with others or record them in journals, rather than directly threatening their targets. Expressing violent fantasies can be a precursor to actual violence, especially among those with frequent violent thoughts. Those high in openness, a trait linked to open-mindedness and novelty-seeking, are more likely to have these fantasies and are common in polyamorous circles. Violent fantasies can create a negative cycle, increasing resentment and the likelihood of acting on these thoughts. While it isn't common knowledge, there's an instinctive human awareness of potential danger. In our case, Sarah likely sensed Jen's threat but chose involvement over seeking help, highlighting the complexity of human responses to danger.
But she I can't remember.
Okay.
But if she did, they were short and passed, and then that was it.
Mm-hmm.
When I went upstairs at some point during the day to get something out of the office, Ryan had left a note propped up on the staircase banister asking to talk to me, and I really didn't want to talk to him because I just wanted him to go.
Mm-hmm.
So then I went back downstairs, and then later on, when I went to use the bathroom, as I was exiting, he stuck his head out of his room and said, "Can I talk to you?" So I finally did. I sat on the floor and listened as he cried and begged me to give him a second chance. He said that Corey hated him and that I tuned a lot of it out because I knew he just wanted a second chance. But I told him, "Look, I'm sorry that Corey said that and that he wanted you to leave before your 3-month period, but if that's what he wants, then I'm going to stand by it. Plus, I pointed out, you haven't tried to go to any of your job interviews, and you can't use the excuse that you didn't have a car or you didn't have like a resume that had interested them enough to schedule it. You just didn't want to go because you chickened out. And I said that I wouldn't do anything, that if that's what Corey wanted, then he would have to leave this weekend. Which is not what he wanted to hear, but he agreed to it. So then I left, I went back downstairs, and I filled in Naira on what he had told me. And that's when she went back to fleshing out their plan. I still didn't take her seriously, but I was starting to get worried because of how intricate it was getting. And then when she started gathering tools like trash bags, bleach, the handsaw from the shed, I realized she was serious. So I tried to talk her out of it, calmly at first, and then I started getting a little hysterical. And she told me that if I didn't help, that she was going to do it anyway, and that it was going to be a lot messier and a lot harder to get everything done by herself, and that Corey would probably come home before she was finished. So she said that she would just give me a small role to play, but she would do most of the heavy work. And usually at this point, the attorneys ask me, well, why did you do it? Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you kick her out? And it was because I loved her. I knew that she wasn't a good person. I knew that she was kind of borderline sociopathic. She liked to manipulate people, including me early in our relationship, but she was the only person who had been there for me through everything that Corey had put me through. And she was the first person that I actually felt like cared about me. Maybe not so much at this point in our relationship, but later on, she was fiercely loyal to me. Mm-hmm. And so I didn't want to lose her. So I agreed that I would help.
It's clear as day that Sarah herself has found herself in an extremely vulnerable position. While she was in an unhealthy marriage with Corey, Jen became her escape. However, Jen was, in Sarah's own words, borderline sociopathic and not a good person. In Sarah's version of events, she was manipulated into becoming a participant because of her undying love for Jen. Alternatively, Jen took advantage of Sarah by forcing her to take part in Jen's horrific plans. If Jen could convince Sarah to be complicit in her scheme, Sarah would be less likely to implicate Jen at a later date. In addition, them sharing roles in the murder of Ryan creates an additional bond rooted in toxicity. Blood in, blood out.
So in the evening, we waited until Ryan went upstairs to use the bathroom, and then we both went into the office. She had a rag that she dipped in bleach, and she had a bottle of vinegar next to her to add to it when the time came, because I guess they had some kind of chemical reaction and released some kind of poisonous gas. I don't really know, but she did the research for it.
Mixing bleach and vinegar is extremely dangerous and should be avoided. When you combine these two substances, they react to form chlorine gas, a toxic and potentially deadly chemical. Chlorine gas, even at low levels, can cause coughing, breathing difficulties, burning in the eyes, nose, and throat, and can be particularly harmful to people with respiratory conditions. At higher concentrations, chlorine gas can lead to severe respiratory distress, and in extreme cases, it can be fatal.
So when Ryan came out, I was waiting in the doorway of the office, waited until he walked down the hall, and then I jumped on him from behind, put him in a headlock and pulled him down to the floor with my body weight so I could hold him while Naira came in and straddled him and then pressed the rag over his face. When he started making these guttural gasping noises, Naira let me get out from under him, and I curled up in the office and cried. I didn't want to look at her or him. I wish that I didn't have to do it, but it was done, and I was so scared and horrified, but there wasn't, I didn't stop. I didn't stop her. I didn't.
Love is a powerful thing.
Yeah. So I stayed in the office. I didn't know that she had put duct tape over his face until the prosecutors or you, or I can't remember, somebody told me that when they examined the head that there was duct tape on it. So I didn't see her do that. I'm guessing she did it to make sure that he wouldn't breathe if he wasn't fully dead. And then she asked me to help her move him into the bathtub, but I wouldn't do it. I said I didn't want to see his face. I couldn't bring myself to look at him. The only thing I could see were his calves sticking out, and his skin had turned white, so I knew that he had died. So I stayed in the office for a while until she did get him in the bathtub, and she had put a trash bag over his head and severed it, and then put that into the freezer so that she could deal with it later. And she started using the handsaw to take off his hands and feet at the joint. And at that time, because his face, I didn't have to see his face anymore, I came out to help, and she gave me his clothes, instructed me to put it in a trash bag while she worked. And after, I'm not sure how much time passed, it felt like maybe an hour, she started to get intestinal cramps. So she went to lie down and said I had to take over.
Keep in mind, Sarah has now admitted to have been a participant in not only the act of murdering Ryan, but also to being a participant in the destruction of his body. Regardless of influencing factors, by her own volition, Sarah was a willing participant. No one held a gun to her head and forced her. Sarah ultimately chose her fate for herself, and tangentially, for Ryan too.
So I put the hands in one bag, the hands and the feet she told me to put in a bag, and then she also put it in the freezer for later because she said those would be the two big identifying factors and she would have to deal with them separately. So I removed the forearms and the calves at the joints, and it was slow, exhausting work, and I did not work fast enough. Her original idea was to cut up everything into as small of manageable pieces as possible and then dispose of them that way, but we didn't have enough time to do that, so we just had the head, hands and feet, the forearms went in one bag, the calves went in another bag, and then we just had to deal with the torso. Around that time, I'd say maybe 4 or 5 in the morning, I knew that it was starting to get light out. She came back to help and had this black Tupperware bin that she had kept some of her belongings in, emptied that out and brought it upstairs, and we put the torso in it, all of the pieces, and then bags that had the tools, rags, gloves, things like that, and threw those in there too. I waited while she cleaned the bathroom quickly. She said she would do a more thorough job later. And then we took the bin and put it in the back of Ryan's car. Sometime between, sometime on the 26th in the afternoon, she had apparently talked to a friend online who arranged to purchase Greyhound tickets for us. I didn't know who he was, and I didn't see her do it because she just wanted to keep it on a need-to-know basis. So once we got the bin into Ryan's car, that's when she told me our plan was to drive to Illinois, leave the car somewhere deserted, and use those tickets to come back to Columbus.
The quickest Greyhound route from Illinois to Columbus, starting in Champaign, takes over 13 hours. Adding the return trip and time spent hiding the victim's body parts across Illinois, the effort to cover up the murder totals more than a day. Sarah and Jen spent over 3 days on this task. As Damon Variel pointed out, in a twist of irony, they could have avoided this by simply letting Ryan move out, as the murder occurred on his scheduled eviction day. Their actions suggest that Jenna's intent was less about removing Ryan and more about fulfilling a murder fantasy.
So we started driving, and I stopped for gas after maybe half an hour to an hour, and then that's when the car wouldn't start again. She took my phone and was trying to troubleshoot it while I did everything I could think of, and we couldn't get it to start, so we had to call a tow truck and have it bring it back to the apartment complex. And we asked the driver to leave it on the side of that road that ran past the complex, but I don't think it was actually part of it. And then Naira said that I needed to bring my car around because we'd have to use it instead. And when I brought it up alongside, she took some of his belongings out of his trunk, put them in my car, took off the license plates, and just rummaged around and tried to find anything that needed to be taken. And then we moved the bin into the backseat of my car. And we left his car there and started driving again to Illinois. It started getting dark. I don't remember how long we were on the road, but I knew that the day had gone by very quickly. I'm guessing a lot of the time was spent trying to get the car to start, but it did start getting dark when we left in my car. And I started, again, driving towards Illinois, and once it got dark, Naira would randomly pick exits for me to turn off on, and we would drive around trying to find dumpsters that were open and unsupervised, and we would throw one of the bags in it and then get back on the highway and keep going. So we did that until we just had the torso left, but at that point we had both been awake for 36 some hours, so I kept falling asleep at the wheel, and I told her I can't keep driving. So that's when we found the wooded area here, dumped the torso, and turned around and started driving back to Columbus. And I had to stop frequently on country roads to take a quick nap just so I could keep going. And I think it was maybe 1, 2 o'clock in the morning by the time we got back. And Corey was waiting for us in the kitchen. He didn't suspect anything, but he was angry that I had turned off my phone because he had tried to text me to see where I was. So he was furious that he didn't know where we were. I did not want to talk to him. I just wanted to sleep. So we both, Naira and I both went back to the living room and fell asleep.
Even though the mountain of evidence proving Sarah's involvement would have been enough for a conviction, a confession is always something that investigators will seek to attain. Sarah has now officially implicated herself with not only the murder, but dismembering the corpse, transporting it, and being the one to leave the torso at the lake. Her callousness in retelling the story is truly haunting.
I don't remember what she did with the bin. I know that she cleaned it out. I can't remember if she just threw it in the dumpster at the apartment or what she did with it. but it eventually disappeared somehow. And then she took care of the hands and feet while I was at work and Corey was at school. She did something to make it easy to pick the pieces apart and store that in a bag. And the head, she got this soup pot and made some kind of lye mixture and put the head in it.
Lye, which is a strong alkaline substance made from sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide, has a significant and typically destructive effect on organic matter. Lye reacts with organic tissues, including proteins and fats, through a process called saponification. This reaction can break down complex organic molecules into simpler substances. Lye is highly corrosive, and in high concentrations, lye can rapidly decompose organic matter. This is why it has been used in some industrial applications for cleaning or breaking down organic residues. It is also the reason why lye is sometimes used in processes like the disposal of carcasses, or more specifically in this case, Ryan Zimmerman's head. Sarah will mention that Naira also wanted the skull as a trophy. While lye is corrosive on organic matter like flesh, with mineral-based matter like bones, it is used to clean and preserve.
Partially because it was kind of a trophy for her, but also because she didn't know the best way to dispose of it yet. So we had to she put it in the soup bin, put that in a bag, or several bags, put the pieces of the hands and feet also in the bag, and then kept bagging it up, and we put it in the shed for the time being. And every time we moved, it would have to come with us. So that was a weight that I had to drag with me everywhere I went. Corey never suspected anything. I told him Ryan packed up and left, and he didn't give him a second thought. He started dating another woman until he moved in with her sometime in November. And Naira and I vacated the apartment December, January, somewhere. It was slow work, and moved everything back to my mom's house. And then early January, Corey and I had an uncontested divorce, and then Naira and I married at the end of January.
The crime-crossed lovers would move to Sarah's hometown of Marion, Indiana after moving out, and on January 14, 2016, Sarah and Corey finalized their divorce. In a move that likely speaks about how despicable Sarah Buzzard truly is, on January 28th of the same year, only 14 days after the divorce, Sarah Buzzard would marry Naira.
And for a long time, we would check the news constantly. That's when we found out that the torso was discovered. But as time went on and we didn't see any new news, we started planning for a future instead. And we made a suicide pact that should something go wrong or we get discovered, that she was going to shoot me first and then herself, because she said she would rather die than spend her life in prison, especially since at the time she was still anatomically male. So she said that she would probably have to go to the male prison, and that was a death sentence in itself, because she was very, very feminine. I agreed to the suicide pact, but I was also scared because I'm terrified of death. I did not want to have it go that way. Sure. But as time passed and nothing new happened, I started to feel better, that maybe we'd be able to live a life together. And then the arrest came, and when I said goodbye to her, I could see it in her face that she knew. And When the officer that the Marion Police Department told me what happened, I wasn't surprised, but it still hurt.
Sure. I need tissues.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And that's about it.
In this complex case, we're left pondering while we're delving into Sarah's interrogation when Jen, alleged to be the main culprit, isn't being questioned. Sarah tells us that the stark reason is Jen's death. She had followed through with the pact upon the police's arrival, shortly after Sarah's arrest. This development throws a wrench into the investigation, allowing Sarah to potentially shift all blame onto Jen. While Sarah's claim that Jen masterminded the murder could be true, it's equally plausible that Sarah, having more motive, orchestrated the crime herself. With both Jen and Ryan deceased, the full extent of Sarah's honesty is shrouded in mystery. The police are not confined to analyzing Sarah's story against the evidence they possess, mainly the dismembered body and a car sold after the murder, leaving the primary perpetrator's identity unclear.
So if you don't mind, I have a few questions. Sure. Okay. Kind of going back a little bit to the point where you said she would bring it up and talk about it, I guess, and she kind of laid out her plan. What did she explain?
She was trying to figure out the best way to kill him without alerting anyone. She didn't want to shoot him because that would be loud, that would be messy, and it would draw attention. So the only other idea she could come up with that would be quiet would be strangulation. And she wanted me to hold Ryan down so that he wouldn't flee or kick her or anything, while she put the rag on his face. She didn't share the after part when we needed to dispose of things, either because, again, she wanted it as a need-to-know basis, or she hadn't figured it out just yet. So she told me that my role was just to pull him down and she would take care of the rest.
Okay. Do you feel like when you pulled him down, did he pass when you had your arms around him? Do you feel like he was dead and then she told you could go?
I don't know. Okay. I don't have any experience with what the body or what a body does as it's fighting. So I don't know. I know that he was still making noises as I left, but at that point I didn't know if it was him voluntarily doing it or if it was just a reaction.
Okay.
And after I got in the office, I covered my face. I didn't want to look. So anything else was noise for me.
Okay.
Sarah recalls that Ryan was making noises and couldn't tell if it was voluntary or a reaction. The most likely scenario is that Ryan was experiencing agonal breathing. Agonal breathing is when someone who is not getting enough oxygen is gasping for air, and it is not true breathing. It's a reflex that occurs when the brain is not getting the oxygen it needs to survive. Agonal breathing is a sign that a person is near death and is often referred to as the death rattle.
You had mentioned that she went and gathered all these different things. And I guess, what do you mean she went and gathered? Did she go to a store to buy some of this stuff?
No, she got everything in the apartment. Trash bags and bleach and vinegar were in the kitchen as cleaning supplies. I don't remember where the handsaw came from. I don't know if someone left it there, if it was Corey's. It was something that I saw but never really thought about. But she knew that it was in there.
In
the shed.
The shed, okay, which is the outside little, closet type thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe this all to me?
It was...
Or draw it?
So it was about this big-ish, or at least the blade was. So it kind of looked like this, where this was the frame.
Sure.
That was the handle, and then the blade was right here.
Okay. The pot, you mentioned that she had gotten a pot. Did she go purchase that somewhere? Did you guys use that previously for cooking, or where did that come from?
I think she had it with her. I know that it wasn't something that I had ever used. I can't remember if she already had it or if she had purchased it before. I just knew that it wasn't something that Corey and I had with us.
Okay. Because you had mentioned that she brought this up previously. How far previously did she start making comments about violence towards Ryan or killing Ryan versus when it actually took place that weekend?
Well, she made maybe not necessarily violent comments, but disgusted comments she would make ever since basically when he arrived. She more commonly said things like, he's a disgusting human being, or the world would be better off without him, but she didn't actually say things like, I wonder what would happen if I killed him, until that day.
The day that happened. Okay. You had mentioned the bleach and vinegar on the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then mentioned something different was put into the pot?
Lye, some kind of lye mixture.
Okay. And is that something you would have had on hand, or did she go out and purchase?
That she did purchase. The head in the freezer didn't draw any attention because she had packed like vegetables and stuff in front of it, so it didn't look like it was anything. She asked me to drive her to Lowe's to purchase the lye, and then brought it back.
Okay. You had also mentioned that she did her research.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Researching the chemical reaction. I'm not sure what else. I wasn't either paying attention or actually there when she was doing that research.
Did she have her own computer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Own accounts, that sort of thing? Because as we previously mentioned or spoke, there was different searches and things on your Google. Would that have been you, like searching the jugular, that sort of thing, to make sure you got it right the first time?
I didn't search for it. It may have been something that she searched for, because I would let her borrow my phone if she needed something right away. So I don't recall making the search myself. Because I can't think of any information that I would have gotten from it.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be something that she might have done. The car, the troubleshooting with the car, I knew that she did.
She was searching how to start the car. Okay. The days leading up to this, you mentioned that Corey indicated that he, wanted Ryan gone, basically. Was how do you say, is it Naira?
Naira.
I'm sorry, I'm messing up every time. Was she a part of those conversations when he would explain that to you? Did she know that you wanted him out of the picture?
Typically, he wouldn't say it while she was there, but I would relay the information to her, just so everyone was on the same page.
Sure. Okay.
Did Corey ever tell you what his issues were with Ryan, why it ended so abruptly?
Part of it was he discovered that Ryan had, I think it was genital herpes. I think it was some kind of herpes, because and I don't know exactly what went on between the two of them, so I don't know how he found out, or if Ryan told him or something, but that was kind of the last straw for him, because Ryan wasn't what he expected or wanted, because he wasn't able to start any sort of hormone therapy or see a psychiatrist for it. He was physically male, very much so, and I don't think that's what Corey expected. I don't know if he had gotten photos of Ryan, that made him believe he looked another way, but just a combination of Ryan not being what he expected, finding out he had herpes, Ryan never going to his interviews, and whatever other conversations they had, all of it culminated into him wanting to go back to pursuing women and forgetting that it ever happened. Sure.
The Buzzards, both Corey and Sarah, seem to harness some sort of otherworldly amount of disdain for Ryan. If what Sarah is saying is true, that Ryan misrepresented himself as well as his sexually transmitted disease status, seeing the polyamorous relationship disintegrate as a result makes complete sense. Again, if Sarah is telling the truth about who the primary driver of Ryan's death is, it paints Naira in an even more devious light. Yes, Naira killed Ryan, but Naira also had little to no interaction with Ryan. What was the motivating factor? All signs point to one reason that Naira did it, and that reason is bloodlust.
Did you know that Corey was reaching out to other women back on like dating websites trying to find?
Earlier I didn't. Later on I didn't see him, but I knew that he was doing that. He, even before he started trying to act on this 3-person philosophy, he was pursuing women to try to have a threesome, and he would contact my friends while I was in college, asking them if they would be interested, and pretending like I was also agreeing to the idea but never knowing about it. So I lost a lot of friends. People stopped hanging out with me. Roommates would call me furious, and I'd have to tell them this is the first time I've heard of it. So it was something that he always did, but after Ryan it was more open, I guess. I didn't see the messages, he didn't explicitly tell me about them, but I wasn't surprised if he'd say, you know, I'm meeting this girl somewhere or whatever.
Sarah recalls Corey previously propositioning her friends for a group encounter, which she was not aware of. Again, we need to take Sarah's words with a grain of salt. There's only so much we can take at face value from a murderer who carried around the head of her victim for years. But even then, Corey's actions are reprehensible. The level of mentally abusive behavior in their relationship is astonishing. Sarah is undoubtedly a victim of an abusive and toxic relationship with Corey, and it is for certain a key factor in her becoming a part of Ryan's murder.
Going back to the items used in sort of, you mentioned she got it all from the house, so like the trash bags, the vacuum seal bag, do you recall that?
Those I think we got after we moved to our first apartment in Pennsylvania, because it started to smell a little funny, so we needed a better seal. And her mother had needed vacuum bags anyway, so we bought some, took what we needed out of it, and then mailed the rest to her mom to use.
Okay. And then the duct tape, as you mentioned, you were told by your attorneys or what have you. And I had showed you a picture of the duct tape. It's like an aqua blue. Do you recall having that on hand?
That was mine.
That was yours. Okay.
She most likely got it out of the office because I used it to like decorate notebooks and stuff like that.
Sure. Okay. So I guess the days leading up, do you recall going with Ryan to Kroger or anything like that, or did you all go to Kroger and make multiple different transactions?
It depended. He did come with us on a few occasions in my car, and once we got there, everybody would kind of split up to get their own things. Corey would go either by himself or with Ryan, and then Naira would come with me. We all did separate transactions, and once we were done, we would load up everything in the car and come back. I think he also went to Kroger or places like that on his own.
Oh, sure.
But if everybody needed to go to the grocery anyway, then we would just all go.
Do you recall any larger purchases? Say, there was multiple transactions like the day before at Kroger for like around $100 each.
That was for the rent. I'm trying to remember how much I charged. I think I want to say it was $200 because I think our rent was $600 or something like that. So he would pay for a third of it. I would pay for a third for Naira and myself because she didn't have a job, and then Corey would pay the other third. So those, I do remember asking Ryan to withdraw that money for rent, and because there's a limit on how much cash back you can get, he'd have to do it a few times.
Okay, that makes more sense. I appreciate that. Do you recall, I guess, what happened with his debit card or what have you after he had?
Naira kept them. Okay. I don't know what she did with them. I think she also got maybe like a flash drive or a hard drive, but she kept all of those to herself. I don't know exactly what she took. Yeah, I can't remember what was in the trunk.
That's okay.
Bags, boxes, and she took what she wanted and then sorted in her area.
Okay. So you don't know if the debit card would have been used by either of you after he had been deceased for a couple weeks. Okay.
The focus on Ryan's debit card, which experienced significant activity before and after the murder, is key to the investigation. While Sarah pins the blame on Jen, the detectives aim to get Sarah to admit to using Ryan's card after the murder, adding theft to her already extensive charges.
Do you recall if anything else was in, I guess the torso was in its own bag? Okay. Was there anything else of his belongings or clothing-wise that would have been in there that you recall?
Not in that bag, because it took up most of the bag. I think we had to maybe double bag it, but any small belongings like his clothes would have been put in its own bag because that was something that we could easily put in one of the dumpsters.
What about like the, my understanding is he traveled with gaming system possibly, or even a tablet, anything like that. Do you recall him having those things or what happened with those?
I think he had maybe a Wii U or a 3DS. That was something that Naira kept, and I don't know what she did with it. I wouldn't be surprised if she sold it because she would buy and sell a lot of electronics and fix them up and then resell them.
Sure.
So I imagine that she did that at some point, but it would have been on her own. The only thing I would have done would be take the box to the post office for her.
When she does those transactions. Yeah.
Okay. So I remember seeing the Wii U gamepad screen a couple of times, and then I didn't see it again. So.
Okay. You doing okay?
Yeah.
I know we're asking more questions, so I apologize.
It's hard reliving this over and over and over, and I'm.
Hopefully after today we can move forward.
I hope so. Yeah. I think I have to do it again at the sentencing, so I'm just very emotionally drained having to do this over and over.
Well, and unfortunately, in situations like this, sometimes it helps to get it all out. The more that you speak about it, then that offers closure for you as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, that has with me in past circumstances. So hopefully you'll get that same closure.
Yeah. You mentioned that Naira kept a hard drive. Would that have included like a tablet or a computer or something, or just specifically took that out of the...
I think it was specifically the external hard drive. I did let Ryan borrow either a tablet or an old laptop. I can't remember which. Maybe it's like I can't remember if I still had my old laptop or if I had given that to someone, but he did borrow something to use to communicate with friends, family, or be online to whatever.
Okay. Do you recall searching how to clear or wipe like an ACES tablet?
That would have been something that Naira would have already known how to do.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall anything about getting on any of Ryan's accounts, like around that time frame, and speaking with one of his friends on, I guess it'd be Steam or the Google Chat?
I didn't. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if that was something that Naira could do. She was very, very tech savvy.
Okay.
So if she did that, I wasn't there to see it, so she may have done it while I was at work or something. But it doesn't surprise me to hear that something like that might have happened.
Do you recall any of Ryan's friends reaching out, asking
I
anything
never
about
asked
what
him.
happened? I mean, after he was dead.
No.
Okay. And speaking of work, would you have been at work this weekend and come home early around lunchtime or anything? Or
I don't think so. I wouldn't have come home during a break because it was only half an hour, and it takes I think like 20 minutes to get from Barnes & Noble to my apartment. The only day that I think I could have worked might have been on the 25th. But I know I definitely didn't on that Saturday and Sunday because I was helping her with everything that whole time, and I don't know if I called off work. I don't think I did. If I did, it would have been that Sunday when we came back early in the morning, or the day after, but I can't exactly remember.
Sure.
But I do know that on at least the 26th and early on the 27th that I wasn't scheduled to work.
Okay. So just so I understand, on the 25th is when Corey would have went to meet the woman.
I believe so.
Okay. Did he drive there himself? Did anybody bring him there?
I can't remember if I had given him a ride there or if he took the bus. Because I know at one instance I gave him a ride and another time he went by himself.
Okay.
And I get that mixed up.
Sure, that's okay.
But he got there somehow.
Okay, so he went on the 25th and then Saturday the 26th. When did, I guess, the plan start playing out?
When we woke up, maybe it was like 10:30, 11, somewhere in the late afternoon, late morning, early afternoon. I think we were just relaxing in bed, and that's when she started thinking out loud about those things, and I was kind of half asleep, so it was just more of her ramblings to me. It really wasn't until after I had finished talking to Ryan that her fixation on the plan started to get worrisome, because before it would have just been like really basic info, like, oh, we kill him and cut him up and throw him somewhere, and then that was the end. But when she started going into the details, like, we would need to remove this first and that, and then we would have to do this, that it started becoming less like her other comments and more something new that I hadn't experienced.
Despite the presence of red flags, Sarah remains inactive. Alternatively, she might have been complicit in the scheme. However, with Jen's demise, the truth behind Sarah's involvement or inaction remains forever uncertain.
And roughly about what time of day was it that we would have been upstairs and all of this started? Because you said it took a while.
Mm-hmm.
So roughly about what time of day?
Anywhere between, I don't know exactly the time, but I knew that the sun was starting to go down.
Okay. And I don't expect you to.
Yeah, so it could be anywhere from like 6 to 9 somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember that that the sun was setting when I was in the kitchen, and when Naira started to get the things out from under the kitchen sink.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then took a while. You said you were awake for 36 hours.
Mm-hmm.
About what time did you return home then after?
Maybe 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay.
3 at the latest.
Okay.
I started to lose track of my concept of time because I kept sleeping and then driving and sleeping and driving.
Sure. Okay.
You said Corey was waiting for you at that point in time.
I think he had come back sometime in the evening, I guess, and since we didn't leave a note or anything and he couldn't call me, he didn't know what was going on.
Did Naira have a phone or phone number?
She kept hers turned off.
Okay, so it's not something that Corey would have been able to reach out, or would he have even reached out to her?
He might have.
Okay.
That was one thing that also bothered me was he had told me, it's kind of unrelated, but
Sure.
He had told me that he had asked Naira for her number and that she gave it to him, which I thought was kind of weird considering she didn't like him. And then I came to find out that he had taken my phone, copied her number, messaged her and said that I gave him the number. And we didn't find out about that until Naira and I sat down and talked about it, and she said, oh, he said that you gave him the number. I said, no, you gave him the number.
Okay. Okay.
So anytime after Brian would have been identified, were you guys watching the news or watching any of that beforehand? So you had seen when he had been identified at that point in time?
Not identified. I never knew that he was identified.
Okay.
I saw the news report that they had found the body, that they were trying to get a DNA extraction or whatever, and that they hadn't found any matches. So I think maybe 2 or 3-ish years after that, we kind of stopped checking the news because nothing changed. So I never knew that he was identified because I don't know if that was released to the public.
Sure.
Naira and Sarah's guilty conscience kept them checking the news for a while, but eventually felt confident that they had gotten away with their crimes. The couple is intriguing for many, many reasons, but most notably, based on Sarah's stories, Naira shows signs of being both a psychopath and a sociopath, while Sarah is nearly guaranteed to be a sociopath with psychopathic tendencies. They were truly the 2 worst people that either of them could have ever met.
Talking about keeping parts of it for identification purposes, that sort of thing. You mentioned that she had placed the head in the pot and that sort of thing, and then there was other bags with the hands and feet. Were they all placed in one bag or separated out, or what do you recall?
I think it was just all in one bag, but I could be mistaken.
Okay. Do you recall if it was just the hands and feet, or what was all put in those bags?
It should have just been the hands and feet, because the forearms and calves, I know that we threw into some dumpster somewhere.
Okay. Do you recall if they were manipulated at all? You mentioned needing to put it in another bag because it started to have an odor. Do you recall if Naira or either you or her went into those bags at all to move them around, to put some of it in a separate bag or anything like that?
I don't remember. If I know that it was easier to just keep putting it in new bags than it was to take them out and change the bags.
Sure.
Plus the places we were living did not allow us to have enough room to really properly take care of it, so it was easier to put it in another trash bag, we might have stuck it in another vacuum seal that we had laying around, but we just kept layering it so we wouldn't have to deal with it.
So the pot was never opened back up after it was sealed up? Okay.
At least I don't think so. She might have, but I never did.
Okay.
And you had mentioned when the hands and feet were placed in the bag, you said that she had went back and wanted to do something to separate them?
Yeah, to like pick them apart so that it didn't resemble a hand or a foot anymore. Because she thought it would be easier to get rid of that part than the head. But I think once we put it in the bag with the head, at least I just kind of forgot about it and just kept everything in there.
Okay. So she never necessarily did that part of it. That was just her plan.
Right.
Initially. Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Anything right now? Do you need to use the bathroom or anything?
I think I'm good right now.
Okay. Let me step out and take a quick break, if that's okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Good with the water and things? You need anything?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then we'll be right back.
Okay.
That sound good? Okay.
Thank you again for the coffee.
Oh, you're welcome.
Is it any good?
It was good.
We took a long shot. It sounded good to us, so we took a long shot on it.
The detectives step outside to reconvene for roughly 22 minutes. Sarah enjoys her coffee while pondering her fate, one of the last luxuries she will ever get to experience.
Sorry, I just left them on. Yeah. That's startling. So we have a few more things to touch on, if that's okay. Kind of went back and looked at some different things and wanted to ask additional questions for clarification. With regard to working at Barnes & Noble, would you have recalled working that morning on that Saturday, I guess it'd be the 26th, until like noon, or would you have gotten a call from Naira to come home, or?
I wouldn't have gotten a call from her to come home. Maybe I worked in the morning. I honestly can't remember. I know that she wouldn't have called me to come home. So if it was an early morning shift, I would have left around 6:30-ish, and I would have come home around 1 or 2, 3 at the latest.
Okay.
So I don't remember.
Okay, but you do recall waking up that morning and discussing things, or Naira was making comments and things that were of concern to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what time frame do you recall waking up? I mean, have this been able to be a conversation prior to going to work?
No, it would have been one after in that case, because we talked for maybe an hour or so. It wasn't like the kind of discussion we're having now. It was more of like a sleepy, wondering, spotted with other topics. Yeah, so I don't remember, but if I did work that morning, then when I came home, we might have laid around and talked about it.
Okay. In total different topic, okay. You're an artist, right? So some of your artwork,
yeah.
Can you explain that?
So art for me is a coping mechanism. And I know that Randy and Eric had mentioned that there were 2 pieces in particular that gave people red flags. One was a painting of a sheep with that was done in blood, or some of it. That piece I had done prior to ever knowing about Ryan. That was a coping mechanism for everything that I'd been through with Corey. And the artist's statement that I wrote about it said that I felt like a sacrificial lamb giving up my happiness so that somebody else could get what they wanted. And I used to, when I was in high school, so that kind of all brought like my anxiety and depression into that piece.
Sure.
The other one was a mermaid holding a human head, and I know that people thought, or at least I heard, that this was like, I don't remember how they described it, but showing like, look what I did. But that was also a coping mechanism, having to drag that around with me everywhere we moved. And also I did that in October, so it was supposed to be kind of a macabre piece for Halloween. And also tying back to the myth of mermaids, that they would dismember their victims and drown them or whatever. So that was both a kind of, what's the word, like a shock value piece mixed with my own personal struggle.
And the personal struggle being dealing with all of this that we just went through.
I couldn't talk to anyone about it.
Yeah, you had to release that in some fashion, and for you that was all right.
So if there are any other pieces that were alarming, none of them were meant as bragging rights. They were all just coping mechanisms.
Sure. I appreciate it, because that makes more sense.
Yeah.
No, because you had the one Make It Holy, I think that's the one that you had. And you had one an honorable mention, I think, on that one of your art shows. So that was the one made with blood. Was that your blood that you used in that?
I just pricked a finger and put some in a cup and used it, so it wasn't like any weird gory thing.
Sure.
So that piece meant a lot to me because of everything that I had gone through with Corey. I basically just felt like a piece of meat, and I needed a way to get that out.
The parallels between Sarah's art and her traumatic experiences are glaringly obvious. Through the mind-numbingly toxic relationship she shared with Corey and the stomach-churning reality of what happened to Ryan, Sarah found relief and an avenue for expression with her drawings. Any interpretation is wholly unnecessary, as Sarah is seemingly fully cognizant of the motivation behind them.
Okay, understandable. And you had another one titled Sacrificial Lamb.
That I think that was I did that before the painting, same sheep, same, it's actually coincidence that I drew it with the limbs severed. I remember looking at some artist who did something like that, and so that was also coping with feeling like the sacrificial lamb. So I did that first, and then I did the painting.
Getting back a little bit to the buy. Okay, there's no easy way around it, so I apologize. How long do you recall that the hands or the head and things remained in the freezer?
Several days. I don't remember exactly how long, but I knew it wasn't right away. But with the way Naira had bagged them and positioned them, it didn't bring any suspicion. At least Corey never seemed suspicious of it. I think she was waiting for like a time when nobody would be there and she wouldn't be disturbed. So when Corey was at school, he's usually there. He would usually take the bus sometime in the morning and not be back until either late afternoon, early evening, something like that. And so she would have waited until I was at work, and he was at school so she wouldn't be interrupted. So I know it was in there for at least a few days, if not longer.
And this wasn't something discussed with Corey at all?
No.
At any point? Was there ever any conversation with Corey, even after this kind of came out on the news?
I haven't spoken to him for many, many years. 4 years now, I think. He did ask me, I think, on a few occasions what I did that day, but I would never tell him. I suspect he thinks it was some kind of drug deal, but he never knew what actually happened and then didn't ask me anymore.
What do you mean he suspects it was some kind of drug deal?
He told me, or when he was trying to ask me like what happened, and I said I can't tell you, I do remember asking him, what do you think it was? And he said I thought it was some kind of drug deal. Because he knew that Naira had some shady secrets. There was no proof, but based on her personality, I think that was what he thought had happened. But he never outright asked me, and I never outright volunteered any of the information. So I didn't need him to know.
Okay, so you're speaking of why you guys were gone and came home at such an odd time frame.
And why would my phone be off? Because I never turned off my phone. But Naira wanted me to, so that he couldn't contact me, and also that they couldn't track the GPS or something like that. I didn't fully understand that. I just followed her directions.
Okay. So, and speaking about that, the conversation that you had with Corey about Ryan, was Naira was not a part of that?
No. I told her afterwards, but she wasn't there for the initial part. I just relayed the information.
Okay. And you mentioned something about Naira's shady past. Tell me more about that.
So she started hormone therapy when she was, I think, 20 or 21. And she moved out of her mother's house. And the places that she had stayed were kind of seedy. I know she stayed with, or she roomed with some stars. She was doing cam videos to make money. She had a violent past. When she was in high school, I think she tried to stab someone with a pencil or something, but the charges were dropped. She implied that she had done something else that was also violent that I never found out about. And then just the way her personality was with the sociopathic tendencies, the aggressive, manipulative behavior. She didn't like to talk about her past with me, but she would sometimes feed me small little tidbits to show that she had secrets.
Do you think that was in a way to manipulate you? To intimidate you?
Possibly. I don't really know how I felt about it. I mean, later on, the longer we were together, I just accepted it and didn't try to ask because that was her past and she would do with it what she would. But once Corey couldn't be with her and me, and once she came back, he changed his attitude from trying to insert himself to trying to make me break up with her, basically.
So you mentioned that she would give you little tidbits here and there of these secrets and things. The tidbits being that she tried to stab somebody with a pencil. Was that kind of like the tidbits that she would give?
That was one that she was straightforward with me about.
Tell me more about that.
Let's see. I don't know what grade it was. I just know it was high school. It was before she started transitioning. And I think it might have been, I don't know if this is 100% true, but I think she was at a point in her life where she knew that she should have been a woman, but didn't have the resources to do anything about it. So she always had a lot of aggression. She was a very straightforward, aggressive type of person.
Sure.
So from my understanding with the staying, I think she and some friends had made a comic for themselves, and the person who was took the pages and tore them up or something like that. So she took a pencil and I don't know where they got stabbed, but she stabbed them with a pencil, and she was brought to court, but the charges were dropped or some kind of agreement they came to, so it never stayed on her record.
Did this happen at the school or outside of the school? Do you recall?
I think it was at the school.
Do you happen to know what school she would have attended? No. Do you know where her hometown was?
Holyoke, Massachusetts. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was at one of those schools in the area.
Okay. Appreciate you sharing.
Okay. And with all her, like, if she had these violent tendencies, was there ever a time that you were like, oh, maybe this is a relationship I want to shy away from, maybe she needs to leave?
During her absence, when she was back at her hometown, I do remember that Corey took advantage of her absence to try to turn me against her, either because I want to say it could have been because he saw what she was really like, but the truth is he felt jealous, and what's the word? He wanted her out of my life, because I kept choosing her over him for obvious reasons. So during her absence, he started causing me to resent her. And when she did finally come back, we kind of had a fight over the phone. But what ended up happening was we stopped trying to be intimate and just started to be friends, which made the relationship stronger. And she became more open with me. When I first met her, she was very, very guarded. She never really shared anything about herself. She didn't want me to add her on Facebook. She didn't want any public knowledge of us. But once she came back, she was more open about that. To me, to a longer-term relationship, less casual. So what Corey had tried to do actually ended up backfiring on him.
Sure. But you mentioned that she didn't want that connection, basically, at least not in the public's view. Did she have Facebook?
She did, but she didn't really use it. She never posted pictures of herself. She never let anyone take pictures of her because she had horrible self-esteem issues, and what she pictured as her inner self was not what she actually saw. So she had her Facebook to talk to friends, but never to post pictures or anything like that.
What name was she had gone by?
When I met her, she stuck with Jennifer. The only people who knew her real name was her family, well, specifically her mother and her sister, myself, and any medical professionals, dentists, doctors, stuff like that.
So what would have been her Facebook or social media name?
Probably Jenna.
Jenna?
That's typically what she used.
Did she use a certain last name?
No, she tried to keep it just Jenna. she also never used her last name for anything. So on Steam she was Jenna, on message boards she was Jenna, so that was the common name that most people knew her by.
So to get accounts on these different media sites and things, you generally would have to have some sort of email address. Do you recall what her email address
was? It was also Jenna573.
Back in I guess it had been 2015, around August or so, there were searches for firearm, bill of sale. I guess it would have been like around August 10th or so. Do you recall searching that?
I don't recall it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if it was for her pistol that she used or if it was for the rifle that I bought. I want to say it was the rifle, but I'm not 100% sure.
What initiated those purchases?
Naira was I don't want to say a gun fanatic, but she strongly believed in her right to carry. And she already had a shotgun, an air rifle, and I think it was just those two. She purchased the pistol. I can't remember when. Sometime during the summer. And then she wanted to go shooting at a range, so she was doing research to see what would work best for me, because I wanted, I've never really cared about guns. I still don't, but it was something that we could bond over and she could teach me about. And if we ever played like zombie games or something like that, I would always pick rifles, so she did research for me to find the best one. So that could have been what the searches were.
Sure.
I don't think I would have done the searches myself because I didn't understand what I needed to look for. So that would have been something that she did and then explained later to me.
Do you recall going out with her to purchase a pistol just shortly after this weekend?
I think I don't know if it was before or after, but I did go with her to, I think it was Gander Mountain. At least that's where I got mine, so I imagine that we would have gone to the same place. I thought it was before, but it could have been after. I honestly don't remember, but I do remember going with her.
Do you recall the conversation? I guess, was it anything to do with, possibly using it on Ryan or having it for after the fact for the impact, or when did that impact come into play?
I don't think we really discussed it until after the body had been found, because she became more paranoid.
Naira and Sarah had entered an agreement that they would voluntarily opt out if or when they were finally caught. When Sarah was arrested, she admitted to being involved in the murder of Ryan with Naira. With this information in hand, on August 25, 2021, police went back to the home that Naira and Sarah shared to execute an arrest warrant. When the authorities attempted to detain her, Naira pulled the pistol in question out of her bag and followed through with the pact. She was pronounced dead at the scene.
I don't remember if I'm thinking the pack was after she got the pistol because that would make the most sense. So it was sometime after January, February then that it was really spoken about. It was not something that I wanted to talk about frequently, because it was very, very scary to think about. So we discussed it and just kind of left it.
Right. Okay. Getting back to the body and things, analyzing some of that, there had been like foil pieces discovered with some of it. Do you recall anything, including foil or, if that would have been something that would have came off of something that was used?
There wasn't anything upstairs that we had used that had foil in it. It was just the trash bags, medical gloves, the saw, the bleach, and the vinegar, and some cleaning rags or paper towels, and then I guess the duct tape. I don't know what the foil would be. That would have been something that she did something with on her own.
Okay. The saw itself, was it like a clean saw? Was it rusty? Was it, you know what I'm saying?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it was new or old.
And obviously the first time that Megan and I went back here after your arrest, when you got brought over here, I had asked you about your tattoo as we were walking back. Is that in correlation to the suicide pact?
I got this after we had discussed it. And also, unfortunately now it's a memento of her. But I did get it during a period where I was most terrified and anxious about it. It was also, I guess, more of a reminder for her because she would see it more than I did, and every now and then she would kiss it for good luck. So that's what the...
Did anybody else know about your suicide pact? I didn't know if anybody else had seen that and questioned what that was about.
I've had not any family members, but strangers have asked about it, and I would just say that it's the caliber that her pistol had. And that's all I would say about it.
Personal thing.
So Jen had used, or Naira had used your phone a lot to do a lot of these searches. Did her phone have data capabilities?
I think the phone she had at the time was one that you might have gotten, the HTC silver phone. It was a little outdated, and she primarily used it for music and videos and things like that. So my phone was, whatever plan my mom had, I had unlimited data, so it was a little bit faster, and I usually always had it on me, so if she needed to look up someone or something quickly, she would just grab it and type it in, rather than like if we were upstairs, she'd have to go back downstairs and get it, things like that.
Do you recall if she had a passcode on there?
On hers?
Or what that would be?
Probably, but I
okay, I didn't know if there was like a specific number that you both, would recall, that kind of thing.
Okay. And prior to you and Naira meeting, I know you said that you met on a dating website. Do you remember what dating website? Craigslist.
Before they took down the personal section.
Sure. Okay. And that was the same one Corey was using where he had found Ryan?
I don't know. He didn't share any of that. I didn't want to know. He just told me, I've been talking to this guy and I want him to come stay with us.
Okay.
I know that I did talk to Ryan once. I don't know if it was Google Hangouts or IM or something. But I had talked to him once. That's where I said, oh, you like to sketch, I could help you. And he said, no. Excuse me. Talked to him just that one time, never got photos or anything, and then I just stopped talking to him and let Corey do his own thing.
Okay. And it sounds like you and Corey were kind of venturing out of the marriage
unwillingly.
Okay.
Yeah, since, well, I mean, in hindsight, I can say a lot of the signs that I should have seen with him. When we were dating, he had cheated on me once. When we got married and then moved into the apartment so I could start my freshman year, he tried to go after my best friend, which caused us to have a falling out. He went after my classmates. So the first couple of years I was trying to support him with whatever he was figuring out, but by year 3 and on, I was just tired of it. I was exploring my sexuality because I thought for a while I was more attracted to women, and he was okay with that, expecting that he might be able to stick himself in the relationship. So definitely by the time I met Naira, we were both kind of branching off. I had more success than he did, but definitely by year 4.5 to 5, we were pursuing our own separate relationships. I had considered divorce for a while, but I wasn't sure if that was something I really wanted to do. And Ryan's death kind of acted as a catalyst and made me realize that I didn't want to be with Corey anymore, especially when after Ryan, in his mind, left, he almost immediately found a new girlfriend to move in. I don't think she officially moved in, but she was there enough that she acted as another person. And I was just done with all of these people being in the apartment.
Was there anyone else before Corey, or I'm sorry, before Ryan?
If there were, they were casual.
Okay.
I can't think of any. I mean, I can think of all the attempts that he made with all my friends, but nothing was ever successful.
Okay. Nothing where he had wanted to move someone else in, had asked you for permission to move someone else in?
Right, this was the first time.
Okay. You had mentioned all of Naira's mentioning, like, the lady walking across the parking lot and how easy it would be. Has it ever crossed your mind that possibly she's done something like this before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of her ever doing this before?
No. And I don't think she would have told me anyway, as whatever the term is, I wouldn't be an accomplice or keeping a secret or something like that. So I never knew for sure, but I wouldn't have been surprised.
And you never asked her if she's done something like that?
I asked her once, and she didn't answer, which is probably what made me suspect that something had happened, but I never pushed her for it.
You said she kind of had a past, violent past, that sort of thing. Other than the pencil stabbing, are you aware of any other?
Anything. She was never big on physical violence, mostly mental. And early in our relationship, she did it to me too. She liked to find people's weaknesses and dig her claws into them and just keep pushing them. She would troll people online because it was funny and fun for her. And she liked seeing how far she could go pushing someone's buttons. So for our first few years together, she would do that to me until it became too much. And she worked on not subjecting me to that, but would still do it to other people online, especially if she was playing games. So her violence was usually directed to inanimate objects like cookery, clothes, whatever, but not really
2 other people, if that makes sense.
Do you know if she had been arrested for anything else? Other
I don't know. I just know about the stabbing, so I'm not sure.
About how old would she have been at that time? You mentioned having conversation with Ryan about him peeking out the door, wanting to talk with you, that sort of thing. Was there ever any conversation that led you to believe that he would have wanted to harm himself in any way, felt suicidal, or that he was just overwhelmed with leaving, as Corey had asked?
Only that time did he ever strike, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say suicidal, but at least harm, because when he was crying and pleading, he was pulling on his hair a little harder than one would normally do, and hitting himself in the forehead with the heel of his hand, to the point I could hear it echoing. He had never said or displayed suicidal tendencies. The only other time that I saw him come somewhat close to how he acted in the bedroom was when he did the dishes not very well, and when Naira came down to put them away or use one, she called him out on it, and I do remember her trying to explain to him, this is how you can make sure that nothing is left over. And it was a conversation where it would have made sense for him to say, oh, okay, I'll do better next time. But instead he collapsed into a chair crying and saying, this is the one job that I have to do and I can't even do it right. And I know all of us were in the kitchen and we were all shocked at that response. So I assume he had a lot of anxiety. He obviously had a lot of self-esteem, self-confidence issues. And I don't think he really knew how to handle criticism, so that's why he acted the way he did. That's why he eavesdropped on the stairs. I know he had a lot of problems, but it wasn't something that I wanted to help coach him to figure out. I just let him do his own thing.
Sure. And that conversation where he was pleading and crying and things, was that morning? Okay, I guess it'd be Saturday.
Yeah, sometime on Saturday. I don't think it was, I don't remember exactly when, but either probably in the early to mid-afternoon, something like that.
Okay. And you said, obviously these weaknesses of Ryan are obvious to all 3 of you in this apartment at this point in time. And you said Naira liked to latch onto those, kind of dig her claws into those weaknesses. Is that something that she did to Ryan as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I guess how would she go about it? Would it be like more verbal put downs, things like that? Did she ever get physical towards him at all? Okay.
It was always verbal. Probably because the things that she would say or point out stuck a lot more than if it was a physical altercation.
So you mentioned that you had brought Naira up to speed on the part where Corey had told Ryan he needed to leave and that sort of thing. And then was that before the conversation that she started making comments about killing him and the plan? Or why wouldn't she have just left him pack his things and leave?
I don't know. That's because I remember telling her, why can't we just let him go? Why do you need to do this? And the thing she said was along the lines of, someone like that doesn't deserve to be out in the world to ruin someone else's life. So I think in some perverse way it was her idea that I don't want to go so far as to say she was dealing out justice, but she just felt very strongly that he didn't deserve to be out there.
You had mentioned in prior conversations that you felt like Ryan had ruined your life. Did you express that to Naira?
No. When I said that the first time, I was doing it to protect her. I didn't like Ryan. He did disgust me, but I didn't feel that he ruined my life. Corey ruined my life. Every problem that I had suffered through was a direct result of his actions. So I didn't like what Ryan had done to my relationship, but I didn't blame him for the outcome, and I didn't blame him for the resulting divorce.
Sure.
Any animosity I have still is towards Corey.
Sure. Understandably.
Yeah. And that's why we tried to be friends for the year after we divorced, but it was not good. So I just cut him off completely, and I haven't spoken to him since then.
And I hate to go there, and this is going to sound really mean coming from me, but it popped in my head. So you said you were trying to protect Jen. Knowing these packed in place and that was her game plan, I guess, why try to protect her at that point in time?
Yeah, that's what I thought about in hindsight. It would have devastated me to have to throw her under the bus and say, well, she was the one who did it. I guess there was a small part of me that thought if I took the fall for her, she would be okay. But thinking back now, I should have known with the look on her face that there was no point trying to protect her. She was going to do it anyway, with me or without me.
So you knew that she was going to do that after you left?
I didn't know 100%, but I suspected it. I think at one point when I was by myself in the interview room, I thought I heard one of the officers say something about gunshot, and that's when it hit me. And I thought, oh my God, are they talking about her? Did she do it? And that was the biggest question that I had until they moved me to the other room and told me for sure.
Is there a reason you wouldn't have said something to the officers there before they brought you away to
I had just woken up, so I didn't know where my head was, and I got very lightheaded and almost passed out. So I had a sensory overload because on one hand I'm trying to not hyperventilate, I'm trying to breathe.
Well, you have what, a speeding ticket on your record up until the cops show up at your house. That's understandable.
And both of the officers were asking me different questions. I was trying to tell them who was in the house, and there was noise, and my mom was yelling, and I kind of shut down. So I didn't have enough mental capacity to remember that pact we made, and I think there was a tiny part of me that thought things were going to be okay. So that's why I didn't say anything.
With Naira's, she kind of, like we discussed before, likes to sink her. Corey had mentioned that ahead of time to Brian and through their chats, because we had recovered most of their chats back and forth. And he had mentioned like she was mean, wouldn't like the fact that if Ryan's not taking those steps to transition, because obviously she was taking those steps to become who she wants to be and who she felt she was, so Ryan needs to be at that point as well. Was there any mutilation that Naira had done towards Ryan at all, even post his death?
No. I mean, the only mutilation was the cutting off the limbs, but I didn't know anything that Corey and Ryan talked about. But it doesn't surprise me to hear that, because that's what she did to him. She loved pointing out. So Corey was going for a psychology degree, and he felt like he had more knowledge than the average person. But Naira knew much more than he did and loved to belittle him about that. And I think he was bitter about the fact that I was grieving over her being gone for those months. So he was trying to paint her as this awful person who everyone needed to avoid, which unfortunately it worked on me, and I guess that's why he said it to Ryan. She was a little, what's the word? She was hypocritical about transitioning. She, with the community that she was part of, the Bimani community, she always said that she was the quote-unquote trendsetter for transitioning, because when she started, a bunch of other people in the community also did that. But her opinion of people transitioning was she didn't like people who wanted to wear it like a badge, if that makes sense, like going around saying, "Oh, look at me! You need to use my proper pronouns." Excuse me, just beat that over them. She said that if you want to transition, your goal is to just fit in, and that's what she tried to do. She didn't point out anything. She tried to be as feminine as possible because that's what she wanted to be, was a woman. And so with people like Ryan, who say that they're transitioning but are not really making the effort, really bothered her. And she felt that way towards a lot of transgendered people. If anyone was trying to be flamboyant, she found that disgusting. So that's why the fact that Ryan wanted to but still looked and acted male just really got under her skin.
I guess I got one other thing that comes to the top of my head, but during the interview with Naira, she had mentioned that you were more of like the alpha male of the household.
Oh, okay, of the household.
Of the household.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was the only responsible person. I didn't trust Corey to manage it because not that I don't think he would have been capable, but it was just easier for me to know I'm taking care of the finances, I'm balancing the checkbook and stuff like that. That's just how I grew up, since I was basically an only child because my siblings are significantly older than me. So from a very young age, I was instilled with responsibility. I was much more mature than a lot of the freshmen at college. So her saying that definitely makes sense. When it was everyone in the apartment, I took care of finances. I asked Ryan to pay rent when he needed to. I checked on the grocery levels, asked if people needed something, blah, 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 like that. And then when Naira and I were married, I took care of everything. She suffered from severe anxiety, depression, and agoraphobia. And she was later diagnosed with I think it's ADHD. I don't think it was ADD. So she couldn't focus on tasks like that. In order to get her to help, I would have to feed her small chores to do. So say, hey, can you put the dishes away today? Or the next day, can you clean this little section of the living room? If I asked her to do anything large, like vacuum the whole house, she would shut down. So she had to rely very heavily on escapism to even function. Video games, movies, shows, things like that. And I would maintain our finances. I scheduled her doctor's appointments. I was the chauffeur if she needed to go somewhere. So it was almost like mother and child relationship in a way. But she tried to carry as much weight as she could manage. Like, she was in charge of food. She took care of all the media for us. So that was what she said. Yes, that was true. I liked being the one in charge of all of the adult things because I knew that I could keep track of them and manage it.
So you immediately started shaking your head no when I brought up Alpha. So what was that too?
Alpha, I'm outside of the responsibilities. I am very timid. I used to be very outgoing, but then something happened. I wouldn't be surprised if it was because of Corey. I cannot handle conflict at all. If someone honks at me while I'm driving, it rattles me for like an hour or so. If somebody gets in my face, I shut down. When it came to sex, I was always the submissive one. And that became difficult because before she had her surgery, even though she was taking testosterone blockers, she was still more of the aggressive one. But after her surgery, she had no sexual desire, and it was very, very difficult for me to initiate anything because that's not how my brain is wired. So when it came to doing adult things, I excelled. But when it came to life in general, I'm very, very timid, very submissive. It was easier to hide than try to confront someone. So if anything like that happened while she was with me, she would take over and stand up for me.
Have you ever told anybody else all these details? Because obviously it was between you and Jen or Myra. When Corey and I think it was before we actually got divorced, but it was already on the court docket or whatever. I had told my two best friends at the time, but I only filled them in on the relationship details. And also my family, my mother, my father, and my brother, I gave them just the relationship part. So I kind of went into enough detail that they could understand what Corey did to me by finding other partners and what Jen did for me. I never mentioned Ryan to them, as far as I know. If I did, I just said it was a partner. So my best friends took it well. One of them I no longer have contact with. The other one I talk to regularly, and she saw the good side of Jen because Jen wanted to make a good impression. And she did get along with my best friend's husband pretty well, so they would talk while she and I would catch up. And she said that she saw how happy Jen made me. My dad took a while to warm up because he's very religious, but eventually he, I guess, accepted her. He didn't know that she was transgender. Nobody knew except one of my best friends, the one I lost contact with. So my mom was pretty accepting. My brother, I don't think ever did, because she was very bossy. She wanted things to go the way that she thought. So when he first met her, he got that feeling that she was just manipulating me. And even today, he's still very bitter at her, accusing her of
being selfish and leaving me behind and reminding me of some of the things that she's done. I don't remember what the question was.
No, you're good. I'm going to follow up with another one. Have you ever told anybody about the killing itself, like how that all went down?
I didn't tell anyone. I feel like she might have told 2 people that she trusted, because they would have been like our safe house. If we found out, we could drop off the grid and stay with them. I don't know how much detail she went into, but I know that she had mentioned that she was talking to a couple of people, and that
would these have been the same people that would have purchased the Greyhound tickets?
Maybe. I don't know.
Detectives take notes while Sarah shares some background information on Naira's other friends, family, finances, and other aspects of her life.
Okay. You mentioned her mom. What would be her mom's name?
Doreen Desmarto.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to spell it.
Okay. I could spell it.
You could spell it? Could you spell it for me?
So it's Doreen is Doreen and DesMarteau. I think is that.
Yeah. That's quite a few different.
So I don't know how much she knows.
Yeah.
I know that.
I'm not looking at.
Okay. Because I think she's still in a lot of pain, and I can imagine what she's thinking on the news. Because right now, what's on the news is the statement I originally made.
Sure.
I have written to her to see how she's doing, and she was able to arrange the funeral, but she is not handling this well at all.
Hoping that she maybe responded to your writings to her?
She sent me a letter once, and I haven't been able to write her back because it hurts too much.
Sure.
But I know that she's been texting my mom, and my brother has been helping gather up some of Jen's belongings and mailed them back to her, like her clothes, some of her toys, little mementos, the gaming things.
Sure.
But I don't think she's at a point where she can find closure yet.
In due time, hopefully, you know, one day at a time.
Yeah.
You know. At the beginning, you kind of mentioned a statement for sentencing, that sort of thing. You know, obviously, you probably have a lot that you'd like to say, I would assume, given our first interview and then today's discussion, that sort of thing. Is that something that you would be open to sharing at some point, or just after?
I could. Most of it, I'm trying to keep.
Is a lot of it the details that we spoke of today?
I started from when I met Naira on Craigslist, and then all the way to Corey and my divorce, our marriage, a couple of other things, and then her sister.
Yeah. Okay. A few other things. We've been asking you a lot of questions. I guess, is there anything that you want to, go into more detail? Anything that you thought of? We've sat here for quite some time.
I don't think so. I'm just hoping that nothing is going to change the plea bargain that I've done.
You mean anything that you've said today? Okay, and that's been discussed with you and your attorneys, that sort of thing. They would never put you in a position to do this conversation today.
Yeah, he just said to tell you the same thing that I told them, which I did.
Yeah.
I think I just went into much more detail about Naira.
And we appreciate that, because it kind of gives us a little better understanding of kind of what brought things to the point that it did.
Because I don't know if the prosecution knows how much detail about Naira. So I'm basically just hoping that at the sentencing, essentially the same thing that I told both of you, just condensed a little bit, we'll be able to go on the record so that my side of the story and what actually happened will be out. because the last time I was in the papers, it was awful. So many things on there I wanted to say that's not true, that's not what happened. So this is the only time that I'll be able to.
Sure.
I did think of a couple of other things. Early on, when I was first, what comes after the arraignment? The indictment or something like that?
Okay.
The papers had pointed out the large sum of cash and my plane tickets, and assumed I was going to use that to flee. And I never got to correct them about that. The money was about $17,000 some dollars. That was supposed to be for a house down payment. Every month I would take a little bit from Naira's Social Security to put it in cash. One, because mostly I did it in cash so I wouldn't be tempted to spend it.
Sure.
So I put it in a lockbox, hoping that I would be able to save enough to get a decent down payment. And then with the tickets, they had pointed out the 2 that I had pending and all of the places I had been to. I love to travel. My parents love to travel. I've been to so many places with especially my mother. And that's why I had been flying all over the country and internationally before with her. And the 2 tickets that I had pending, one was to go to Nevada, and that was to look at plots of land, houses on the market to get an idea of what we could get. And then the one in September was a gallery show opening that I had gotten a piece in, and I was going to fly out there to see it. So that's what those things were. I guess I just want it to be known that I wasn't ever a flight risk. I had those because that was the life that I like to live.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you clarifying.
If I might ask, why Nevada?
That's where Naira stayed for, I think, 6 months. And she loves the desert climate. She had lived in Paradise, which is close to Las Vegas, and she loved being there. She always talked about how much she wanted to go back to the desert, and that land out there was much cheaper than anywhere else. I didn't really have a place that I wanted to stay permanently, so I was fine with going along with her wanting to live out there.
Okay. And speaking of traveling, when you all went to Thailand, where did the pot and the bags and things remain?
So I was still staying at my mom's house. It would have been in the garage, buried under things, similar to when I signed the warrant for the police to take it away, kind of in the same spot. At the time, my mom's garage was very, very, very full, so it was easy to lose something in there.
Sure.
So we just stuck it in the back
So it remained at your mom's?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we went to Thailand for her surgery.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
you're fine. Was Naira born in Holyoke?
I believe so.
Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where you thought. And then one other thing that popped up is, why Illinois? You guys were going to drive to
I have
Illinois
no
that
idea.
night. No idea.
I can only assume it was far enough away to manage and close enough that we could get back in a time period that was reasonable. She never told me, she just said drive there and we'll figure it out from there.
Do you recall, I guess, kind of branching off of that a little bit, but to Illinois, and you came up to Mercer County instead, was that out of?
That was out of habit.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of things that we had to finish taking care of in Columbus before I could turn in the keys and vacate the apartment. So it wasn't uncommon I think it was because we didn't want to rent a trailer to carry everything. I would make the drive usually once a week or once every 2 weeks, and we would sift through items that we wanted to throw away or donate, and anything we wanted to keep, we would load up as much as we could in my car and drive back. So after doing that for several months, it just became a habit to follow that path. And since I couldn't have my phone on, I couldn't use a GPS, so I had to take a way that I was familiar with. And I wouldn't have, I don't know if what Nyra's plan was once I left familiar territory, if she would let me turn it on or if she would use her own or whatever.
Had you been aware that pull-off was there just from driving by?
I had seen it. I didn't really know anything about it. It was just the only wooded area I could think of, and I was so tired that I told her, I was like, I can't keep going. We're gonna have to find somewhere to stop.
Did you stop to get gas or drinks or food or?
I don't think so. I know I wouldn't have. Maybe I would have stopped for coffee at a gas station, but if we stopped anywhere, it wasn't for long. And I don't recall needing gas.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of brainstormed.
Well, when you have tornadoes, it just sparks every once in a while. So. Okay.
Do you have anything else you want to make sure we cover? I know this is a lot.
I know. I think you both now have the most thorough story out of all of it. I did tell a lot of this to Randy and Eric, but not as much detail.
Well, I appreciate you sharing.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that it doesn't.
They would not put you in this position.
Okay.
No,
they would not.
Okay. I don't.
It's more for our educational purposes.
That's what I figured.
And then they're aware of today's date and time and our meeting and that sort of thing. And obviously, I'll let them know when we're completed that we got to speak with you. And we've been communicating with them through this whole process. So.
Have you been in contact with Ryan's family?
You mean since this is all kind of transpired here in the last several months?
Or
yeah, I mean, we've been in contact with them. I mean, obviously, I haven't been recently myself personally, but yeah, they're fully obviously aware of the situation and that sort of thing.
Because I know that, unsurprisingly, they were clamoring for the death sentence. I guess I'm wondering if this will get shared with them to clarify some things that they're probably wondering about. And I'm also nervous because I know that they'll be there in person at the sentencing, and as I've said, I don't deal with conflict very well, so I have a deep-seated fear that, I don't know, they're going to scream at me, yell at me.
That won't be allowed.
Okay.
That's not going to be something that's going to be allowed in the courtroom. Okay. It's very much a professional proceeding, and it's meant to be kept that way. Okay. Now, obviously, we can't sit there and be sure that it's not going to be something initiated, but I don't know that I foresee that being an issue. But if it would become one, but if it would become one, it would be addressed immediately.
So that's what I'm most terrified of, is just the fact that I have to face them. And I liked the portion that I wrote specifically addressing them, which once I'm done with the statement and if I get Randy's okay, I can make a copy for you or something.
Sure.
I did say that I know that the words that I say won't bring Ryan back, and I said that I didn't expect them to forgive me for what I did, but that I hope they would be able to find some sort of peace someday.
Well, it's very nice, honorable for you to at least speak to them, or at least try to. So hopefully it can bring a little bit of closure, not only for them, but also for you. Okay. Well, I don't know that I have anything further. Well, obviously I have to make a phone call to let the staff next door know. And then we'll probably walk you back over if that's okay. Yeah, what time it is. It's about 11:55. What time do you normally eat?
I think it might have missed lunch.
Yeah. Okay, we'll make sure we
I've
have
got snacks up there.
Yeah, we'll get you a lunch. So
Thank you.
Yeah, we're not gonna let you starve after helping us out. So
And thank you again so much for the coffee. You don't know how much that means to me.
hopefully it tasted okay and we picked down a decent one.
They
so.
only have instant decaf in the commissary, and it's awful. So
what's your favorite? Since you do drink coffee, I guess I would.
There's a local place in Pennsylvania called La Colombe, and I think the Wawas around there have their iced coffees, but I usually like iced mochas the most.
Okay.
Chocolate.
So we were trying to. I know.
That's okay.
This
This
is
is
like
great.
cold brew, and I'm like,
It's
cold brew
true.
hot. Like it's cold outside, so we were hot. So
We will be right back with you.
yeah, okay. We'll be back.
Should I throw this?
I can take care of it. You can do it. I don't know if he'll let you have that back there. Okay. If you want to finish drinking it.
How Sarah was caught after almost 6 years is a story in and of itself. Ryan went missing in 2015, his remains were found in 2016, and in May of 2017, isotope testing on the bones found in Coldwater Creek showed that the victim had once lived within or around Corbin, Kentucky, the exact same place that Ryan was from. In 2020, a match was finally made and the remains were identified as Ryan Zimmerman. Authorities were able to speak with his family and friends, and in conjunction with information gathered from social media accounts, it was discovered that Ryan had moved to Columbus, Ohio for Sarah's husband, Corey Buzzard. Authorities were then able to track down the exact apartment that they all shared, as well as Sarah's 2007 Toyota Corolla, which she had sold years prior, finding traces of blood evidence in both. With all signs pointing to Sarah as the culprit, she was arrested in the early morning of August 25, 2021, at her home in Marion, Indiana, 3 days after her 30th birthday. While she admitted to being an active participant in Ryan's death, she also admitted that she was not alone. That same day, when authorities went to apprehend the other party, Sarah's wife, Naira, the situation escalated quickly. While attempting to detain Naira, she withdrew a handgun from her purse. She would then follow through with the pact, and as a result, Sarah would face the consequences of her actions alone. After this interrogation, Sarah Buzzard was brought back to her jail cell to await sentencing. Originally charged with 18 felonies, as part of the plea deal, Buzzard would plead guilty to 1 count of aggravated murder, with the second aggravated murder charge and 16 other felony counts being dismissed. During sentencing, Sarah would tell the court, "Not a day goes by that I do not wish for a chance to take it all back. I accept responsibility in the role I played in Ryan's death, and I will live every day for the rest of my life attempting to redeem myself through positive actions and deeds." She received life in prison with the possibility of parole in 30 years for the murder of Ryan Zimmerman. She will be eligible for parole on August 17, 2051, 5 days before her 60th birthday. On February 1, 2022, Sarah Buzzard was transferred from the Mercer County Jail to the Ohio Reformatory for Women, where she will remain for the rest of her sentence.